Okay,
coming up
so
with
here's
the standard physics,
Jeremy,
not in standard.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
tell me true or not that I was saying this too about it, that I think your explanation for it was wrong, because also
you don't even realize the ball's curving.
And I'm going to explain to you, because I also saw something that someone showed the other day that was spinning and showing the reference and all that, and a ball that was just going over the circle of these two things spinning. And I remember, because our conversation, it was, Jeremy, is someone sitting in the middle? Yes, someone's in the middle. Because remember, we were saying at any given time, the person would only be able to see half the fucking the ball being thrown anyway, right? The problem is the person wouldn't be sitting at the center of that.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
No, it does matter, because this is what made the conversation so confusing and back and forth. No, was his original explanation of how it worked. Because when you guys are explaining
it's funny muting you, Kosho. It's funny muting you.
No, I'm not. I was in the middle of talking.
Go ahead, Sean. Finish it up.
I DM'd it to you, Jeremy.
Thanks. What were you saying, Sean?
Just go in chat.
The beginning of our conversation about it and your explanation for it, I think it was still off. I think that's what made it so damn confusing in the original part of it. Because when, like, Grim just explained it, when you guys were talking about the other day when I had came in here and people were putting figures and, like, examples in the chat, I wasn't getting it, because when we were talking about it, I was making that visual reference of it, and the person that's on the merry-go-round was in the middle. Because remember, right. we were saying that at any given time, the person would only be able to see half of the throw anyway.
That doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying.
If there's any deviation in the path that you see from your movement, that's Coriolis.
But there wouldn't be deviation if you're only seeing half of it at a time.
No, that doesn't matter.
My goodness.
I'm just trying to respond to what Grim said, because what you're saying, it doesn't matter. But like, and if you think about it, okay. So what I was going to say to what Grim said was that's what I've been telling people. Actually, Bob, that's when Bob agreed with me, and that's when people start agreeing, is whenever you realize that okay, so there's two frames, a rotating frame, and then there's the frame, the inertial to that one, and there's some path happening, and if it's being described in reference to the rotating frame for whatever reason, usually the reason makes sense. So that's what Grim said. Like, in some cases, it makes sense to describe it from the rotating frame. In some cases, it doesn't make sense. Even though you're on the rotating frame, it doesn't make sense to describe its path in reference to the rotating frame. But as long as you're describing the path in reference to the rotating frame, then you're describing Coriolis, yes.
So
that's what I learned by digging into it, because I figured out what they're, because they clearly say the solar Coriolis is quite weak, and it's proportional to the angular velocity, which is 365 times smaller than that of the Earth's rotation, right? Because 365 rotations a year, and it's only one, and we're talking about the orbit of the Earth around the sun. So that's the
actually, Grim, it's like 34.3. No, I'm just kidding. I'm fucking around.
64, yeah. But that's the thing. It's like, it's a really small amount. It's like, how much distance of orbit did we travel with, minus the spin plus the spin? It's crazy.
So I saw a fun thing the other day. I took my kid to the park, and I saw a merry-go-round that they had on there that had, like, it was a big merry-go-round on the bottom, and then you could crawl up to another level on the merry-go-round. It was just like one step, right? But it was a slightly smaller merry-go-round on the top and a slightly smaller merry-go-round. It was 3-layered, in fact. And I thought, wow, this is actually a really good analogy. And Jeremy, have you ever seen I wanted to ask Jeremy, have you ever seen a merry-go-round like that? Where you have like a big merry-go-round, and like you can step up one and then step up another.
I can picture it in my mind.
Yeah, they all spin at the same, like, 1 revolution per minute or however much you want, right? But it's just like you can step up 3 times essentially, right?
Yeah, they all have the same angular velocity at different tangential speeds. Yes.
Yeah. So my question is like, what do you think a kid, like, what's the quickest you can go on the biggest one on the bottom? If you're spinning at 1 revolution.
You can go?
Yeah. If it's spinning at like 1 revolution per minute, right? Pretty darn slow, right? What's the quickest you can go on the bottom one?
1 revolution.
1 revolution a minute. Yeah, is this a trick question? Or?
No, not at all. What's the quickest tangential speed you can go, though?
I don't. It depends on how fast.
Sure.
On how
Depends
many.
how big the thing is, right?
Of course.
It depends on how big it is, how fast it's spinning. Yeah, there's a lot of
Sure.
factors. The tangential
One
speed. Yeah.
revolution a
Yeah,
minute.
absolutely. But would you agree that the tangential speed that I could go, the fastest tangential speed that I could go on the bottom at 1 revolution per minute is quicker than the one on the top or slower than the one at the top?
It's going to be faster. It's going to be. Sorry, what was it again?
Would the tangential speed that I can go on the bottom biggest merry-go-round be quicker or slower than the fastest tangential speed that I could go on the top one?
Oh, the top ones are littler.
They're smaller. So you're going to be going.
Can you describe your apparatus again?
Yeah,
Well,
I
the
don't
biggest
know.
one has to cover more. If you're thinking of the biggest one covers more area over.
I don't even understand the apparatus even.
The one
I would
covering
think
the
it'd be the
area
bigger
will have
one.
the fastest speed.
Yeah, that'd be
I
right.
think it'd be the bigger one on the bottom if you're standing all the way on the edge.
Yeah, that's very true. So if I try to step, if I'm going like relatively fast on the thing, let's just say like maybe, I don't know, 10 revolutions per minute on the thing. So it's enough to be like, okay, like I'm picking up some speed, right? If I try to step from the bottom one to one of the top ones, what do you think I feel?
I don't know. A change in your angular speed, your angular velocity, or sorry, a change in your tangential speed.
Yeah, you feel a little bit of like a nudge, right? As you're like stepping from one layer to the next, right?
Well, that's it. Yeah, well, is the centrifugal force though?
No, I'm just asking, like, you feel that nudge when you're going from the one layer to the second layer because you're changing where you're at on this rotating body, right?
You changed your tangential speed. Yeah, you made a speed change.
Yeah. Do you also recognize that even though I moved from one layer to the other, I never left, quote unquote, the merry-go-round, right?
You've never stepped off the surface completely. Once you start moving, once you start changing your tangential speed, you have entered the inertial frame of reference.
He's going off what Rumpus told him, and this is why we're
No, I'm
Rumpus
not going
to tell
off
you
what
that.
Rumpus told me. Hold on, Coach. I'm not going off what Rumpus told me. I already knew what Rumpus knew.
Yeah, but
Rumpus
I know. I'm just saying.
agrees with me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. I'm agreeing
Rumpus
with you.
agrees with
I'm
me on
agreeing
this.
with you that Rumpus agrees with you, and this is the problem with why I said it the way I said it, and why I have a problem with the way Rumpus said it, because now you're saying what you're saying, that you're leaving the reference frame because you're moving.
Yes,
Well, no, you're now in the frame. You just
moving in the
relocated.
inertial.
Yeah, there's no significant.
Once you change your tangential speed, hold on, Grim.
Yeah.
Once you change your tangential speed, you're now in the inertial frame while you're changing your tangential speed.
So, Jeremy, forgetting about reference frames, we're just simply saying I'm on this rotating merry-go-round. We already said it's got 3 layers to it. When I step to the other layer, I'm going to feel like a nudge to one of my sides because I am changing tangential speed, right?
Yeah, that's you changing reference frames right there. That's you leaving the non-inertial frame, and that's you entering the inertial frame. That little nudge you felt.
Jeremy, forget frames for a second. All I'm just wanting you to recognize is that as if I'm on a rotating object, particularly one that is like a merry-go-round that has like these 3 different layers, it's a 3-dimensional rotating object, I'm going to feel forces as I go from one layer to another as I move on this object, correct?
Yeah.
It's centripetal force, though. You're just going to feel it going outwards.
And I'm not just talking about feeling centripetal force or not, right? I'm specifically talking about the fact that when I move on this object, I feel a force.
Yeah, but the force that you're feeling in that aspect isn't your acceleration in that sense that you're going faster. so much as it is the centripetal force from you going faster. It's set to the side. It's pushed off to the side. You don't feel it like you're going faster forward. Like if I'm standing and I step to my left, right? I'm not going to feel like I've been thrown back if I'm spinning forward.
Yep.
Right.
But if I
I'm going
step
to feel
towards
like I'm heavier to my, I'm sorry. I meant to say my right. I feel like I'm heavier towards my right, because I'm closer to the edge and it starts to feel like it wants to throw me off the edge more. But I'm
Jeremy,
not feeling like I'm getting jerked back and forth like if
no,
I've
but
gone
Electric, that's
faster
not
and
what I'm
slower.
saying. I'm saying if I go from so like I saw this 3-layered merry-go-round at the park that I took my kids to. If I step from one layer to the next, right, I'm going to feel a nudge, right?
Yeah, but the point is the nudge matters of which direction you feel that nudge. Because are you talking about, lateral nudge is what I'm saying, that you'll be, pushed towards the outside, that you go faster. The faster you're going, the more to the outside you're pushed. And that's the feeling that you feel versus the feeling of you accelerating forward even faster. Because that's not what you'll be feeling. That's why I'm being clear about this.
Well, funny enough, you feel the force based on which direction you're walking.
Oh, correct.
Okay, what is the point of all this? What is the point of all this stuff?
You can very easily show, you can demonstrate on this like 3-dimensional merry-go-round that my kids were on with 3 layers. You can show Coriolis force being affecting someone without having to talk about like reference frames, blah blah blah, and you don't even have to leave the merry-go-round to observe it. You can be on the merry-go-round and feel this force.
No, it's not Coriolis force.
That is Coriolis.
That's centripetal force, dude.
That is not centripetal force. It's Coriolis, bro.
You're in the same reference frame.
It's got. In fact, we have a particular word for it. It's Earth transport Coriolis.
You guys know that centrifugal and Coriolis are related. At least when calculating, when measuring when calculating the force, though.
Right.
They're not the same thing, but they're related.
He hasn't left the reference frame, so he can't have Coriolis.
Nope. This is not about. It's not about leaving a reference frame or not. This is about asking yourself, when I am moving on a rotating object, a 3-dimensional rotating object,
dude, I completely
what forces do I experience simply because I am moving on that rotating object?
Sorry, dude. Coriolis force is not that.
That is exactly what Coriolis force is. Now, if you want to ask, so what are the reference frames? It is distance from the center of axial rotation. So you can measure that distance from the center of rotation, and that is actually the reference frame.
The same equation.
Hold on a second, RC.
Same equation, dude, from centripetal force.
Hold on a second, RC.
Did you listen to what I said? Hey, he just talked over me when I said the thing, and I want to understand that he actually heard me before he freaks out about it.
I'm trying to tell you to hold on 1 second because you like breezed past this point of contention and you just said, no, he's wrong, and then went on to exclamate how it is.
So did you hear my point or not?
No,
well, did you answer my point, or are you just going to dance over it and then act like I have to answer your shit?
Yeah, let's back up to the first thing.
Let me know when you're done freaking out, and I will repeat my point.
Well, no one's freaking out. I just want to back up. I just want to back up to where Grim said it's not the Coriolis force, and you said it is.
It is indeed the Coriolis force.
Well, the difference between
I know you keep saying that
and the centripetal force, from what I've learned, is that Coriolis force, you have to leave the reference frame, be separate from the reference frame. And in your example, you're a part of the reference frame. You're still the same part of the reference frame. So,
and what I'm telling you is that all you have to do is, if you're on a rotating object, is leave your original distance from the center of rotation. That distance from the center of rotation is your original reference frame. And if you leave that given distance from the center of rotation, you are now in a new reference frame, which is a new distance from center of rotation.
You're in the same reference frame.
Hold up. That change in distance from center of rotation also changes your tangential speed. That change in tangential speed gives you the Coriolis force.
That's the equation for centripetal force, though. It's remarkably the same. And the only difference that which you're not understanding here is the observer. The frame of reference. You have not left the frame of reference. You have only changed coordinates within your frame of reference. A change of frame of reference, excuse me, I'm almost done. A change of frame of reference is when you actually have a new coordinate system that is entirely unique to the old coordinates. There's nothing entirely unique.
Incorrect.
You've only sped.
That is incorrect.
Can I join in here? I got a question for you, guy who's claiming to be understanding coordinate systems and all this shit. Okay, so if I was to run out on that merry-go-round, like from the center out to the edge, I would feel a lateral force that was trying to make me fall over, right? As my feet try and accelerate up to ground speed. So I would experience a translational, I think you called it translational force? Translational Coriolis?
Transport. It's a transport Coriolis force, yeah.
If it was big enough and I ran fast enough, I would fall over sideways.
That's the same. Yeah, that's the same thing RC Micey is saying, but in a more extreme and violent way. But yeah, that's the same. Different. There's a difference, obviously. Well, actually, there's none, and then there's some, and then RC Micey's there's some, and then there's a different amount of it, and that's why I think somebody said, or Grim said, and something changing reference frame. This is my problem with the whole changing reference frame. This is why I don't talk about objects changing reference frames, is because technically, if you're just describing the motion in the rotating frame, it's not changing reference frames because you're talking about that frame the whole time. But it is moving in reference to that reference frame. And if something's moving in reference to a rotating frame, then I would say it's always Coriolis. And I think RC Micey gave a good example of when a force is actually being observed, even though it's an inertial force, it's still definitely that nudge is a real force. It's a real thing, right?
Yeah, and the change that is happening is your change from the distance of center of rotation. And that change from the distance of the center of rotation, that is indeed you changing that tangential speed, at which point you're going to experience the force. And that's my only point.
So right? What's the point? That you feel something?
That if you are on a rotating object, going farther or closer to the center of axial rotation will cause you to experience a Coriolis force.
And it's the same exact formula as centrifugal force?
No.
What was Grim saying? The math was the same.
These are two different things, but actually what's funny is the centrifugal...
Hold on, why was Grim saying the math was the same?
Well, because what he was given an example of was centripetal force is what he gave an example of. And then...
I think he's been giving you an example of lateral force the whole...
Now he's... Right. Now you're talking about when you're rolling, like if you're rolling a ball up against another ball, right, basically, right?
I don't know.
Well, the centripetal force is basically it's acting on a force acting on a body that's moving in a circular path. It's like directed towards the center on which the body moves, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But there's no. But the centripetal force, which doesn't exist here, I think the only force that's going in direction of the center is him walking. But that's not really centrifugal.
Oh, I'm sorry, centrifugal. I'm sorry, I'm saying centrifugal.
Oh, yeah.
The opposite, centrifugal. Right.
Yeah, but he's talking about
the point of all this is the point of. Go ahead, Moyak.
Sorry,
I'm just saying he's talking about a lateral force. He's been talking about lateral force the whole time, I think.
Yeah,
not
so the point of this
is go outwards towards the edge. It's not centrifugal or centripetal. It's this transport Coriolis.
Okay, so the point. My bad. So the point of this is that if you're on a rotating thing and you change your tangential velocity, you feel something. That's your point?
If you change your distance from the center of rotation, aka change your latitude, right? You're going to experience a force. That is the Coriolis force.
Just imagine.
Okay, not latitude. Hold on,
Jeremy,
Grim.
this is what I'm imagining. This is what I'm imagining, Jeremy's real quick. Imagine I'm sitting in a like a race car chair, right? And I have a rail that goes from the diameter to the edge. It does the whole diameter of the sphere, right? The radii. I mean, excuse me, right? So when he starts to speed up, right, and then I slowly allow myself to go closer and closer to the outside edge, I will feel like I'm in the car accelerating faster and faster, depending on how slowly or quickly I move my chair to the outside edge. So it just feel like you're in a car going forward and faster, plus the centrifugal force that you'll also feel. But I get it now. I appreciate that.
The point of this is, hold on, I didn't get a chance to respond to you from before. Please, RC. So the point of this is when you change your tangential speed and you're on a rotating body, you feel something.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's fucking profound. I'm gonna call my wife right now.
Call her, man. Hey, give her like 5 minutes, man.
And this brings me back to the airplane scenario I was describing to you, Jeremy, the other day. With when you travel north and south, you follow a dead straight line north and south, you will feel an acceleration and deceleration depending on which direction you're going.
And if you want to know my real reason is because I want to bring this up as like people so often will say, well, once you leave the ground, you're now out of the rotating reference frame. It's like, no, dude, you're still on a rotating Earth, even if you're in the atmosphere. You're just in the gas part of the rotating Earth versus on the ground part of the rotating Earth. But we claim that both of them are rotating, and the whole point.
That is a common My bad.
My entire point is that no, you haven't left the reference frame. You only leave the reference frame when you change your latitude, aka change your distance from the center of axial rotation, right? You can still be in the atmosphere and you're on Earth simply in the sense that like you're on the spinning body.
That's a common misconception with the Coriolis, Earth-based Coriolis effect. Yes, just being in the air doesn't do it. However, if you go up in the air, as you're going up, Coriolis like that, you would get Coriolis from coming down. You would get Coriolis from changing your latitude. Yes, multiple ways. You can
that's why I say it in the most general way possible. I'm sorry, going back. I didn't realize you started talking to me. Just very quickly, but the most general way that I find it's useful to say is that Coriolis will be experienced if being observed from a rotating frame. Something is moving in reference to it, right? If something's moving in reference to a rotating frame, any direction, the Coriolis will be experienced from that frame.
So, RC Maisty, from what you've said, you saying that just rising up, straight up, is not changing your reference frame?
Oh, I didn't say that. We didn't. I was just talking about one of the aspects of it. So, like changing your latitude, you're changing your distance from the center of axial rotation. Technically, going up and going down is also another reference, right? Yeah. That you can use. And indeed, because we are in a 3D object, there are really two of those dimensions that you can experience Coriolis in. And one of them is distance from center of axial rotation, just in terms of like going north-south, right, on something. The next one is actually going up and down, going farther away from the center. But it's so little, right? Even from 0 to 30,000 feet, that's literally 1.00000. You know,
it's still slight. I just wanted to make sure
slight.
that
it's still slight.
That it was agreed upon that it is the same going up in altitude as well.
Yeah. It's just that going up in altitude, you're going to change 30, let's just say, you're going to change 5 miles, right? Whereas in Earth transport precession on latitude, you might be talking about literally 5,000 miles, right? Over a given period of time, at which based on the time that it takes you to go that 5,000 miles, that's going to depend, or that's going to dictate how much of a force do you actually feel. And that's why if you look at the Z correction on the Earth transport precession parts of like the FA's navigation, like training sections, you'll see that like all of the tables have a speed, because how fast you're changing that latitude is going to dictate how much force you're going to be feeling.
Yeah. Because you have to change your lateral speed the same amount in a shorter amount of time.
Exactly. Yep.
About 2 miles per hour per minute.
Yep. There you go.
And
so that's why, like, a fighter jet going, Mach 3 is in a direct north and south, going from the North Pole and then on. It's actually going to experience enough Coriolis force for it to matter pretty significantly, right? Probably about 30 knots worth of correction. In fact, like the equivalent wind of about a 30 knot crosswind, which is crazy actually at Mach 3. But just not very many things travel Mach 3 for any extended amount of time.
And the way you experience Coriolis force is only through wind, right? There's no other way.
I'm glad you said that, Gummy Bear. I kiss you right now just as much as Jeremy's been kissing Rumpus, but not really. He's been kissing Rumpus a lot, dude. But I'm glad you said that, dude. It's a perfect segue, dude.
And funny.
Well, it is kind of worrying though too. Jeremy's married, and that doesn't matter. Because this is a simulation I made pertaining to, let's call it Florida and New York, and the wind in between Florida and New York. And I made this because we had a discussion with New Perspective about going north to south. If you're north to south, you can see how the wind would push you to the where you need to be into Florida. Well, I added in here a plane, which a green ball, which represents a plane, and I gave it some thrust so that it would go from Florida to New York. And we can see how even though
you made it a ball.
Why didn't you make it a ball?
Go ahead, my bad.
It's a ball because it's a fucking simulation, dude.
Love balls. Okay. Love balls. Just continue, please.
JJ the jet plane for Jeremy, but
it's an antagonistic ball. Go ahead.
It's a circle, is what it is. And anyways, the circle represents an airplane, okay? And anyways, all I've done with the airplane is I've given it some thrust. I've made it go north to the top, and you can see even though all I've done that's all I've done, and the wind going at the different speeds pushes it exactly where it needs to go as it gets up there. It lands exactly in fucking New York. Just by virtue
of upward and applying
thrust forward.
Isn't that convenient?
You don't have to adjust for Coriolis effect, you're saying?
The adjustment for Coriolis effect is done by the air, which everybody's been saying.
Which the wind is doing it automatically, so no need to adjust for Coriolis on that flight, you're saying, right?
Which everyone's
the wind's doing it for you. What's up?
Which is what everyone's been saying.
Okay, how about if you go from Florida to back up to New York?
That's even easier, dude. This is Florida to New York.
Is the wind still negating? Hold on, is the wind still negating Coriolis force on that trip?
It's not negating it. It's supplying
I misspoke. Is the wind still correcting your plane automatically for Coriolis effect?
Yeah, this is south to north, by the way. So this is south to north. But yeah.
Okay, how about in the reverse from the opposite way? Is the wind still adjusting you and you don't have to adjust?
That way's even easier to visualize because the wind's moving faster as you go south. So the faster eastward wind is going to be correcting your path.
Wait.
No need to adjust for. Yeah, this is crazy.
And you will be You'll be making adjustments throughout, man.
So Jeremy, here is the one place where you will have to adjust inside of an airplane for this is with things like mechanical gyros. Okay, so I actually found, I'll post the thing when I get home, but it's an older, like from the 1980s with the mechanical gyro. Like you get something called Earth Transport Precession, which is very similar to like Coriolis, but it's just with things like gimbals and gyros. But you actually do have to adjust for this in terms of your direction indicator, your gyro-driven direction indicator on airplanes from the 1980s that didn't have like auto correct based on GPS coordinates, and they were mechanical gyros. Yeah, you did actually have to do this.
Hey, so in one instance, I have a mechanical gyro where I do have to adjust for the Coriolis effect. Another instance, I have a laser ring gyro or whatever. I'm right in the middle. Hold on one second, please.
But it's not for another instance. It's for precession specifically.
Ring is a joke.
I don't think you have to adjust
for what? The precession due for what? Hold on, guys. The precession due to what?
due to Earth transport.
The thing I've been describing to Jeremy.
We're introducing new terms for some reason.
Because you guys are fucked on this one. In one case, there's a ring laser gyro in the plane, and I don't have to adjust for Coriolis effect on Kosho's flight because the wind's going to do it for me.
I never said that.
No, right? No, that's not what he said. We're saying these are two different things. Okay, one is what's the actual path of the airplane. The other one is how does the gyro inside of the airplane, how does it process because of Earth transport? And the answer is, well, like while the airplane is moving through the air, that mechanical gyro is keeping its rigidity in space in terms of a direction heading that we're using. That direction heading is going to need to be adjusted because of Earth transport precession on that gyro.
What is Earth transport precession? This is the first time I'm hearing these three words put together.
Jeremy, it's the thing I've been describing to you about the airplane, about that lateral force, that fictitious wind that that you have to keep up with the ground speed.
So this is Coriolis effect.
Yeah.
Well, that's what somebody else has been calling it all day. We'll just use that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Coriolis,
let's make sure, because I think it'll be confusing to introduce new terms. Just make sure that these new terms are being heard.
Well, so
if it's not Coriolis, then I mean, this whole time somebody was yelling at him that it's Coriolis. It's
it is
Coriolis.
So Earth transport.
So can we just use the familiar terms, please, RC, and not like try to switch terms? Like we're in the middle of a 3-year debate on.
I'm not trying to switch.
Hold on 1 second. I'm almost done. We're in the middle of a 3-year debate on Coriolis. Like let's keep using the same terms, please.
I'm just telling you that Earth transport precession is the word that we use in aviation to describe this particular precession that happens in gyros. Okay, that's why I'm using that. Okay.
Okay, that's dope. But it is the Coriolis effect, right?
It's caused by a Coriolis force. Yes.
So we're witnessing the Coriolis effect.
I'm saying, I would just.
Are we witnessing? Hold on,
yes.
Kosho. Are we witnessing the Coriolis effect with this gyro Earth transport precession?
And
RC.
Yeah, ultimately, it's due to the what you could call a Coriolis force. Yes.
So when we see the deviation, is this a deviation? Would we call that deviation the Coriolis effect?
No, we call it Earth transport precession. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Not Coriolis effect. So not Coriolis effect.
It is one of the Coriolis effects, right?
Yes, it's one of the effects that Coriolis has on particularly spinning objects like a gyro, right? With a gimbal on it.
Coriolis effect. Yes, Coriolis effect.
Why do you have to try and simplify this like this instead of actually trying to understand it?
I'm just trying to give you
you can say yes, Coriolis effect. It's like saying humans are grape ape. Or great ape.
Why are you playing word game?
I'm not playing.
Well, no, really. They're but they're also classified as great apes. So we could just go with this rectangle.
It's obviously
a rectangle. I mean, right?
It's obviously called something specific.
A square. Sorry, go ahead.
It's obviously called something specific, but I think, like I said, to make sure that we're communicating to these people correctly. It's not incorrect to say yes, it's caused by Coriolis. This is Coriolis, but it's a very specific form, and that's what RC Micey is trying to say. This is
okay. The precession in a gyro, the precession we see, the deviation in the gyro, we can call that the Coriolis effect, right?
It's ultimately due to the Coriolis effect, yes.
No, the Coriolis not due to the Coriolis effect doesn't cause anything. It's the
I don't know why.
Hold on, I was in mid sentence. I waited till you stopped talking, and I was in mid sentence.
I'm asking why do you want to redefine engineering terms? That's why
I'm in the middle of a sentence, bro. Relax, please. Let's have a calm conversation.
I'm wondering why you want to define.
All right, let me know when you're done spiraling.
I'm not spiraling. I'm just wondering why
Sounds
do you
like you are because
redefine
you're not letting me finish my sentence. Please relax, bro. We got to take turns. This isn't going to work.
I'm relaxed, dude.
Okay, there we go. Fine, thank you. So, where was I? Oh, the Coriolis. Yeah, you said this is caused by the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect doesn't cause anything. It's the effect we see. The cause would be something else, not the effect. You know how cause and effect works?
Jeremy, this is why I told you that the Earth transport precession inside of a gyro is caused by a Coriolis force because of Earth, because you are going from one latitude to another.
I'm going to mind wrestle you whether you like it or not.
This is exactly, in fact, Jeremy, this is exactly why I want you using correct terms with this, because you just conflated three things that are not to be conflated.
I didn't conflate anything. You tried to tell me that.
You conflated.
Oh, I thought you were done. My bad. I thought you were done. My bad.
You conflated.
Let me know when you're done spiraling, RC.
Nobody's spiraling.
It sounds like you are, because you're constantly not letting me finish sentences. I don't know why.
You conflated.
I'm letting you finish all your sentences.
Because you started off wrong, dude.
Let's let people finish, though. This helps the conversation move forward. If we just let people finish without going too long.
You conflated.
I don't even know what I was going to say now. Thanks, RC. Hey, listen, I can't talk to you if you're going to keep spiraling out of control like that.
Nobody's spiraling out of control, Jeremy.
Well, when you don't let people finish their sentences, it's kind of like spiraling, like getting all crazy with it.
Who got crazy? I'm just simply telling you that you've conflated.
And you kept interrupting him every time he tried to express his same thought, and you're just not letting him do it. And that's.
Let me ask this about is the Atfus effect Coriolis effect? Are they all Coriolis effects?
That's the part that gets confusing. Is Coriolis effect? Yes, encompasses everything that has to do with rotating frame and the deviation. Yeah, this is true.
That's why I like what Kosho said earlier.
But the Coriolis effect is also colloquially described as that one, north to south, south to north precession. But overall, Coriolis is the entire fucking.
So would I be using the correct terms if I said this deviation? I'd be using the correct terms if I was to say this deviation in the gyro is the Coriolis effect, Kosho?
I would say so. I would also say that I would.
All right.
I would have to, say that RC Micey is going to be more of an expert than me on this one. But for the communicative purposes, I would absolutely say that, especially in the frame of this conversation.
Yeah, so my phrasing is correct, and I'm not using it. Hold on, Grim. So my phrasing is correct, and I'm not using incorrect phrasing of terms when I refer to this as the Coriolis effect, the deviation, and the gyro. Thank you.
I would say, though, that it's fair, though, for RC Micey to indicate this specific thing and what it's called, but I think it's also fair to just make sure that, you include that, yes, this is Coriolis.
I think it's fair that if I'm using the correct terminology, that RC Micey doesn't tell me I'm using incorrect terminology or something. I don't know why that's happening.
Honestly, dude, I would refer to RC Micey, though. Like I'm saying, I wouldn't.
Flexing.
I'm not gonna pretend like I'm an expert of RC Micey. If RC Micey's saying something, I'm just refer to RC Micey.
Yeah. It's about as useful.
So it's an appeal to authority.
No, it's trust.
Jeremy,
I trust that they know more than I do about this.
All I'm asking you to do, Jeremy, is recognize the fact that there is this phenomenon called Earth transport precession, right? It is caused by Coriolis forces, right? It's an effect of Coriolis, right? Just one of the effects. It's not the entire encompassing body of the idea of Coriolis. It's just one of the effects that we get from the Coriolis force.
Well, you have an effect. I wouldn't doubt that there's some kind of effect there. I wouldn't be too quick to pin it to Coriolis.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that Coriolis can affect things. Those things that it affects can cause other things to happen, such as Earth transport precession, right, inside of a gimbal and a gyro.
And there's sometimes Coriolis doesn't cause anything. It's just a visual effect sometimes.
It depends on what we're talking about.
Excuse me, just real quickly, right? So the gyro doesn't actually move. Nothing fucking made the gyro move.
There is no precession because you have pendulous veins. I forgot about the
thing underneath it moved. Exactly.
I forgot about the pendulous veins.
You keep transferring the fucking onus to the other side on that.
Good call, Grim. Good call. What deviation and what in the gyro RC that got pendulous veins, right? Yes, I interrupted Grim to say that. Sorry, Grim.
That's fine. Yeah.
I'm reading about something. I'm reading from something called, actually, funnily enough, the website's called flightliteracy.com. I bet you RC Micey made this website. Anyways, flightliteracy.com tells us It's actually pretty cool. So right now defining gyro precession, and it's making a distinction between real precession and apparent precession. In which case, apparent precession, it includes it's broken up into Earth rate transport and grid transport precession, which I think is the one RCMIC is currently talking about.
Yep.
But is this stuff sound familiar?
But the thing is, he's calling it a force, and it's not a force, right? Why would you think that it was a force anyway? When just he says that the force moved the gyro, but the gyro stayed fixed and rigid. The force moved. There was no force. The plane just moved around the gyro.
Yes.
Yeah, but in my I could be wrong for describing it this way, but I don't think I am. But when I describe fictitious forces, I don't say that they're not forces because they're fictitious forces. I do just they are a unique type of force in which they're reference frame dependent. But I still talk about fictitious forces as if they're forces.
To me, it's like a shadow. A shadow is not anything. It's just the absence of a thing.
Well, here's the reality, right? A fictitious force like Coriolis can cause things to happen in real life, such as my real directional indicator to be offset from my track by about 3 degrees or 4 degrees or 8 degrees, depending on how fast I'm going and what latitude I'm at. And that's what I'm trying to say with Earth transport precession. It causes a real effect on a real instrument in the real world, right? But it's
I don't know what you're talking about with
causes and effect.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about with Earth transport precession. Are you talking about the Coriolis effect?
You're not going to pay attention, Jeremy. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not going to start changing. I'm in the middle of a 3-year Coriolis debate. I'm not about to start calling it something else because somebody wants to use nautical or aeronautical terms.
No, Jeremy, I'm trying to help you understand something that exists within actual aviation that we can actually use and to see why and how the freaking Earth rotates. Okay.
Okay, so were you talking about the Coriolis effect just now? When you said,
Jeremy, why? And then I gotta say this, Jeremy. So you're talking about the Coriolis effect. The Coriolis effect has many different flavors. This is one flavor. Why can you not understand that there are multiple flavors of something?
He just has a problem that he's not blatantly saying that it is, but I mean that he is saying it is though. So just be clear on that, Jeremy. This is Coriolis. That's fine. He's just saying this is a specific, description of it. So
well, you're claiming it's Coriolis. You honestly, you have no idea what it is. You see an effect that you don't have a cause for.
Okay, we're using the fucking terms, and we're using the knowledge and the fucking. We're right, dude. We could be on an alien planet where it's actually a plane and whatever else, but the way in which it's described, this is described as Coriolis, dude. Yeah. It's described as a result of Coriolis.
It's just flexing. It's like, it's no more useful though right now than if I'm say I touch this remote with my finger, and he goes, "Nuh-uh, your index finger."
It's
whatever, dude.
Electric. It's easy, right?
No, it was your thumb.
Oh my gosh. The reason I want to make sure that we're talking about this specifically is because this is an effect from the Coriolis force that you can see specifically on gyros when you are carrying this gyro from one place to another.
I know. I'm not even disagreeing with you at all, really. I'm not. I'm just saying that, it can be seen as a flexing moment. What I don't
want people conflating with is what we were originally talking about, which, so how much does the actual airplane deviate from ground track, right? Which is what Kosho was saying is already compensated for the most part by wind. Okay. And the fact that we're using thrust to get through the atmosphere, something that is separate from that. Now we're not talking about thrust anymore. We're talking about what happens to a gyroscope now. Well, that's called Earth transport precession. And that's why I'm trying to tell you is like, there's a little bit of there's a nuance here is like in one instance, we're talking about thrust, right? And an object moving through with thrust through the atmosphere.
Oh, yeah,
and another one, we're just talking about what is happening in the precession of a gyroscope when it's being transported.
Right. It's just, we got to be careful with the language we use when we're talking to people like that, when they're trying to figure out if there's something happening to the thing or not. And we tell them there's a force that's acting on the instrument when in fact that's really not true. The forces we all applied to the plane, the instrument stayed the same, the gyro, right? The force that we applied to the gyro was just the rotational force of the gyro itself, and then it stayed fixed in its position while the plane moves around the gyro.
Can I ask?
You blew my fucking mind.
I know.
Does anybody in here disagree with, like, if you were to just Google Coriolis force or effect definition, does anybody disagree what Google is going to give you?
Yes. A lot of us, that's kind of what we've been going over the past week or 2 weeks, but I feel somewhat responsible. To tell you the truth. I feel like we've been making sure that our definition is uniform between groups in this conversation.
Because like
using more general
reading the procession like as the apparent like deviation from straight, that's kind of like perspective interpretation. But Jeremy, bro, it's irking me, bro, that and I think Jeremy's really shilling you guys. Like Meisty, I think Jeremy just shilled the shit out of you when he was like, sometimes he said sometimes, and sometimes it's just a visual effect. Like Meisty, he got you to say that the conservation of momentum is the Coriolis force, basically. And Jeremy, it's irking me that you.
That's one thing that I disagree with. Also,
Don, the problem
I think that's always.
I saw that.
Observed.
Hold on a second, Don. The problem is, in the Coriolis example that me and Coach don't know to be Coriolis, where there's two guys in the park throwing a ball over a roundabout in the middle.
Right.
Hold on. There's mad people talking through me. Hold on. So in the example I've been detailing for the past week, where there's two guys in the park standing still, throwing a ball back and forth, and there's a roundabout in the middle of them, and the guys throw the ball to each other in a straight line, and then you put a guy spinning on a roundabout, and he observes the Coriolis effect. In that example, there is nothing. It's strictly a visual effect. There's literally nothing else happening except for a visual effect.
Except that is one of the Coriolis effects. The main one, the one described by Coriolis, is a physical thing. It actually freaking happens.
But by saying that, you're not disagreeing with Jeremy, though. I
disagree with Jeremy. Jeremy wants to define Coriolis.
Why?
He wants to define this one event in Coriolis as illusionary and pretend not happening, so that he can say that all Coriolis.
I hope that's not the case.
Happening, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I hope that's not the case. I hope that Jeremy.
No, I'm not strawmanning you. That's your fucking argument.
Strawmanning me.
No, I'm not strawmanning you. That is your damn argument.
Let me ask him.
That's not my argument.
Yes, it is. Exactly your. No, I'm not. It's exactly your argument, sir.
You're strawmanning me, dude.
I'm not strawmanning you. That's your argument.
You guys gotta go back and forth.
When have you heard me make that argument? When have you heard me make that argument?
So now you're gonna say that.
When have you heard me make that
argument?
Time.
All the time.
Say, guys, this is
when you say Coriolis is just illusionary.
Just say if that's the case, Jeremy. Just say either this is you describing the only example of Coriolis, or is this just one example of Coriolis, or one type of Coriolis?
This is the Coriolis effect. It's when the object appears. It's when the object appears to deviate, but doesn't actually and go straight.
See, that's it. You just defined all Coriolis as fake.
No, the definition of Coriolis is apparent deviation when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame.
Doesn't mean fake.
The definition of the Coriolis effect.
Fake.
Let's Google
it says pseudo force. It doesn't say that it imparts
hold on.
any
Inertial. In physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates with respect to and that's all I got.
Did you Google the Coriolis force or effect?
In physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a reference frame that rotates with respect to an inertial frame.
That may be the problem because you're reading off a definition for something. We're talking about the Coriolis effect.
Okay.
So are we.
Oh my God.
No, you just gave addition for the Coriolis force.
It's the same thing.
Listen, Jeremy, just listen. I'm going to say the same definition I gave earlier, the general definition that I use, and then anybody in the room who disagrees with me, just tell me what they disagree with, and then we'll go from there. Okay, the Coriolis force, we'll just say Coriolis. Coriolis will be observed if from viewing it from a rotating reference frame, some object and its path moving in reference to it. So an object and its path moving in reference to the rotating frame, as viewed from that rotating frame, this is where Coriolis will be experienced. Does anybody disagree with that?
That's when you see the Coriolis effect, exactly.
Let's see if anybody disagrees with that, because if someone does, then
So the deflection is caused the
So
Coriolis.
do we all agree that's the Coriolis effect? What Kosho just detailed.
You're going to
speak up now. If you disagree, speak up now.
Differentiate the Coriolis force and the Coriolis effect for me.
Do you disagree with what Kosho just said? I don't know why you want to move on to something else when we're on this.
Differentiate the Coriolis.
Do you disagree with what Kosho just said, bro?
Once again, distinguish for me the difference between the Coriolis force and the Coriolis effect.
Okay,
Go.
So you don't want to have a discussion
in my description,
about
I wasn't
it.
making a distinction.
We're trying to get the definition straight so we can have a conversation about it. Clearly, you don't want that to happen.
No, clearly, I want you to define for me the difference between the Coriolis force and the Coriolis effect, please.
Well, do you agree? Okay, I'm trying to. Do you agree with the definition Kosho just... Why are you making me yell, bro? We're trying to do exactly what you just said, but we can't go any farther until you agree or disagree with what Kosho just defined as the Coriolis effect.
I'll answer his question.
Holy
just so to be clear, though.
The question's not to you, Kosho.
Just hold on, dude. Hold on. I'm saying, to be clear, I purposely did not make a distinction between the two. So I'm not making a distinction. I'm saying Coriolis effect or force, whichever one you want to use. It's going to be observed when viewing the path of a moving object in reference to a rotating frame as viewed from that rotating frame.
Okay, and the Coriolis force is the cause of the Coriolis effect, or what?
No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not making a distinction between that. Peyton Asher wants to make a distinction between that. He can define the distinction, but.
Well, do effects cause things or do forces cause things?
Come on, man.
I'm just saying, we got to get this shit straight, bro. They're in here trying to say
definitions
cause things or do effects cause things, Don?
Definitions cause things.
Why don't we ask Peyton Asher to describe the distinction he's making?
I don't think there is a distinction. Jeremy's using it differently. He says the Coriolis force, and the next words are the Coriolis effect, and he talks like they're the same thing. Are they or are they not?
I am not talking like they're the same thing, no.
Then what's the difference?
I don't know. Effects are the things we see, which come from the cause of the effect.
Okay, so when you see it, it's the effect, right?
Yes, that's what we've been talking about, the Coriolis effect this whole time. Now, do you agree with Kosho's definition of the Coriolis effect?
It's not bad. Not probably. It's probably the best I've heard in words.
Well, I've
been saying that shit every day.
No, you haven't.
I'm trying to make it the most general form as possible so that we can agree with that, because it's used sometimes in a specific way, but I think most generally, I think that's the general effect is any path of something moving in reference to a rotating frame in respect to that rotating frame.
I think that we have to watch out for the definition of
We need to have the definition of things clear when we're talking about things. Otherwise, if you have a different definition than I am, what if we start talking about level? We're going to have a big problem if we can't agree on the definition, right?
I agree with you, man, because especially in this thing where it's a lot of stuff's contentious, as long as we're not only talking about definitions, we should be able to quickly describe what we're talking about to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Bro, your people's fucked. Yo, I can't believe they did that to us in Gems the other day.
Listen to me, dude. First of all, I got no problem with people in Gems. I got to say this too, man. One thing about agreeing about terms and coming to conclusions about the things we're discussing is it's not always necessary to be adversarial. And actually, it's probably kind of thwarts the whole process. So sometimes it's easier to share information without the adversary.
That's fine, but I'm telling you right now, no more leg drops. No more leg drops, all elbows. That's word to Macho Man. Okay, Kosho?
You were fucking
Kosho, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, emotions get involved.
Yeah, but not everybody's picking on you all the time, dude.
No, but dude, the other day he had beef me and fucking Zanny. Like we're about to fucking beat up Bob. I don't know how old Bob is, but I mean, he's like fucking talking like you were gonna jump this fool. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Fuck it, let's do it.
I told Bob we were about to put him in a figure 4 leg lock.
Jeremy's funny as fuck. And you're like, no, I didn't say I wanted to.
He never even asked me to. He just told me that we were getting ready to. And anyways,
you didn't even tell me. I think I was there for something like that. You're like, yeah, you didn't tell me we were going to do all this.
I was like, dude. But I'm just saying, you have to understand, this is the truth, man, because I know I'm guilty of it a lot of times. When you're in an engagement like that, or someone's engaging with you like that, you're certainly not prepared to concede to whatever they're saying to you, because they're fucking attacking you. So it's like,
I'll tell you
you're
right now,
prepared to defend your position, even when you realize that they're right.
Come on, I just now did it,
Listen,
dude. You saw
I
me
am
with
prepared.
what's his name just now, right? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I can see it now. And then I gave an example of how I was in the chair going towards the outside of the, you know,
Kosho, I am prepared. I'll tell you what
this
the thing is.
merry-go-round.
The thing is, you're not prepared for what I'm prepared to do.
Okay?
Okay?
See what I'm fucking saying to you, dude? Punch you in the stomach right now, dude. Listen to me. Yesterday with Rumpus, dude, your heart is in it, man. When I say your heart, I mean your gay love for Rumpus and Zanuck and stuff. Because
Bro,
when Rumpus, he
took me
agreed
to
with you,
school
dude. But
yesterday.
when he started to not agree with you, dude, you guys. So I was like, oh, Rumpus just agree with him again. I don't care anymore,
Dude,
he's gonna get so mad
what
at
were
us.
you DMing him? Were you DMing him saying, "Hey, don't agree to this.
No,
This fucks up the whole globe model"? Yeah.
no, I didn't say anything to him. I told him
did.
after the fucking hour and a half conversation of him talking with everybody else. I said, dude, and I explained it to him again. He's like, oh wait, actually, I wasn't fucking looking at it right.
Of course, yeah, I know. That's the game you guys play.
If you were getting so mad, I was like, Rumpus, just don't say anything, man. Just
Bro, he acted like we didn't know. He didn't know we were talking about geodesics the whole time as we're flying in a straight line over the globe, talking about the Coriolis effect from the spinning globe. Like he didn't realize it was geodesics. He started talking about a chord.
I'll be honest.
Come
that
on,
part,
bro.
Yeah, at the end, he was getting more confused than I thought he would be. But there was a lot of
He
people.
got flustered because he knew he was fucked, and I had him. What happened?
This is what I'm saying, man.
He got scared and he fucking. You see, he ran away. All types of shit. Classic Glober shit right there.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. No one's gonna be prepared to agree with you if this is the position you put them in.
Whatever, bro. I can't listen. It may not be the best way to go about this, but I kick the facts and the truth to the youth. Okay? To the adults, the youth, everyone is getting the truth. And you guys can't handle it.
You kick the facts and the truth to the curb.
I kick the truth to the youth. I say, hey, youth, here's the truth. Better start wearing bulletproof. No, seriously, though. What's up?
I'm waiting for new perspective because his question, honestly, it was a good question. Like because just to put it in, and like you said, like, oh, does it work north to south or south to north? But if you're going north to south from New York to Florida, right, and the winds are going eastward, Florida's going eastward, you would expect, okay, the winds are going to slowly push the plane to where it needs to be. That makes sense. But if you're going northward, you're going, Florida's going eastward, New York is going eastward faster than your plane is. You're going to be west in reference to the plane, and the wind is also going eastward, but it's just going slower as you go up there. And so I was trying to explain it in the frame of saying like negative wind, but that wasn't really making sense to him. But that's really what it is. It's like negative wind.
Excuse me.
That's a phrase that's going to go over well.
Fine, man. Showing it to be the case. In the simulation I made, that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing the negative wind, even though the wind's moving to the right, it's still pushing the plane to the left as you move north and get into the slower winds.
Is that like a vacuum wind, Kosho, you're talking about?
No.
Oh.
What does that mean?
It's like a wind
I don't
shadow.
know. What's negative wind mean? I'm trying to
Negative
figure it out.
Negative wind speed.
Wind shadow,
like a vacuum wind.
How's that? How's that? How do you have wind speed negative?
How do you have a negative vector? What direction is a negative vector point?
I don't know, bro. I know what wind is.
Direction. That's all it is.
I call it
negative
wind in the opposite direction.
Near infinite density. What's near infinite? How do you get
almost infinite? So close you can taste it.
It's infinity minus 1.
Infinity minus 1.
I called it pseudo wind, and like people got a little bit antsy about that one.
No, but I didn't even
think it though.
I always thought of it in reference to like the plane's moving, it's making corrections, it's making wind corrections, and it's making corrections regardless. But even if you were only letting the wind guide you, and you were just kind of pointed in the right direction, the wind speed is going to slow the plane down in that east-west vector as it moves through it. It's natural.
It's definitely called the net wind. Definitely.
Yeah.
slowing the
It's
driveway.
like you guys fucking make shit up as you go. It's like, oh, we can't really say this anymore. We have to
It's definitely wind. It's definitely
Okay.
Brother Walbert.
All right, the fucking Rain Man.
Walbert. The driveway.
No, but dude, for real, dude.
I'm gonna talk to some of my friends about negative wind. We'll see how much I get made fun of.
Instead, your friends are dirty people, dude. So,
well, they don't go around buying used flashlights at fucking.
Hey man, leave my
flea
markets out of this. Listen, man.
Come on, dude. Oh my god, I can't believe you said that. That's the funniest thing I've heard. I said, oh my god. Kosho, you're out of control, dude. You're just fucking making up shit now.
Hey man, I'm not gonna get specific about it, but I'll tell you this.
Are you kidding? Kosho is a master of that shit. He is a black Eskimo Jew. What are you?
Depends on the day. That's what it depends on.
Swiss Dutchman.
I do have a Dutch name, but hey, God Scalpel, it really is very Dutch. But God Scalpel, this GIF here, I made this trying to figure out what News Perspective was talking about and how it would work because I was describing it and it made sense. But I could see that even in my description, I'm not sure if that's the way it works. And so this is just me literally testing it out. Like this is how it works.
This red stuff, the red block.
The reds. Don't worry about the colors. Be the least confusing you can possibly be, and imagine that the bottom box is Florida, the top box is New York.
Oh,
the rate at which they're moving indicates their tangential velocity across the Earth. Okay, so the winds and the grounds, they're moving faster in the south, and they're moving slower at the north. And so that's all that's happening is it's flying north. You expect the plane to actually be to be east of New York because it started off with a faster tangential speed. But as it moves through the wind actually slows it down. Even though it's also moving eastward, it's moving eastward slower. And that actually will help the plane to slow down in that vector.
So it's like a negative wind.
Yeah, it is.
You're fucked, man. Just make up some more fucking terms for next week, would you? I can't wait to hear them.
It's just relative wind, right? It's
relatively negative. It's not actually negative, man.
He's not going to drop.
It's moving at 900 miles per hour at Florida. It's moving at 700 miles per hour in New York. It's not acting on the plane westward, but because it's all moving eastward, and even though it's moving eastward, it actually will slow the plane down and move it westward. That's what the whole negative thing is. But you don't have to call it negative wind. It's just that it's slowing the plane down, even though it's still moving to the right.
Yeah,
you say so, man. Whatever you say, Kosho, you are definitely
I'm showing you what happens.
I see you made a computer program of it, so it's got to be true.
It's
got to be. Look at the Pac-Man. Like you might get a fucking copyright straight.
Why would it work here and not somewhere else?
Yeah, why would it work on the computer and nowhere else?
Why would this
Come on, man?
I imagine that I throw the ball myself. You know, it makes it easier to if you're part of it. You know, just imagine you're the one throwing the little green ball, and you'll want to accept it.
Right now, it makes more sense.
As you move northward, and the wind is acting east, still moving eastward. It's just moving slower eastward. It's never moving westward. But technically, in reference to your eastward speed, it is moving westward. And that's where the negative thing comes from. It's not actually negative, but it's negative in reference to your eastward velocity. So it
like a net negative wind. Is that what?
Yes.
Net negative.
Net negative in that vector in reference to your starting velocity.
Good job. What about the top one? How come there's no ball up there?
Because it's a teaser. That's a teaser, man. I made this. The fucking New Perspective's not even here, dude. And so it's like so I got to show them that one first and say this is Florida and New York, and this is the wind, and then I'll show the fucking ball.
And then you'll drop the hammer on him. Look at this ball go.
Honestly, I mean, I would thank him because I'm not trying to win something with him. It's just he asked the question, and yeah, I mean, honestly, I even though I explained it that way, I wasn't 100% sure it would work that way.
Tell him I'll bet you a bushel of Tootsie Roll Pops. I mean, I could use a Tootsie Roll Pop right now.
No one gets convinced by this stuff, man. You know.
Well,
Oh, he's
gee,
here,
I wonder
dude.
why. I mean, you didn't
Dude,
even label the shit. You didn't
Dude, he's
even
here, dude.
label anything.
Yeah,
He's
it's
here,
pretty
dude.
much. You didn't put much effort into this, Coach.
Yeah,
Somebody said
nothing.
The man of the hour is here.
Who's that?
New perspective. The guy made this for.
Oh wow, he's lucky him. I can't wait to hear
glad
his
you missed your whole fucking
Perfect timing.
line of questioning.
Kosho's animations usually. Kosho's animations. Go ahead.
Could you maybe label it right quick for him?
No, I'm not going to do anything. I'm
Well,
going to tell new perspective. Very quickly. New perspective.
Hold on. Kosho's animations are usually very, very low quality and not accurate at all.
They work on there. I don't know why they won't work in real life.
I'm a novice. I'm just a little baby compared to these guys' animations. The ones they provide.
Come on, Kosho. You got to be able to take it a little bit. I know.
I'm just saying, you guys. No, it can easily take it because you guys are two dudes who provide nothing. Yet you're fucking complaining about the shit I'm providing. Don't make any
I wasn't complaining. I was trying to help you. It was like constructive criticism. I'm like, hey, man.
I appreciate your line of question.
I wasn't even trying to help you, and I wasn't complaining.
I was just like, maybe if you labeled shit, it might be better.
That's fine. It's fine. Jeremy's mic is pissing me off, but new perspective. Do you see the GIF I posted with the red background?
Don't mind the color.
Okay, new perspective. I just want to give you a description of what everything represents. The bottom block represents Florida, and the top block represents New York, and the path in between them and the other moving shit represents the wind. Okay, this is a representation,
atmosphere.
not to scale.
Is New York getting further? Like, wait a minute.
Am I looking at the globe thing that you put in here?
No. It's a red background with two white blocks.
Wait a minute. And it's New York and what?
Hold up, dude. Hold up, because I'm trying to explain this from a new perspective. So hold on.
But I got a quick question. It's New York and what?
Hold on, so I can make sure.
Miami, Florida.
Miami. Why is New York and Miami drifting away from each other, though?
I think make sure new perspective is paying attention.
Well, he's probably wondering why.
I don't see it.
Okay, new perspective. It's in Livestream 1 text. It's posted at 5:56. It's like the last 4 posts in there.
And New York's running from Miami. I mean, it's pretty realistic.
That's fine, man. That's fine, dude. Save the commentary until after, or maybe the DVD or something. But let me just real quick.
Right. This is the balcony Muppet moments. We have to
I'm sorry.
It'll be funny. It'll be funny in the DVD. You know, after you've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Commentary.
I'm just wondering why New York's running away from Miami. But sorry.
New perspective. You see it now?
No, can you just repost it? I'm trying to scroll up. I don't see it.
That's fine. I'll do that for you. But
all right, no, I see it. No,
it's literally only 3 posts up.
But I'll do it for you.
It's only 3 posts up.
Hold on. So New York is the top white box, represented by the top white box. Florida is represented by the bottom white box, and the area in between is the air. And this is a representation of their tangential velocities, right? Because Florida is going to be moving faster, and then you move slower and slower as you get to New York, right? This is a representation of this tangential velocities.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. Why they're moving fast.
If he had labeled it, it would have made more sense.
That's fine. That's why I'm speaking to him, dude. Okay. Jesus Christ. Anyways, so you following along new perspective, okay? All I've done is I added a plane. It's represented by the green ball. It's a plane. It's moving north. All I've done is I've given it a thrust. So I started out at the same potential velocity as the bottom wind, and then I added a thrust that goes directly up, and this is what happens. It's there's no thrust left or right. It's just thrust upward. You can see the thrust, or the wind. I'm sorry. Even though the wind is moving eastward or to the right as well, the wind that's moving slower as it gets north will push the plane back, like acting westward on the plane, guiding it back to or slowing it down at least in that vector.
You think this explains it?
This explains your question, dude. This is the fucking thing you asked me, dude. I fell asleep doing this shit. I woke up, you're gone.
Oh no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to say I don't appreciate it. I'm just saying that it doesn't answer the question.
What are you talking about? Ask the question again, then, and somebody else answer it. Ask the question again.
It does.
No. Well, do you know what the question is?
No, I'm saying ask the question to everybody. So ask the question to everybody, and somebody else will answer.
Well, you're saying that, okay, we're just talking about a plane that's going from New York to Miami, and then vice versa, Miami to New York. The winds are always, the wind, quote unquote, atmosphere is always going east, from west to east, right? So you have an eastwardly wind, right? So the plane could maybe pick up, you would think, from the atmosphere an eastwardly direction from an eastwardly wind to catch up to the place where it's going. That I could imagine, right? But when it's going north, the eastwardly direction of the wind has to slow the eastwardly direction down. And you would think that it's west. That's all I was saying. You would think you would need a westwardly wind to slow down an eastwardly movement.
What?
But you're saying that. I don't need you to just come in and start calling me stupid and saying,
you are, because
being negative. I'm asking you, I'm saying intuitively you would think.
Hey, nice show.
Once again,
all I'm saying is intuitively you would think you would need a westwardly wind to slow down. See, this is how you know that I'm getting to something.
No, you're good, man.
Like, oh God, why are you asking a question?
You're totally
confused.
Why are you
asking something that you're confused about? Not confused. I'm telling you, intuitively, anyone would agree. You would think. I'm not claiming I know anything.
Well, then why are you talking?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm talking about the intuitiveness of this. You would think you would need a westerly wind to slow down your eastwardly movement.
He's right. New Perspective is right about that, and that's exactly why when I described it earlier, I said a negative wind speed or whatever, even though it's not a negative wind speed, in reference to your initial tangential velocity, the one you start out with, it is a negative wind speed, but it only in reference to that, and that's why it acts westward to you. That's why in this GIF it pushes him to the left.
He's conflating.
Oh yeah, it would be nice if it works that way. I'm not trying to even conflate anything. The reason I brought this up is because yesterday Rumpus said the atmosphere would move the plane into its new tangential speed without the pilot doing anything. It would just automatically do it for you.
But I've shown that in this GIF. Even though this GIF is not reality, this GIF represents all the components and their properties that would exist in reality. The wind is there; it's moving at different speeds. It has a kinetic effect on the ball as it's moving in the upward vector. This is how it would behave. It would help to guide the object so that it will help to slow down its tangential velocity as its tangential velocity slows down.
I get that this is a visualization that makes it work for you in your mind, but you're talking about 1,000 miles per hour linear speed, right, in air that needs to slow down 300 miles in the opposite direction, right?
How long?
I'm not even talking to you, dude. Just shut up.
What happens if you
NASA show coming in and just being your negative? Hey, what do you think when you start grilling me about things that you don't even? You're not even hearing me out.
You understand
don't start. You're sounding like
NASA, you gotta be
It's not fair to just interrupt.
Dude,
so
it's like you're jumping on me because you know that I'm making a good point, and it sounds bad if I'm hearing.
No, it's because you're misunderstanding it and he wants to explain it to you.
Yeah, I'm not even misunderstanding it. I'm just explaining why intuitively it wouldn't seem to make sense. I'm not even arguing anything right now.
If we let him finish, we can address his full point.
Either way, I muted Page Shield just because he was interrupting. So go ahead.
Ridiculous. So if you're going from New York to Miami, and it's always going to be an eastwardly direction of the wind, right? You could imagine that the plane might, on its own, without the pilot doing anything, banking, trying to account for anything, we're taking the regular local winds out of the picture, right? Just the atmosphere acting like a wind pushing the plane. Well, you would think the plane might be pushed into the tangential speed of a higher miles per hour latitude than because it's moving with the plane and pushing the plane along with it eastwardly as it goes south towards Miami. But then if you go from Miami to New York, it's going to have to slow down 200 miles or 300 miles per hour, wherever you're headed. Now, the winds quote unquote, atmosphere are still moving eastwardly. And Rumpus's argument was that the eastwardly winds moving in the same direction of the original 1,000 miles per hour eastward direction of the plane is also going to slow down the plane in just the same way, even though it's moving with the plane instead of pushing it back to slow it down in the opposite direction. Intuitively, you would think you would need a westwardly direction to slow an eastwardly movement down. And he's saying an eastwardly direction, just because it's slower, is also moving the plane down in the same way. And it's not, you wouldn't think it would affect the plane the same way, or you intuitively, you wouldn't think it could affect the plane in the same way, moving with it as opposed to against it. Does that make sense to everybody?
No, not at all. None.
It doesn't make sense to you?
Nope.
That if the Earth was a spinning cylinder, there would be no Coriolis effect.
Wait, so the two things that you guys just said, Peyton Answer Shield, you haven't said anything yet, but there's no one's describing a spinning cylinder.
I understand that. If it was a cylinder, it wouldn't have a Coriolis effect because you don't have different tangential speeds. Yes, I understand.
But no one's describing a cylinder.
Well, what you're showing here is like a cylinder.
It's not.
That's warping.
You just said it yourself, New Perspective, that if it were a cylinder, there wouldn't be a different Coriolis because there wouldn't be a difference in tangential speeds as you move across the from one end of the cylinder to the other end of the cylinder. The tangential speed will be the same.
Right.
That's why I've drawn something.
Why does that matter?
That's why I've drawn something that has different tangential velocities because this is representing what happens on the Earth. It's not representing.
No, I can see why. I can see that you're representing what the way you could see it. But how is this slowing the plane down? So you're saying it's in that lane. It's going to have to slow down just because it's in that lane.
No, right? It's not about lanes.
You're not describing the force that's slowing it down.
Yes, it's not about lanes. It's about the wind speed. The wind speed itself. It's if you're imagine it's a ballistic, even though it's not. Your airplane is moving at the tangential velocity of Florida, about 900 miles per hour eastward. As it moves north, and the wind speed gets slower, about 200 miles per hour slower as it gets to New York. As it moves through that, the wind speed in reference to the airplane's tangential speed, the initial speed, is negative. Meaning, even though it's eastward, the vector would be acting westward on the plane.
You can't imagine it's a ballistic because one's powered flight and the other is not. So
I'm not telling you to think of it as a ballistic. I'm just telling you to think of it.
Well, you did actually.
No, I said it's not. I said it myself. It's not a ballistic. It's not a ballistic. It's moving through the air.
But imagine it's a ballistic.
I'm saying that and saying that there's nothing else acting on it. Is what I'm trying to say. There's nothing else acting on it except for it moving through the air.
That's
the air and its tangential speed.
Latitudes more towards the equator. Always have a faster wind over ground speed, Kosho. It's ridiculous. You're conjuring demons that don't exist. This wind.
Please don't do that.
It's ridiculous.
Don, the plane's moving from Florida to New York. It's going from 700 miles east to 900 miles per hour east, tangentially with the Earth. Okay. The wind, as it's moving from 900 to 700, I mean.
When does it do that?
Don. As it's moving from 900 to 700, it still has 900. What is it? Don?
What is it?
For a second, Don. You don't know what the question is, Don, so stop.
What is it?
Don.
The plane?
Stop, dude. Please.
It is moving, Coach. I can't hear you. I need to ask you what it is.
Just
is it the plane?
Clarify what it is, please. And Don, let him finish, please. Come on.
Don, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't figure out what the big speed difference is, too. Especially if it's a plane.
Intuitively, you would think that if a plane is being pushed with the atmosphere, you could imagine that it might increase its linear speed. Not that I think it does do that or could do that. It's not, planes aren't meant to accelerate sideways to begin with. This is all ridiculous in imaginary land. But just to beg the question and try to point out the inherent contradiction in what Rumpus was explaining, and or anyone that thinks that the atmosphere is going to slow the plane down, moving with it, rather than pushing it the opposite direction to slow it down.
The atmosphere is moving slower and all these different things. The atmosphere ain't doing that shit. The atmosphere is moving at wind speed.
Well, the atmosphere is not doing that. We're on a completely stationary Earth. I understand that. We all know that. Or most.
I know, but that's not what Don's saying either. Don's describing it on a globe and describing the wind speed. But then this is the problem, is that we're using terms for two different things that are actually two different things. So, like, Don, when we say wind speed, we don't mean the wind speed in reference to the surface, which you're right, Don. The wind speed doesn't include the tangential velocity of the Earth's rotation. But we're talking about the tangential velocity of the air in the inertial frame.
Right.
That's what we're talking about when we say wind speed.
You are conjuring demons when you're saying this. Now
we're not done. No, we aren't.
It's true. They are conjuring demons because they have to say that the atmosphere moves in lockstep, but not in lockstep with the Earth, and it acts like a wind on the plane, even though there's local winds that act on every direction, act on the plane in every direction. So it's a total contradiction right there. But ignoring all that, just to beg the question, if the atmosphere did move with the Earth in a viscous way, not in lockstep, but sort of in lockstep, along with the Earth, and it's pushing the plane forward from the side somehow to make sure that the tangential speed is the same, so you could never see anything but what seems to be a stationary Earth below in your north to south direction. If that were true, then it acting on the plane to slow it down, moving with it, doesn't make any sense, even though your graphic here makes it make sense to you.
Right, because he's not including the actual consistency of the wind across this shell of atmosphere. Right, when you go to modeling, Kosho, it's going to break down. You can already see it. You're gonna take the energies.
Don, can I please tell you something, Don? You're so far behind what we're actually talking about that you're confusing what I'm trying to say to New Perspective. Because I know, and I know, Don, I know that you're correct. I'm not trying to tell you you're wrong. I'm just trying to tell you that you're not on phase with what we're describing, and it's confusing the whole situation.
You're going to give him this assimilation bullshit. I understand the drag into the and I'm back.
Okay. It's okay. Let him do it. He understands it.
Let me agree with Kosho. I said he's going to school y'all on this a couple miles an hour assimilating into the new speed. He's got that bullshit. Okay, so
it doesn't work though. It doesn't work. He can explain it the way he wants to, but it still doesn't work intuitively because you're talking about slowing the plane down with a wind, quote unquote, atmosphere moving along with the Earth, right? And it's moving along in the same direction as the plane, not against the plane to slow it down. You would think you need a pushing force in the opposite direction to slow it down to that new tangential speed.
Let me ask you
something moving with it.
Let me ask you a serious question. Go ahead.
Can airplanes change their speed?
We're talking about what Rumpus said, that the pilot wouldn't need to do anything consciously. It would just automatically happen. It would just actually happen on its own without the pilot consciously correcting for Coriolis. We're not talking about
can airplanes change their speed? It's a yes or no question.
Of course. What are you talking about?
So what's the problem with changing your speed 200 miles?
Not what we're talking about, though. Does
it have sideways brakes? Can it change its own speed sideways? No.
There's a big problem.
It can bank, but it can bank, but it doesn't have sideways brakes, right?
It can bank.
It's not trying to match the tangential speed. You're not even understanding the whole thing, NASA.
You don't have
We're talking about the plane. We're talking about the plane doing it on its own.
Hold on a second. Listen.
We're talking about the atmosphere causing the plane to do it on its own. That's what we're talking about. Not the pilot consciously doing it.
Well, that pilot is consciously flying this thing because he's consciously flying a ground track. Right. If he gets blown, if the Coriolis,
you could correct for Coriolis.
Hold on, New Perspective. Now you're interrupting him. So, Pete, go ahead.
He's correcting for his ground path. Coriolis is a very, very small part of this. Most of the one is the winds that are blowing in the United States from west to east. Guess what? Because of Coriolis, but that's a whole different argument. He's flying a ground path from Miami to Florida. You're going to fly over Bahamas. You're going to go north to South Carolina and then over land. You're going to fly this ground track. It's specified.
Did you say he's going to...
Right. Wait a minute. Right there, you just said the winds are blowing west to east, as if all winds blow west to east.
In the United States,
you know that's not true.
In the United States, the winds at altitude are from west to east predominantly. Okay, there might be some exceptions to the rule, but for most of the time, the trade winds in the United States are from west to east.
Can you just tell us again what they're going to fly over on the way to Florida? Did you say they're going to fly over the Bahamas or Bermuda?
No, the Bahamas. Bermuda's way off there. You fly out over the
Bahamas on their way to Florida from New York.
Correct. You go off coast, and then you fly up to South Carolina over the ocean and go. And I've done
Hey,
this.
NASA still. What happens if you have a river flowing left to right? If you got a wind blowing right to left that's stronger than the river flow, what's going to happen to the river?
Hold on 1 second. I don't think NASA is familiar with the geography of America and the.
Oh, you should look. You should look where the Bahamas are, and when you fly out of Miami, you will fly east a little bit and turn north. You will fly over some of the islands of the Bahamas. Look on the map.
So they're not flying in straight lines, because RC showed me a bunch of airplane routes, and they were all going in straight lines from city to city.
They're more or less straight lines. I mean, there are arrivals. You got to get to. I mean, it's not like you fly. A lot of these straight lines will put you at the airport at a 90-degree angle. You got to go off and get sequenced and all that kind of stuff.
All right, I don't want to derail this whole thing. Anyways, go ahead.
In the big picture, you're flying point to point.
Okay. Anyways, please continue. Sorry for the interruption.
I have a problem with that. It's beside the point, in my opinion. But that's regardless. If you're thinking that the westwardly or west to east winds are what's causing the plane to slow down in the opposite direction, still it doesn't matter.
You have drag on the airplane.
And talking about the intuitive contradiction,
you have drag
that a wind moving along with it is going to slow it down rather than moving against it. That's all I'm saying.
You have drag on the airplane. Winds will cause drag in the airplanes. Engines counteract this drag. If you want to slow down, all you have to do is pull the throttles back, and guess what? You can slow down. You take off.
I'm not talking about if it could slow down, though.
Well, then
talking about the idea that Rumpus. We were talking about it. You weren't.
I don't know
what
Rumpus said.
But we were talking. Rumpus said the Coriolis effect or whatever Coriolis force would cause the plane without the pilot even being aware of it, to slow down to the new tangential speed, even though the winds are moving with the plane that's already moving faster than the atmosphere it's moving into. And the slower atmosphere moving with the plane is going to cause the plane that's already moving faster to slow down, even though it's moving with the plane rather than against the plane, which you would think you would need an opposite force to slow it down. That's the intuitive.
I have a problem with something that was said. Kershaw said the tangential speed will press upon the plane. I have a problem with that. That never happens, because if that happened, that would be a massive Coriolis effect. We don't see that.
Miles per hour per minute.
None of this happens because we're on a stationary Earth. Let's just get that straight. None of this happens. It's all imaginary.
Explain that one point to me. How
one at a time.
Press upon the plane.
The ground speed presses on the ground
please.
speed of the.
Okay, I'm going to display one last time. Okay. Probably not one last time. So I'm going to display something again. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say they say it doesn't happen, but we have measurements of it. So sorry, that's your luck. But once again, wrong.
Okay, I just want to display this one last, again. And what I'm displaying to you, just to be clear, just to be absolutely clear, all I've done here is I've had the blocks at the top and the bottom. They're obviously moving faster and slower. The other one that represents Florida and New York, and their tangential velocity. The air in between there's just light little air, fucking pellet particles, whatever. That represents the air on Earth, okay? And the air is moving at different tangential velocities.
I disagree.
Hold on, Don. Don't say anything. Don, don't say anything at all. I prefer if you didn't say anything at all.
Why do you keep ignoring this?
I definitely prefer if you don't say anything until I'm done.
You're going to repeat your shit?
Don, please let him finish. You're next, okay? You can be next.
Swear to God, dude.
He ignored it.
Hold it in, dude. Please. Hold it in.
Don, we got to let people, guys, we got to let people finish.
That's what fucking pisses me off, dude. I wouldn't have to do this 2 times if you just fucking don't talk until I'm done.
I know. Nobody interrupt, or I'm going to mute you for the rest of the week.
Yeah. What I'm saying to you is these moving different speeds. It represents the tangential velocities of Earth. The wind, it represents the tangential velocity of the wind. With the ball, all I've done was I've made a ball that's moving at the same tangential velocity as the wind at that fucking position. I haven't changed the tangential velocity of the ball. I've given it thrust so that the thrust acts in the opposite direction vector, because there's 2 north and up and down. That's all I've added. So the only thing I've given to the ball is that it's going up. The wind itself, obviously in the case of the bottom one, that's the one New Perspective says is intuitive. You would expect the wind to be able to help push the ball that way because the wind's already moving that way. The one in the top one, you wouldn't expect that to happen because, not intuitively at least, because the wind's moving that way as well. But because the ball is moving faster than the wind at that specific place, it's going to act as a negative direction. So it's going to push it the opposite direction, is what's happening.
Yeah, but you're saying that the wind moving with it is pushing it in the opposite direction, and that's the contradiction.
Not the wind moving with it. The wind when it gets to that position. There's no wind.
Or as it gets to that position, the wind moving with it is slowing it down.
Right, because it's moving faster in that direction than the wind is, which equates to a negative direction, which equates to the opposite direction.
But that contradicts your idea of conserved speed.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, because you guys are saying that unless an equal and opposite force acts on the
it's modifying conserved speed.
It needs to be an equal or opposite force, not a force going along with it.
What are you saying, Don? I'm sorry, Don, but you just pissed me
I
off.
understand. I'm sorry. I understand. And that's, dude. It's like, dude, show us how the wind is not trumping your shell of your atmosphere.
What does that mean, Don?
Okay.
We all know that winds move in every direction. So even that, then if you add the winds back into the scenario, which could be moving in the opposite way to help it slow down, sure, that's possible, but that's not the direction of the atmosphere.
Okay,
it could be moving, and it could be making the winds in the eastwardly direction even stronger, because according to what NASA show's saying is that the trade winds move eastwardly in general, right?
Okay,
then you're saying it's moving. It would be pushing the plane along, and helping it, even though it's moving slower.
Let's put this in perspective.
Slowing it down. So it doesn't work. I'm just saying it doesn't work. This is all imaginary land anyway. The reason it doesn't work is because we're not moving.
I got it, man. You don't have to add that in.
All of this is trying to make it seem like it would work if we were moving.
Hold on,
we are moving. We are moving. The Coriolis effect proves it. So does the focal pendulum. You can do this. You can do these yourself.
Guys, rhetoric does not need to be added in. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to add that in new perspective. We know that you don't do that.
Okay. So I just want to caveat.
And pilots have these two or four, depending on the airplane, big levers that are between them that control the thrust of the airplane that make it go faster and make it slow down. So
I want to
guys, hold on one second, Kosho, 1 second. Guys, we've been doing this for years. It's not going to hurt to give Kosho a new perspective, like 5 or 10 minutes.
No.
Out of the years we've been doing this for, please.
Yeah, other people can jump in, but just not with the rhetoric. That's just like there's no need to just add that in. We know that you guys believe it's flat. We know you guys believe it's a globe. Let's just talk about the.
I'd like to talk with
you. No, we just don't believe it's moving.
Okay, regardless. But I'm trying to respond to what you said that made sense though. New perspective, and now I'm forgetting what it was. You said that you were talking about
equal and opposite force, right?
Okay, exactly. Okay, but that's what I'm saying is you have to consider the white blocks as being the 700 and 900. So let's put it into perspective. And let's say that's the difference in those speeds. That makes the differences in those air speeds to be somewhere in between that. And what you said is like considering the weather. The wind speed in reference to the Earth and the wind speed in reference to the inertial frame are so unimaginably different rates that if we made these blocks represent like the local wind speeds or whatever, it's not going to change the way it looks. It'll still look like it's moving like that. You know what I mean?
Disagree.
Well, okay, but wait a minute. Okay, so the whole line that we did about Coriolis being such a minimal effect compared to winds, right? Now you're saying that the winds aren't going to make a difference, but the Coriolis or the tangential speed of the atmosphere will make a bigger difference than the winds.
No, this is what we're describing when we say that the winds are going to guide it. Like the winds are going to be hiding it. I mean, but
that's beside the point, because we're talking about a wind moving with the plane, slowing it down, which doesn't seem to be right. You agree? Intuitively, it doesn't seem right.
The wind's not moving with the plane.
It's not an opposite force.
The wind's not moving with the plane, though. The plane's moving through this grid system, right? So the plane is moving independent to the wind. The wind, as it's moving further north, is going to be going at a different eastward speed. So it's not moving with the plane. It's moving into a slower and slower eastward wind.
I disagree.
Okay. So if a slower eastward wind is going to slow down a faster eastward object, you get the concept.
Exactly. If you think about it mathematically, which is the way you're supposed to think about it, is the sideways eastward speed of the plane and the eastward velocity of the wind is becoming less and less, meaning if you started them out as being the difference between them being 0, the difference between them as you go north is going to be negative. And so this negative wind speed is going to be acting in the opposite direction of the way it's going, which is westward.
What? Right. That's the contradiction. You're saying an eastward wind is going to act westwardly on the plane.
More or less. It's a weird way of saying it.
That's contradiction
on it, and he's still ignoring it. Coach, I'm a one-on-one this with you later, bro. We need to talk about your little diagram.
You're talking about a ground speed wind. You know, the wind, or in this model, you're showing a ground speed wind where the ground is at the same speed as the air, right?
That's
You're
right.
not showing trade winds or anything. So I agree then with your image that this will cause it to track exactly like that. It'll.
What's the tangential speed?
Show me the piece of air that's at the same.
Hold on for a second, dude. Hold on for a second, dude.
You talk over me. No, I've been holding on for a minute.
What's saying to me,
bruh? Listen
guys,
up.
We gotta control ourselves, guys. Please.
Okay, Moyak, hold that thought, Moyak. I'll get back to it if I can remember what the hell you asked.
Y'all keep letting them conjure demons like it ain't shit. It's disgusting.
Well, what's the problem, Don? That we can't continue this. What's going on?
He keeps just taking the assumption of the air is moving with the ground. The air and the ground speed is the same, or the ground and the air above it is the same speed. You don't let him conjure that. That's bullshit. It ain't the fucking thing.
Okay. You and Mr. Moyak, I'm gonna get 2 birds in 1 stone. Okay, you and Mr. Moyak live close enough to each other, so I'm gonna use Virginia Beach. Okay, I want you guys to describe to me accurately, if possible, what the tangential speed of on the ground at Virginia Beach Airport. And the and the speed tangentially in reference to the inertial plane, the air is at 30,000 feet in the same location.
God, I have no idea.
Okay, well, you can't do it accurately. Then estimate what the difference is between these 2 speeds: the air speed at 30,000 feet at the airport, and the ground speed, tangential speed. And when I say air speed, I mean the tangential.
And I'm not. That's not the.
Okay, just only if you're not going to answer the question, let Moyak.
I'm referencing that.
That's not something I can give you an intuitive answer to. I
don't know but about a range, because this is what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to reference that. I'm sorry.
Listen, you guys are claiming that this is not accurate because there's some big discrepancy between those values. I'm asking what that discrepancy is.
I agree with it.
No,
I agree with it.
I'm saying that you're not going to find this fucking tethered atmosphere because the wind is constantly doing what it's doing. If you're going to say that there's a tethered fucking atmosphere, you need to show the model, the energy models, Kosho. This little diagram that you made, it can't fucking be solved mathematically.
Okay, now that you said it again, dude.
Make bullshit happen. You're so full of shit, bro.
You're saying it again, Don. I understand what you're saying.
Hold on, guys.
Okay. Now I'm asking you, if you want to make your criticism actually valuable, then please tell to me what the range is. You can say you can be off a little bit. I don't care. I just want to know what this difference is that you're describing. You're right. There is a difference. There is wind. Wind is real. Okay. But what's the difference between the ground? Let's say it's moving 750 miles per hour tangentially, inertially, right? And the air. Is it 1,000 miles different? 1,000 miles per hour?
No.
Is it maybe only 10 or 15 or 20?
The point,
right? Is it something closer to that?
Energy of friction of the ground of the earth causing friction on the air above it, chain linking friction to more air above it. That amount of energy is trumped by the amount of energy that the wind is blowing around with. Therefore, you don't get your little fucking diagram of lies of the fucking 2 winds of the ground pulling all the air in one direction while the wind gently pushes it in the other. You don't have that much energy in reality. You're conjuring bullshit.
You guys are raving madmen right now, and you're making
real energy. Real fucking because you're full of shit.
Stop, dude. This is pissing me off. This is really pissing me off, dude. Because unless you're going to actually make your criticism valuable, please don't speak up, dude. Like, I understand your criticisms, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. Make it valuable. Tell me what the difference is or what the maximum difference is, and we'll see if it's going to be relevant. I'm going to tell you my opinion. The maximum difference is not going to be relevant because the airspeed from the ground to 30,000 feet or the ground to 10,000 feet or whatever altitude we want to say above the same location is not going to exceed 100 miles per hour unless it's a fucking storm or shit like that.
Tell them about how it's moving in. Hold on.
It's not moving in lockstep. It's not moving in lockstep, but the two numbers are not going to exceed some fucking. It's not going to be a big difference. If it's 750 on the ground, it's not going to be fucking 200 fucking in the sky. Okay.
What do we call that difference between the ground and the air moving over? I think we call that wind, if I remember.
Right.
Oh my God!
That's
Spin
fine.
a fish full of water.
My point,
start blowing in the other direction on the water.
The main reason
fucking assimilates into fucking spinning around. I mean, wake up.
The main reason that winds blow from the west to the east in the United States is, wait for it, Coriolis. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's great, but let's conclude this point first, because I know Moyak's a smart guy. Don's a smart guy. No matter how fucking crazy he sounds, your criticisms, guys, should be alleviated when you realize that the difference between the ground speed or the land speed, the rotational speed, and let's say the air at 10,000 feet is not going to be greater than 100 miles per hour. Okay, this is just not true. It doesn't happen.
All right.
Okay, so
I'd like to comment on that, Kosho. I was in complete agreement with your drawing. I just said with the assumption that the ground, the airspeed is running in lockstep with the ground, essentially.
Yeah, right.
I don't have any disagreement. In fact, this has been my argument for about a week with Jeremy, is to say that even if you had, let's say, 100-mile-an-hour wind blowing laterally across your plane, it will be there will be an apparent wind in addition to or subtracting from that.
Right, if lockstep,
so
if lockstep, the friction is to the earth, ain't enough energy to get it fucking lockstep.
I'm gonna leave this asshole.
Guys, yeah, Don.
You made him leave. Don, he was actually making sense.
So he just agreeing with you. That's all you care about.
Please wait until people are done, though. We want your opinion to be heard, but we need you to wait to be done till. So it's not just audio chaos, please.
Thanks a lot, Don, because Moyak was actually making sense. Moyak was making sense from what you were saying. He was agreeing. He was agreeing with what you're saying, and he trying to show you that the values of what you're describing.
You gotta listen.
No, we are listening, Don. We're listening to you.
Hold on. All right, hold on. Don has been kind of interrupting, but he also kind of hasn't had a chance. So let's give him the mic for a second. Let him
see if he says anything different this time. Go ahead,
all right, well, Kosho, just mute for like 30 seconds and let him speak.
Okay, we just heard Moyak say, I agree. We heard Moyak say he agrees with Kosho's diagram. If the air is moving in lockstep, that's where they're fucking bullshit. I keep interrupting every time to say this. So he agrees with you in unison. It sounds like he's done to agree with you in unison, but somehow I am interrupted. Anyway, the problem is you are just conjuring this. You cannot show the energy. And you're like, oh, well, it would, if it's only up to 100, it doesn't fucking matter. Kosho, it's a million fucking difference. You don't understand the amount of energy pushing the wind around, right, is going to trump the amount of energy of friction that the earth is pulling the air around with it. Think about your beach ball, your whatever, full of water. You're spinning the whole thing and it's spinning the water with it. Then you start blowing on the fucking water, stopping it from spinning with the shit, and it's moving in different direction over the ground. That shit ain't still going to be moving with it. Your little strip model, that's got one segment. You're going to run into a problem when you try to put the whole thing together, wrap the whole thing around, and the pieces come around and bump into each other in the other direction. You ain't going to be able to model this shit, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You need to actually model the whole shit, bro. I've been crying this out to you forever. Your little pieces are fucking magic tricks, bro. You're conjuring demons.
I'm glad that Gio gave you the time to do that, to say the same fucking shit that everyone understood that you were saying, right? Now, for a second, shut the hell up and listen. That I understand what you're saying, Don. Okay? Moyak understands what you're saying. And when you actually make your criticism valuable by describing what you're talking about, what the differences are negligible compared to the actual speeds we're talking about. The speeds we're talking about are 900 to 700. Okay? The relative wind speeds are not they're not massive amounts. They're not anywhere, not even in the hundreds. Okay? So they're going to be slightly different than the actual ground speed, but not enough to make this diagram look like it's doing something different than what it's doing, which is moving at these different rates. It's a hundreds of miles per hour difference compared to ones or tens of miles per hour difference, which is the relative difference at each location. That does nothing to change this at all.
It should be more what you're saying, dude. You're saying that the ground speed is so much more than the wind. Kosho, you're just conjuring this. I cannot believe that you don't see this, or you keep trying to act like I'm not saying anything relevant here, and you're going, "Oh, it's not going to matter much. It's not going to matter much." Bro,
Don, I've made what I said valuable by giving it numbers, Don. Okay, so unless you're going to make your criticism valuable by actually saying what the difference is, like it's massive different. I'm telling you what the actual difference is. It's the difference between going 700 to 900 and the little changes that are not going to be perfectly linear are going to be the 5 mile per hour winds, 10 mile per hour winds, maybe 50 if it's fucking really crazy, but really 5, 10, 15, 20 mile per hour winds. This is the difference between the 700 and the 900 miles per hour. So those little differences in each location are going to do nothing to make the big picture of this look different than what it looks like, Don. And that's what it's not going to make a massive change.
You're referencing things that are relevant, dude. Like seriously. And we got to work on this, dude. I'm about to be AFK for like 20 minutes, but bro, we got to do more with this. Okay, I promise you. We look closer at it. I'll show you more. I don't have the numbers of the energy, but you don't either, and that's the problem. Okay, we'll
gave you the numbers, Don.
We'll get them together.
Said them out loud.
You don't just get to go, oh, well, the Earth is spinning at 900, 700, so therefore guaranteed the air is too. You don't
say that. I absolutely didn't say that, Don. I absolutely did not say that.
So I got some numbers for you. How about a 200 mile an hour jet stream?
That's pretty fast, man.
All right, I'm gonna paste. Hey Jeremy, I'm gonna paste that long ass thing I wrote. I don't. You probably didn't even read it because it was so long.
I didn't even read it, bro. There's so many words.
I'm trying.
Yeah, so many
I'm gonna
words.
paste it in case anybody does want to read it. That's all right. But I can read it out. So basically, here's what the thing I said to Jeremy. Okay. Wait. I didn't even copy the whole thing. I did it wrong. Hold on. I'll just read it real quick.
Is this a proclamation declaration?
Oh my God!
Well, it's just trying to explain to Jeremy the reason that what he was agreeing with Rumpus as if that was like some kind of gospel, and Rumpus totally contradicts himself, and he hopes that it works the way it does because they have to make it sound like it makes sense, even though it makes no sense. Okay, so the thing about what Rumpus or anyone that agrees with him said about the atmosphere moving along with the Earth, causing a plane to slow down or speed up automatically to match the new tangential speed is that there's a blaring contradiction. Let me explain. If a plane traveling from New York to Miami needs to pick up 200 miles per hour eastwardly sideways speed, then the eastward movement of the atmosphere moving at a faster pace could be thought of as increasing the plane's sideward movement because it's moving along with it and it's carrying it like a current. You would think maybe that would make sense, right? Okay, we could maybe imagine that happening. But in the opposite direction, if the plane went from Miami to New York and needs to slow down by 200 miles per hour, then one would think it would need a westward moving, opposite moving wind to slow the plane down sideways, rather than an eastward wind that's moving along with it just at a slower pace, right? So if we accept Rumpus's explanation that the pilot wouldn't need to do anything if there were no regular winds to deal with, and the plane would slow down and speed up automatically, then we'd have to pretend that the atmosphere moving with the plane would speed it up in one direction, yet slow it down in the opposite direction, moving the same direction, right? So you're saying that, okay, it may speed up the plane going along with it because it's moving faster. But then you're saying because it's moving along with the plane, just because it's moving slower, it's also going to move the plane. It's also going to cause the plane to slow down, but it doesn't have an opposite force. You would need the opposite force.
I did not agree with the Rumpus when it came to that. I just wanted him to breeze by that because I was trying to get to a bigger overarching point.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you perspective a question I was trying to ask him at the beginning of this, and there's a new perspective. Do you have the gift? Can you see both the gifts? Like, can you scroll up to where you can see both of them? Is that possible for you?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Good. Just can you go back and look at them and look at the top one where it's going from down to up. Okay. I've told you what I've done in this physics program. Okay, I've told you that the thrust is acting only upward, and I've told you that it started out with the same tangential speed as the wind at the bottom. So now that I've told you this, not thinking about the Earth, I want you to forget about the Earth. Just think about this GIF, this physics program. Can you describe to me what is causing it to slow down and end up going to that block?
For some reason, they're not showing up, and the only thing that's not showing up in my live stream is your
Do you remember what it looks like?
Yeah, I remember what it looks like. The one you put in there already. Yeah. Is there a new one?
Very, very cool.
Can you describe to me why it's doing that? What's slowing it down to cause it to end up going to where it's supposed to go?
If it's the same GIF that you already showed, what's the difference in the one you just posted as opposed to the other one?
What? Oh, I'm asking what's causing it to do that.
Is this the same thing with the blocks that you showed us before?
Yes.
What's the difference in why did you repost it? Why is it not?
It doesn't matter about me reposting. I'm asking you a question, man. I'm just asking you a question.
Why would the plane slow down?
I'm not asking about planes, man. I'm asking about this simulation, this physics sim. Forget about Earth and forget about planes. I'm asking you about the way I've described to you. This ball, let's start in the bottom. It has the same speed as the bottom block. What causes it to slow down and eventually end up where the top block is?
Oh, I know.
I'm still not getting the GIF.
Doesn't matter. You remember what it looks like, man.
Just the two blocks on the butt with the brick thing that you showed above. It's the same thing. You just reposted it. Okay.
I reposted it. I'm just asking about it now.
What's causing the block to slow down?
No, the blocks are going to different speeds regardless. The ball starts off going the speed as the bottom block. I haven't changed its speed going sideways.
You just tell me it's not showing up from you for some reason.
It doesn't matter.
What you think it is slowing it down.
Hold on, you guys. This is kind of hard to listen to. Kosha, why don't you do a little 20-second little explanation of what it is for everyone?
I'm asking him a question though.
Try not to interrupt him. Okay, go ahead.
That's a question, so I'm not trying to give an explanation. I'm trying to ask.
I can't even see what it is.
Well, you remember what
the bricks with the two dots on the bottom and the top? Is it the same exact thing?
You remember what it looks like?
Can you just repost it?
I have reposted it.
Yes. I've only just joined and I can fucking figure it out in fucking 5 seconds.
All right. Well,
for some reason that's not loading.
If you're asking him a particular thing, then he's going to need to see it, and then you guys are going to.
He doesn't remember what it looks like, then it doesn't matter. But do you remember what it looks like?
Why is it not showing up? It's so weird.
That's not
showing up for everybody else.
You have to click on it, probably. I don't know if you're on your phone or it should work.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, and it's just giving me the little spinny wheel thing.
Okay, well, forget about it. Just do you remember what it looks like, though? Like in your head, can you visualize what it looked like? It looked like.
Did it have a moving object, or is it just the thing that we were already talking about earlier in this conversation?
It was the same thing I posted and showed you before.
Okay, now it's showing up. Okay, now you have a ball. Okay. Now you have a ball in there that's keeping within that lane, right?
Yeah, there's been a ball in there.
Imagining it as if the ball has to stay in that lane, right?
Yeah. I don't want you to think about the Earth or the plane. Okay, I want you to think about what I'm showing you only. And the physics program is that the blocks are going 2 different speeds. The wind's going at its ever-changing speed as you get closer to that block at the top, and the ball only has a upward thrust, and it starts off with the same sideways speed as the bottom block. And I'm asking you what causes it to slow down and end up going and ending up lining up with that top block.
Oh my goodness!
It's a very easy answer, Jeremy.
I wasn't asked any questions. What are you talking about?
Well, you do think that you need an equal and opposite force to act on something, correct?
Well, again, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you in this case what's causing it to happen, and only this case. I'll just tell you, but it is. It's exactly what I've been saying the whole time. That even though they're all moving to the right, everything's moving to the right. The speed in which the wind is moving to the right in reference to the speed in which the block is moving to the right becomes negative, in which case it's going to act on the velocity of the ball or the green thing in the opposite direction, which is what causes it to slow down and eventually match its speed at each level. So it has a massive effect on this whole thing.
But you agree that it's supposed to be an opposite force that changes the direction or the speed of something, right?
That's the way it acts as an opposite. The velocities it's negative of it, so it's acting in the opposite direction.
Okay, you can think of it that way, but it wouldn't seem that that's the way physics works. Equal and opposite force, right?
Neo, just for the record, I did not bring this fucking topic up. Thank you.
Yeah, can we change topic?
I had a joke earlier. I was going to say we're only at about stage 1 of a 10-stage process on the Coriolis discussions.
Yeah, 8 more months, we'll be home free.
Yeah, we're just in phase 1 here. I'm just kidding. All right, go ahead.
Well, but in your diagram,
we could do a topic change. I don't know.
To be fair, it looks like it's bumping into those lines, and those lines are bumping it to slow down, right? So that would act like an opposite force to the right.
That would be the wind
of it, not to the opposite direction. Yeah. So you're saying the winds are going in the opposite direction, if the atmosphere is moving with the ball, it wouldn't be working that way.
Even in this simulation, the wind's not going in the opposite direction. The wind's all going to the right. That's not what's happening. Is that it's having an effect on the plane in the opposite direction because the plane is moving faster than it. At least its starting velocity was faster than it, which causes it, which causes it to act as a negative value. If you take the two values, that wind speed, the speed of the wind is negative in reference to the planes, so it's going to act in the opposite direction.
It's just that when it goes in the direction of with the south, when it goes south, you can imagine that, okay, well, this atmosphere is moving faster, so it's picking up the speed and it's pushing the plane with it faster, right? That intuitively that makes some sense that it could do that. But then you're saying it works on the plane to slow it down, still moving in the same direction. And that would be a counterintuitive. And you
I agree with
you can draw a diagram that makes it make sense visually, but it still doesn't work intuitively.
I understand it doesn't work intuitively, but I need to remind you, this isn't a diagram I've drawn. This is a physics program, but in which the physics of the situations are acting accurately. So it's not a diagram I've drawn to make it do that. I've made.
Yeah, we're going to get to the physics of the physics.
But it's moving those little pieces as it goes. It's moving those little pieces, right? Those little blocks are causing it to stay within that path, right?
So
the wind, champ.
Now
that's
here's
the wind.
Question.
And they're on the right side, not the left side.
Now here's the perspective. Here's the question. When it gets pushed, right, because of its like tangential speed and momentum that it already has, when it gets pushed, what's it getting pushed against?
You mean when it goes with when it flies into a higher tangential speed and the eastwardly winds are pushing it?
Yeah, what's it push against?
What's the plane push against?
Yeah.
Well, there would be if according to this whole idea, if the atmosphere is moving with it, it would be frictionless because it would be pushing with the wind. It would be pushing with the wind, right?
No, so perspective. What's it pushing against in this animation here?
What's the atmosphere pushing against?
No, what's the airplane
in the animation? Are you talking about the animation, or are you talking about if planes flew over a globe?
Yes.
If planes flew over a globe,
what's a question?
I'm asking in the animation, what's it pushing?
In the animation. Those little white blocks.
Very good.
Which
and
represent
that represents what in the real world with an airplane?
That would represent, you would think, the opposite wind direction.
The wind.
But the wind direction is going with it.
So it has a momentum in one direction, but it pushes against the wind. And when it pushes against the wind, what happens to the wind? It pushes back.
Well, equal and opposite.
You're saying that it's pushing against a wind that's moving in the same direction. That's the contradiction.
For something to have an equal and opposite reaction, the way
how hard is this?
It has to be the one that can properly react. The air just tends to disperse. There is a reaction there, but you're not going to feel it back on the hand.
The reaction is there, physicist.
Yeah,
I reckon that's a brilliant
not
animation
necessarily sensible in a way that it would be like, a pushback on the hand or something like that. But yes, RC, there is a reaction there.
But it's still matter, and it's still interacting with the airplane. In fact, it's the fact that it is interacting with the airplane that the damn thing stays flying.
It's the same kind of double talk we get with all these other things, guys.
It's not,
and they have to make it work. They have to make it make sense because it wouldn't work. That's the reason that we're having this discussion right now.
Bro, sometimes it is basic aerodynamics.
Sometimes the reaction is just absorbing the energy from the push of the airplane or the push of the object, and sometimes the reaction may come later. It may not be immediate.
No.
And it may not be sensible.
So, but the point is, physicists, is that if we can't do anything within the fluid that is air, then aerodynamics don't exist. We have to be able to create forces using the fluid that is our atmosphere, or else there's no such thing as flight.
Well, you can think about it like a current if you want. Make it a water world, right? And let's say the atmosphere is like these flows of water, right? Now you're already moving faster with the flow of water at 1,000 miles per hour. Now you're saying that the flow of water in a different tangential speed, even though it's moving along with you, it's slowing you down. But you have that conserved speed. So by your own logic, that conserved speed doesn't change, and it works to your advantage in some cases. But in this case, it contradicts your whole model. And that's
if we're in water world, if we're in water world, I'm Kevin Costner, just for the record.
All right, perspective. So I was out flying just.
It's just a hole in your model. That's all.
And so, no, it's not at all perspective.
Yeah, it is.
And so, for example, when I was out flying on Monday, I went over a little ridge down in Kentucky, and it was starting to get gusty, and I all of a sudden felt a huge push to my side. What do you think that was? Perspective.
What are you talking about?
Unicorn?
It was indeed a unicorn.
There you go.
The big push to the side was the wind literally pushing me in my airplane. It was flying a J3 Cub, and they're very prone to something called weather vaning. Okay, it's where the back, like essentially the front and your back start pointing slightly in different directions when you change in something called a wind shear. Right? That literally the wind pushes on my airplane to the point where I can actually feel it sitting in the airplane.
You're talking about the local winds or the imaginary meta winds that the atmosphere is causing?
What I'm telling you is that winds can push airplanes. They affect airplanes.
I never said that.
Wind shear. Wind shear was the word I was looking for when I was trying to tell Witsit to ask the astronauts about the super rotation. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and so
they can accelerate horizontally or laterally?
You can feel this on a microcosm through wind shear, or you can feel it through a very gradual system, right? Or see its effects through a gradual system, like what Kosho is showing you right here.
So you're saying that the Coriolis is a wind now? Are you trying to claim that?
No, I'm telling you that the effects of winds moving at different tangential speeds than what your momentum in your airplane is going will affect the path of your airplane.
Of course it would. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work perfectly the way you guys hope for. That's the word. And the winds go in all directions. And you want to make it. You want to make the winds.
Wild declaration based on zero knowledge on your part. I have no clue where you're getting the declaration.
Well, no. Well, we've been talking about this, and it's more about the ballers disagreeing with each other because you guys are trying to say that it's a meta wind, that there's an atmospheric wind, that's an overall pushing and pulling or whatever it is, whatever it does to the plane. But then there's local winds that move in all directions, and they're more powerful than this overall meta wind. And it's total contradiction on your guys' part. So it's more about you guys disagreeing with each other and us just knowing that you're trying to make it work on a stationary plane as if it were completely stationary. And that's the way all things work because it's stationary. Planes fly to their destination in a straight line because it's stationary. And you have to make it seem like it would work just the same, even though it's a rotating a rotating ball. And it doesn't. So you have to come up with all this double talk to try to convince us that it could work that way. But it doesn't. Sorry, guys.
Perspective. You are just tripping balls right now. Since you're just going to make wild declarations, so am I. You're tripping balls right now because you're not listening to what's happening. And because of that, people who know their ass from a hole in the ground are trying to tell you, and you're just sticking your fingers in your ears.
Well, you can think of it that way. It doesn't bother me if you want to.
No, it's an observation perspective. It's an observation.
Okay. But I don't trust you. You've come up with all kinds of bullshit before, so why would I care what you think?
Hey, Mr. Moyak, did you want to? I mean, I don't know if it's relevant anymore, to be honest. But
yeah, it's not really relevant. But I did post my comment to Don and you. Just
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Oh, I see it. As a guest, anytime. Oh, I see. That's why you posted. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, it's me requesting a topic change. Coriolis, like how many fucking weeks have we spent talking about Coriolis?
We're on our second week.
Yeah.
We got 8 more months to go, and we'll be in phase 2.
It's a main topic. I mean, this is one of the 2, I guess, main subjects, right? Because the only other one would be curvature, right?
Oh, I just sent Brian a DM about navigation, if he's around to talk about that.
You're friends with MC2, right, Riv? Like, you're like buddies with him, I guess, offline?
They touch tips. I
wouldn't
before.
say buddies. I don't really talk to him that much.
Well, I didn't want to say, because I'm almost motivated to, I don't know why, but I'm motivated to try and help Brian even,
Yeah, I swing big time with that. It's like, one extreme, it's like, you're a fucking retard, and the other extreme, it's kind of...
All right, settle down.
I don't call people retards, man. But
come on, man.
No, Brian's logic, I meant. Sorry, Brian's logic, not you.
I thought you were talking about...
It still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not calling people names, especially if they're not here. But definitely, if they are here or not here, it doesn't matter.
That's
good. I switched Brian's there.
But I seen your DM, man. I got limited time, but I'm gonna have some time here shortly. But I seen where you said that where I'm using the radius of the Earth, but I mean, kind of, but it's still empirical what you triangulate 1 degree. I mean, just because that matches your radius, I think that's where they came up with the radius. That's my opinion. But hey, you gave Kosho a app. Was that an app you gave him? Did you say like SkyPi or StarPi? A app where you can get the nadir of the stars?
I haven't used it. I haven't used it myself. That's just what came up when I did like astronomy and Python. I haven't used it.
It's giving me the azimuths and the altitude angles and all this shit, dude. I'm trying to just get the nadirs, or what do you call it? Nadir, the direct opposite of the zenith.
Yeah, GPs, anything.
Ruhif gave Kosho an app and herpes. Anyways, go ahead.
Just the fuck up, man.
Do you know where? Does anybody know where I can get that? Where it's the star's location? It's the opposite of zenith. Basically, it's the position on Earth, directly underneath the zenith of stars. You'd think it would be in all the maps.
Download a program called Stellarium. You'll be able to find it there.
Oh my god!
It's easier to use the almanac.
I did not check the almanac. Oh my god, dude!
Well, learn to use the almanac, and then you'll find out the GP.
You really should, honestly, Brian, especially if you, because I mean, like I said, I'm rooting for you, dude, with the whole MC Tune thing. But it definitely, so like I was going to offer to let you use my bot, which if you type in the stars, it'll tell you the GP for each star you type in or whatever.
Oh, yeah?
But Brian, but I'm telling you, but if you honestly, if you want to win MC Tune's thing, if you think you have a chance of winning it, you at least need to start from the starting position of understanding like how to do it from the way you're normally supposed to be able to do it, right? Because it's not that it's easy.
So in other words, you had to use every azimuth and every so you came up with your own nadirs.
Nadirs? No, I use there's an almanac online, and the almanac what it gives you is it gives you.
Yeah. So what do you want me to learn? What do you think I don't know?
You should learn how to translate the information in the almanac to positions on the ground. On like with longitude and latitude or something like that.
Yeah, I already know that. I mean, I got an idea of that, a pretty good understanding. I'm looking over it, but
and just use the almanac.
Not 100%. Yeah, there's a couple things, but as far as winning his money, he's not going to come off that money no matter what I do, and so I'm not going to pressure him that much. But I just want to show him that we can use mathematics to. To work it out.
My apologies to
I could
Brian
maybe use some
Leakey.
help though if you want to do the challenge though.
Yeah, my apologies to you, Brian. I didn't mean you. I switched Brian's in my head, and I was obviously not referring to you. So anyway,
I do that all the time, man. Yeah. Hey, but Brian Leakey. So if you know how to do it, then you just use the almanac. If you don't know how, if you don't, it's 100% on how to use the almanac. It's not hard once you learn the method. It's all you have to do is it gives you an inclination. And it gives you a SHA, and all you have to do is you have to compare the SHA to Aries GHA, and this will basically give you your longitude, and then you can translate that to a longitude. And then the inclination is basically the same thing as your latitude.
Yeah, the latitudes are pretty easy, man. The longitudes are or what's kind of gave them the, the friction as far as all the way back in history, man, as far as mapping and using navigation and shit. Longitude's a bitch with the stars moving and all that. Latitudes are pretty cut and dry. You agree with that?
Same method, only
to an
use a
extent,
clock. It's the same method. You only use a clock, and it helps you out find out where they're supposed to be.
Well, like I said, the inclination. That's why in any given moment you can take the inclination from basically from any star. Well, no, not from any star, but you can take the inclination of say the sun on the equinox or Polaris from anywhere you are, as long as you're pointing towards it, and it will tell you what latitude you're at, basically, right? So
yeah.
The inclination is pretty straightforward, but I agree. The SHA to GHA to longitude is slightly complicated, but not that hard. It's just adding and subtracting at the end of the day.
It ain't that hard, but I feel you. Man, God, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, here's what I think, man. Is I want to tell him, look, you have your, before I do the first challenge on the first location, I want him to have another location already picked out. So within 5 minutes or so, you give me the second location. In other words, I feel here's what I think is going to happen. This is my prediction. I'm going to show him how I can make it work on a flat plane, whether he accepts it or not. Either way, we'll probably still carry on with the challenge. And just for shits and giggles, I'll ask him to anyway. But he's going to look at the formula and all that, and then he's going to take and go over a million different positions until he finds one that where it's if he can.
It doesn't work.
If he can, he's going to find one that's outside. He's going to try and find one that's outside of 25 miles where he gets to hold on to his money. But I want to make it all about the money, because I want to make it. I don't want him like panicking, like, I don't want him. I want to keep it honest, man, as far as trying to figure some shit out and really kind of get him to help me, and instead of trying to trump me, maybe try and see what I'm come up with, and kind of help me a little bit with it. He's really good at math. Ruhif and Kosho, y'all are all good at math and everything, and it's something, man. It doesn't have to be about the money and about
you just want McToon to help you make. You just want McToon to help you make a flat Earth celestial navigation model.
Yeah, well, I've kind of already made it. I just need some help applying it. You know what I'm saying? And some help with with two things. Some help with maybe a terrestrial refraction equation, like a spot where terrestrial refraction kicks in. Like I would say probably about 20-25 degrees, where you have to include maybe terrestrial refraction because the ground starts messing with it, and then also maybe more importantly, like applying it, basically applying like a humidity gradient where it would work, even if he believes in a flat Earth or not. But helping apply it to a humidity gradient, maybe a formula on the humidity gradient to match it. You know what I'm saying?
Then we just go out and show that those gradients just don't exist, and then what?
You mean a humidity? What do you mean you tell me a humidity gradient doesn't exist?
No,
Brian, all you got to do.
You'll need an extreme gradient, right? And I'll show you every day that it just doesn't exist.
Why would I need an extreme gradient?
Brian, let me help you.
You'll need an extreme temperature gradient, right, to get your upward refraction that you need, and I'll show you that it doesn't exist.
Brian, let me help you. He's not helping you. I'll help you. All you need to do is come up with some math for how the stars' positions change according to your position.
I've already done that.
Due to whatever. Oh, you good? All right.
Yeah, I've got that.
You got this. You got this then.
But Ruhif is saying that he thinks that the temperature of the air is going to make more of a difference refracting light over long distance than moisture in the air. And I think that's bollocks, man. I think refraction is mainly based around Snell's law, and basically that's mainly from a change of medium, not completely, but mainly from a change of medium, And in air temperature, it's still going through air. I understand there's a slight difference with the temperature, but I'm talking about humidity over long distances. And I got examples to show it in real world.
Brian, you can make up anything you want. Brian, you can make up anything you want because no one knows the medium in between us and the stars. So you can literally make it be a lens, anything you want, bro. Free for all.
Bro.
That's a good point.
They get mad because they know I'm right.
Man,
I said you're ready to throw Eratosthenes out earlier today.
Moyak, my bad.
For the stars, have you seen the layout of flat Earth like I posted in Livestream text? Have you ever seen?
When'd you post it?
Nice.
Livestream 1 text.
Beautiful.
When did you post it? And who is this?
Just now. It should be the latest one. Latest post.
Oh, I love it.
So this is assuming a flat Earth, and you could imagine with this projection, immediately know how the stars would work everywhere on the world.
But is that a flat map?
Yes.
Okay, so if I fly from Sydney to LA, do I fly over fucking Africa?
No, it'll be kind of like I'll have a kind of how the flights.
Oh, that's the fucking the moon reflection.
No, not this. So this is not an exact projection, but that's how the flight paths would look like.
Again.
No, the flight paths are fucking yeah. You see how he's got them kind of conglomerated in certain areas. That's how they are in reality. It ain't like they just fly all over the fucking place. I mean, for the most part they can, but for the most part they stick to fucking lanes, if for lack of better words. They jam up and like when they cross oceans, they generally take certain pathways, don't they?
But if I'm flying from Sydney to LA, you're saying I take this massive route around the edge of the thing, which would be 3 times longer than the actual distance across the flat map.
So that's the fun way of taking it. Yeah,
it is the fun way. Yeah. And then someone's going to say, "Oh, the winds are good that way," and I'm like, "Well, fuck, it's the same route on the way back. Are the winds magically going the other way now?"
My parents actually did that for a few times.
Apparently, yeah.
My brother's taking that flight here in a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, is he taking it both ways?
Oh yeah, dude, he's a modern man, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, when Max Egan took it, he showed that the compass does not align with the globe.
You didn't get it.
He did it live on Globebusters, and the globe did not align. I mean, his compass did not even come close to lining up with the globe. Y'all seen that, didn't you?
Yeah, and I saw Wolfie show that even on a normal table, that the metal underneath the table is going to fuck up his compass.
Well, if you want to blame it on the fucked up compass, but the compass was telling him a different direction. However, I'm sure he got
metal in his tray table.
Seemed to work for me.
There's metal in his tray table.
Oh my god!
Why does the flat earther's compass not work and mine does?
Yeah, we need to make a 3D compass and see if it would really work on a globe. We need to get it where
they got 3D compass.
Where the arrow. No, I'm talking about where the arrow has freedom 360 degrees. So if it would point north.
Yeah, they do have 3D compasses, but can I ask a question? Do you think that I'm just trying to like conceptualize making one. Like if you had like a if you had like a metal ball, glass ball or something, and you filled it with water, and you had like a rod going down the middle, like an axis, and you tied like a thread to it and a needle to that thread, would that compass basically kind of work like a 3-dimensional compass?
Well, when we get close to the North Pole, it would. The way the globe has the magnetic lines coming out of the ground and arcing over and everything. So yeah, they would start when you get close to the North Pole. They'd start pointing down. You don't think it'd keep pointing straight with the magnetic lines coming from the core of the Earth, do you?
That's not how the field looks.
I agree. Like near the equator and probably where I'm at, it wouldn't be too much different. But when you started getting north, well, how do you suppose they look? Just out of curiosity.
Have a look at a diagram of a magnet and like the iron filings. It is
so where
almost
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Where's the pole though? The pole's the core, the core of the Earth, right?
Right.
So yeah, so the closer we got to north, it need to start pointing down toward the core or up. You know, following the line. It couldn't stay flat. It's got to be coming from somewhere. On a flat Earth, the ground is basically the pole. You know, in a globe, it's the core of the Earth. So that line has got to you know, it'd have to be up or down. Down, I would think. I mean, is that fair to say? If we had a 360-degree compass,
Yeah, it is fair. But I think what happens when you get to the North Pole, North Magnetic Pole, is it just fucking goes nuts, right?
Yeah. I'm not
really
talking about at the North Pole, but I mean when we start getting closer to the North Pole, like it would start becoming apparent, in my opinion, at about, I don't know, 20 degrees latitude, maybe 10. You know, I don't think we'd have to go all the way to the North Pole. I don't think it'd point down, but it would start. It'd have to start angling down. It wouldn't be a sharp. It wouldn't be a 90-degree turn when, like, it'd be flat on the ground when you got the North Pole. Bam, at 90 degrees straight down. It would be gradual.
At what
that'd be a
degree in
good
the
globe
south?
proof if that happened.
Degree in the south does it start tilting downwards?
What's the point of posting all these projections when you can destroy it with a simple flight?
Yo, where at what latitude in the south does the compass start pointing down?
I have no idea. I don't think it does. I think you. What?
You get. Go ahead. What?
How many jobs you got coming up?
I'm doing one tomorrow. And
who's making the claim that the compass needle points down in the south?
Right, dude.
So what you made the claim? So at what latitude does it start doing that?
Not that close together.
Yeah.
I got cash.
How much cash you got?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Brian's got money.
Yeah,
how much cash you got, Brian? Break me off for $50 real quick.
Wait, what did you ask me?
Gee,
how much? The location in the south where it starts pointing downwards, or he wants your money.
Yeah, no. Whoever made the claim that if the needle starts pointing down in the south, what latitude does it start doing that? Nobody knows.
Hey,
so
who
does
said,
it even
that
do
they
that?
have 3D compasses? Where can I? Is it an app or is it real life?
Hold on, Brian. We got their back to the wall right here on this thing right here. Hold on a second.
You gotta
it needs to match
understand
in the north. It needs to match in the north. What's up?
Brian's the one who said it.
That the needle starts tilting down?
I just got sent a nice little video.
Is the video showing us what latitude the needle starts pointing down in the south?
Oh, it's my bored wife in LA. Oh, Jesus.
Whatever. Well, would we all agree that whatever latitude it starts to do that in the south, it would have to match in the north?
No. Well,
why not? Why not? Who said no, and why not?
I'm saying no, but I'm just only saying that because I guess if you're talking about the exact position of the pole, you expect it to be antipodal. I do agree with that, but it's also not a perfect magnetic field. Like there's a lot of fluctuation. There's like knots in it and a lot of messiness. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know you got a problem with your magnetic field. I know. All right. Anyways, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
Apology accepted.
You guys act like we got problems with the magnetic field when we try to use it to explain shit, but then you guys got all kinds of crazy magnetic shit going on. So
we have the same problems.
We need to find a 3D compass, like somebody just said that they have them. I thought
they've been selling them shits in your car since the 80s, bro. You don't remember them?
Yeah, but it's still it's a ball, but it could fucking point. Okay, yeah, it could point down, couldn't it?
They're like $2 at AutoZone.
That's a good point, man. We need to put that to the test. We need to advertise that. But one other thing, man, about the flight from South America to Australia, basically. Not only was the compass almost backwards, in some spots. But I understand they have an explanation for that. But they took when they invited the two national soccer teams back in the not World Cup, but a tournament like a pre-World Cup. They invited Argentina and Brazil, and they had, and all their fans and everybody went to Australia. So they had full planes, like several full planes, not just one or two. So when they use the excuse that they're stopping for passengers to make the flight worth it or something, but it's only, I mean, from Australia to Los Angeles is only like an hour closer than Australia to on a globe. It would be almost the same distance to go to Australia as it would to go to Los Angeles. Now, why would you take all these full planes, all these full flights, and stop in Los Angeles to travel an extra fucking 12 hours when you only had to go another hour or 30 minutes, whatever? I guess it depends on the wind, to get all these people.
Sydney, LA, and where?
There was a few. There was a couple. You know, the airports in and around Brazil and Argentina.
Yeah. So do you know what ETOPS are?
What?
ETOPS?
You know
Did you say
ETOPS?
ETOPS?
Yeah.
ETOPS.
ETOPS.
The letter E and then the word tops.
Yes. Yeah. It's like the range that certain planes can fly within range of an airport or of a landable.
So they got to
airport.
refuel. It's a fuel thing.
No, not really a fuel thing, an emergency thing.
So
They
Los
have
Angeles
enough
is.
fuel. All right, go ahead. My bad.
No, so Los Angeles, you're saying it's closer.
No,
than,
you've got stops. You've got Hawaii to stop, whereas in the southern hemisphere, you don't really have anywhere to stop. So you need planes which have a very high ETOPS rating, of which
That's
the
crazy, man.
777.
Look, man, you look at these planes in the northern hemisphere, and the majority of a lot of their flights are a good portion of it. There's no chance and no spot for emergency landings.
Hold on. So you're saying that? My bad, Brian. So Ruhif. So you're saying the planes don't fly as they should in the globe model because of this ETOPS thing?
Oh no, now they do, right? Because we've got fucking 777s and massive planes. But previously, they'd have to go via the flights that Brian's talking about. These soccer teams, that was back in the 70s and 80s, right?
Brian, what decade was this soccer team thing?
It was the late 70s, man. But
we didn't have.
Listen, they had the same planes, man. Engines. They had the same planes, dude.
What plane was it?
Not a 777.
Well, so you're saying only 777s can handle?
They have the highest ETOPS rating. They have the highest ETOPS rating. It's something like 5 hours or 5.5 hours. Whereas the old planes,
there were
3 or 4 hours.
Where I found this information out, he showed flights existing at that time that went further than the South America to Australia. I wish I could say them.
It's not about distance. It's about this.
It definitely wasn't about distance.
It's not about distance. If you say they fly farther, that's irrelevant. It's about if they had a place to land in emergency.
But so let's ask Ruth a question. So what you're saying about ETOPS is like basically every plane or any craft will have an ETOPS rating. The ETOPS rating will refer to a map, basically, from that location. A time that they can fly with one engine out, basically. Oh, okay. And then you'll determine the distance that it can fly in that time then. Oh, it determines how close it has to be to some airport that it can have an emergency landing at all times. Yes. Yeah. Then that will define the map. Then, as long as any place where that's within that range on a map will define where it can fly. Yeah. I mean, it
so
can
what's
go.
The plane? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I have a map for this.
I was going to say, what's the plane that flies from Johannesburg to South America or whatever the impossible flight is that flat earthers claim?
Or Johannesburg to where? To
Australia? I don't know. Australia to South America. Isn't there like this flight?
You talking about Sydney to? You talking about like Peru, Sydney to or Sydney to Santiago, or
Yeah,
or
I don't know.
Korea,
Whatever it
like
is.
Auckland.
That'll be either a 777 or an A350 or something like that. Maybe a
Are you sure?
747.
I feel like you just made that up.
Go and look at the list of the highest rated ETOPS planes. All right,
Yeah,
those are the ones that
I'm asking
fly.
what plane. I know. I'm asking what plane does this flight though.
Yeah, I'll give you the list of the top, top ETOPS. It'll be one of those.
I don't need the top ETOPS. I need the plane that does this flight.
Go and look it up. There you go.
I thought you
QFA
guys
27.
were
What was that? QF.
What's the map for the 777 one?
Yeah,
it was one of the biggest.
Fuck now. Hold on. Internet is fucked.
Yeah, it says Airbus A350.
Hold on, I just pulled a string. I just pulled a string, dude. I just pulled a string, and it's the same fucking distance, damn near, from Los Angeles to fucking Australia as it is from Australia or Argentina to Australia.
Yeah, A350 has an
and plus
ETOPS of 370 minutes.
You have
6
a stop.
hours.
You saying you got Hawaii to stop? You got Tahiti from South America. There's one place they could. There's one place they could stop if they had trouble. I mean, the whole flight is over fucking water, and you're gonna say because just because you have one island out in the middle of the Pacific, they're gonna fucking route all these planes. You're talking a few dozen planes full, and run them through Los Angeles because of a fucking island out in the middle of the fucking ocean. That's insanity, man.
Tahiti's anywhere near the fucking flight route.
My parents.
Not. Tahiti is fucking. Let me have a look. Hold on. Tahiti. So Sydney to Santiago. Tahiti is 4,800 kilometers away from the flight route at its closest.
Too far.
So you telling me there's no islands between South America and Australia?
Not to land at for a big jet. Where would you land at? Like I said, Tahiti is nautical miles. In case you got a fucking emergency, Brian. In case your engine fails.
It's the emergencies that showed us the fucking globe problems in the first place, man.
Which one, Brian? And I'll just send you my clips.
All of them, dude.
I'll give you my videos. I'll post my videos DM and post them in the chat.
I seen the explanations, man, and they all don't jive with me, man. Because look, you have you're showing these routes arching like upward, man. The whole arching thing. A great circle is a straight line, right?
Yeah, looking down on top of it, yes. The whole thing is that
so
Banjo
looking down on top
draw.
of it. So
Banjo fails to draw the correct great circle routes. He draws fucking lines on a beach ball.
I understand that. That's why I had to look at it. That's why I looked at it on my globe, and I've seen the explanations. But so if the great circle is a straight line, and I'm at 30 degrees north, and my great circle straight line is 90 degrees from the North Pole. That everywhere you pull 90 degrees from either pole on the globe is a great circle, and but the latitude lines, they show parallel on the globe, but they're not, because there's a ball. It's the only great circle latitude wise is the equator. So my straight line great circle from 30 degrees north is going to put me at the equator. Okay, at about. It's right before I hit the coast of Africa, like down beneath in middle Africa, right before I hit the coast. So somebody in Ecuador or close to that, if they're 30 degrees south on a globe, their straight line, okay, is going to put them right off the coast of Africa in the same spot, okay, on the globe. Or if they're lined up with me on the same longitude, we're going to intersect at the equator. We're going to follow our straight line great circle, and we're going to intercept at the equator, mid-Africa, right before. It's just probably about 20 miles off the coast of Africa, okay?
Right. So just pick a flight. Pick a flight that you think.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting to my point. I had to say all that. Now, here's my point. My point is, and this has to do with the straight lines and shit, okay? On the equinox, no other time, just sunrise on the equinox, okay, for somebody at the same longitude as me. 30 degrees south. I'm 30 degrees north. We're at the same longitude. Our straight line merges at the equator. So you could pull a string line on equinox 90 degrees from
Brian, why are
from
you
the compass.
diverting from flights to?
Just hold on. This is my whole point. You're going to interrupt the whole. I just said all that. Now here's the point, and because it has to do with the straight lines. So the straight line is the sunrise. If you pull a string line 90 degrees, I did it. Put it in a video, and the sun came up and split the string line in half. It rose due east, 90 degrees of north, and my great circle, my straight line path, was off the coast of Africa. Now, so if the sun's rays are parallel, then these straight lines aren't straight lines like you claim, because they're not converging 93 million miles away. They're converging in Africa 4,000 miles away, which would work so on a flat Earth, but with 93 million mile parallel sun rays, it definitely doesn't work, because if you say everywhere due east, the sun rises, then due east for me is pointing 4,000 miles away at Africa. So that
Brian,
falls apart.
What does that have to do with this flight?
Well, we're talking about the straight line. We're talking about the great circle routes and the string lines that we're pulling. And I'm telling you, this is one of the things I was saying, that they like to have both. You want to have your argument with the equinox, and you want to have your flight pass too.
Brian? You're going to equinox and the sun. We're talking about a flight. Aren't you guys talking about a flight?
Yeah, but if my straight line, if my straight line converges, okay, if my straight line converges at the equator, why would you arc up away from the equator if you're heading toward, let's say, if you're coming from the Philippines to San Francisco or San Diego? Why would you take an emergency landing in Alaska? Why are you showing a circle curving up away from the equator, instead of like the great circles, like 90 degrees from the North Pole? So you like to have both arguments. You like.
I don't know why you're drawing lines on the surface to the sun, which is up in the sky. To answer that very
It's
long
a straight
answer.
line on your globe, man. I'm trying to hold.
Yeah, we were trying to explain the same thing to him a few days ago, but
nobody gave me an explanation.
I just don't think drawing lines across the surface when you're actually pointing at something in the sky is meaningful.
Yeah, that's why I'm using sunrise, because it's right on the horizon, and on your globe.
Do you guys not understand that?
Hold on, my whole point is I like to say that the latitude lines are parallel, as far as us traveling that direction. But in reality, on a globe they are, but in reality they're not. That's what they use to say that the sun rise coming in from the southeast in Australia. They say that looking east, you're looking at the equator. That's exactly what they said. They said if you're looking east, you're looking at the equator, because the sun comes in from the bottom of the ecliptic of the fucking analemma. So that's directly east. That's not southeast. So
you guys understand if you're, hold on, Brian. Do you guys, does everyone understand that if you're heading east, you're heading at the equator?
Yeah, but
on the surface, yes.
Aren't we talking about flights? How did this go to?
So not in the air. It works different, Ruhif. It works different in the air. You're saying if you're heading east in the air, then you're not going east.
You're going to a point on the surface when we're looking at the sun in the sky. Brian, please choose a flight that you want to discuss.
So if we're heading east on the surface of Earth, heading towards the equator, but we're not heading towards the equator if we're in the air heading east.
It's a direction, Jeremy. It's a direction.
If we're flying in the air and we're heading east, are we headed at the equator?
Yeah, on the surface, yes.
Right. What do you keep saying on the surface for? Not in the surface, in the air. We're flying in a plane.
Yeah. If you follow the surface of the Earth, if you do not change your heading, you will get to the equator. Yes.
Right, or the air, because a great circle is a straight line, bro.
No, you're pointing, your line of sight points off into space. It doesn't curve with the curve of the Earth. Why are you drawing lines on the surface?
See, Ruhif, you get it. This is what we were trying to explain to him a few days ago.
So, Brian, please choose a flight from Banjo and show why it doesn't make sense on a globe.
As long as you ain't trying to explain triangles to them, we're good, B-ball.
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah, we figured out the triangles.
Wait,
Yeah,
I want
we
to hear
figured
the
it out
excuse
now,
before
yeah.
I pull this thing up. The one that goes over Africa, the one that should go right over Africa on a globe. Instead, it goes north to. Are you just going to say that we don't fly over Africa? I mean, why does it go north to London? The flight from Santiago to like Japan or something. Why don't they just fly straight over Africa? Why?
We're talking about an emergency landing, right? If you make up two random cities, I'm going to say, well, is there a fucking market for those two random cities?
Yeah, let me pull up the exact cities. Hold on a minute.
Check this out. If you look at my screen, I have one. It's in flight right now. It's going from Johannesburg to Sydney. Duration is 11.
I've got no
11
problem
hours.
with Africa to Sydney. There's no problem at all on either model. I don't see no problem.
Are you
with
sure about
That's
that?
Not, yeah, that's not in contention, bro. Africa's right next to Australia and South America. It's right in between them.
So on your model, what's the distance between those two airports?
Don't answer that.
I don't know.
Not just
don't answer
distance
that. As your legal counsel, I advise you not to answer that.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
It's not that far. I'll just say that. You know.
Okay.
I think on whatever model you're talking about, Africa's in between Australia and South America, right?
Well, I think I don't know which model you guys claim, but the one that we've been presented before, you'd have to fly over the North Pole, wouldn't you?
We don't have a model. So I don't even. No one knows what you're even talking about.
Correct. Don't have a model. Don't have a map. How many years have you had?
Well,
I
what
don't
I've
know.
said about
How many millions of dollars? Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was just gonna say one thing. I mean, the thing is that the whole model thing. I mean, Ruhif. I'm not trying to attack you, but really, you don't have a model either. You have something you were given. So you Ruhif, a dude, doesn't have a model. You have some things you were given, some things you might believe, and that's about it. So I'm just saying to try to attack other people that, you know, are at the civilian level, meaning we're not in whatever governments and whatever stuff, you know, military, whatever, all that stuff, you know, to attack that other people don't have an entire model of the entire Earth. It would be would be the same. You don't have one either. You just have one you believe.
It's just insane, though, man.
Oh, we just use the one that works. That's all.
Hold on, Brian. You guys had millions of dollars and hundreds of years to come up with a model. We've had 7 years on the internet with some random dudes.
Again, you have all the data. You have all the data you need.
No, we have the data they've given you.
Yes, you do.
Well, I mean, apparently you guys.
We have the same data. Hold on. We have the same data they handed you.
That's fine. It works. It's real data.
It doesn't mean it's correct.
You have the angle. You have the angle to every star that you need at any time that you like.
Angles to stars don't mean shit. You don't know the medium in between us and this. You don't know the medium in between us and the stars. It's worthless.
Okay, you have all the flight paths that you need.
All the flight paths. Okay. What pieces of land are they going over as they're going over it?
Follow the flight path. You have all the data, Jeremy. You can put it together, or you can't.
We have the data they want you to have, Ruhif. You haven't verified any of this.
Show that the data's wrong.
We have almost no funding. You guys, in 7 years, you guys have had millions of dollars.
Data.
You don't really need
and to verify it, what's it going to take?
I mean,
how do you think
just see which model it matches more? Which model does it match?
How do you think they got the data?
Which model does it match
they got
more?
The data. They had millions of dollars and hundreds of years to get this data.
So
we've had 7 years and
what
10
data
bucks.
do you need? All you need is the flight, right? The flight number, the speed, the distance, and the time, and see which model it matches more.
The data we need is fucking on lockdown, dude. The flight pass,
it's
fucking planning. Yeah, it is, dude. It's not public access.
Here. The data's right here. I'm looking at it. Here, I'll screenshot it for you.
You're looking at some data, but it's data you haven't verified.
That's actually that's a flight that's flying right now.
Again, Gio, we've had this conversation multiple times, right? Stellarium matches reality. I can tell my fucking telescope to point at a star based on its declination and fucking longitude.
It doesn't mean anything because you don't know the medium in between us and the star. That information you have is worthless.
Yeah. Oh, except that it's very useful.
And okay, what does it prove?
Proves we're living on a sphere.
No, it does. What if you knew the medium in between us and the star? Yeah, sure.
The fact that
I'll give you that,
celestial
but
navigation works.
You don't, and it doesn't.
The fact that celestial navigation works, it's based on geometry.
Bullshit, it works.
The Earth's a sphere. The end.
I know. It works, bullshit. Why have a model involving invisible unicorns and clocks move and how clocks tick, and it works. And it works, Ruif. So therefore, invisible unicorns.
Well, we have to go with whatever model works.
I can make a prediction too with it. I can also make a prediction with it.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, we have to use the model that works.
Yeah, the invisible unicorn model for clocks. It works.
No, we can't verify the visible unicorn because that one doesn't work.
Well, we haven't gone over.
We can't verify your shit because we don't know the medium in between. We can't verify your bullshit because we don't know the medium in between us and the star.
No, but we wanted to. You said that model. You just described,
man.
You just described that model, man. We want a presentation. We want to go over it. We want to see the unicorn cocks or whatever you said.
Show us how it works, Jeremy. We're begging you to show us how it works.
How the unicorns make the clocks tick?
Yeah, it's a pretty big claim, man.
How you navigate with unicorn dicks.
Listen, the point is you can claim all kinds of bullshit you want about the stars, but you don't know jack shit because you don't know the medium in between us. So it doesn't. If the sky works exactly like you guys say, we'd be living on a globe.
Can we go back to the flight? Can we go back to the flight?
But you can't verify jack shit.
What? QFA 64. Joburg to Sydney.
Why'd you guys cut me off? Why'd you guys cut me off?
I mean, can we go back to the flight?
B-ball, are you the one that cut me off in the middle of my fucking sentence, dude? Shut the fuck up.
I mean, aren't we on one subject? You guys are going to the stars and stuff, aren't we?
Okay, fine. Go ahead. Back to the flight.
It's not fair, though, man.
It's because they didn't like what you were saying, so they just thought they would just ignore you. And
I
don't know.
I know they're fucking tricks.
I mean, you stopped Brian from talking about it for some reason.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead. Back to the fucking flights.
Hold on, I'm eating, but I'm listening.
That's not fair. I mean, you can finish what you're saying, I guess, if you want to, Jeremy.
I don't even remember now. I don't even remember now. Your plan successful. The Glober tactics.
Can I just say that my wife has the best rack in the world?
Oh, that's nice, man. I beg to differ. She's my future wife. Anyways, let's talk. We won't talk about our wife's racks. Jeremy's wife's racks not that bad either. But hold on, what was I saying? Right, GC Mapper is this thing I use, and it's pretty. Pilots use this. Pilot showed it to me. Okay, and you can just put to airports, and you can project the route on whatever projection you'd like to use. You can choose a globe. You can choose flat maps. Doesn't matter. Regardless. It's always a straight line on the globe, though. Have you know that? But anyways, regardless, I just found a feature in it that allows you to add the ETOPS rating of your plane. So that's pretty good. I'm going to add this to my bot, like a function.
My God, you should have never told him about this ETOPS thing. We're with.
Yeah, ETOPS. I didn't know.
Use the flight that I have in this chat right now. It's from Johannesburg to Sydney.
Okay. Do you happen to know the plane, or do you happen to know the ETOPS rating?
Let me see
Jesus Christ.
The B780.
787 900.
Okay. What the fuck, bro? You can't be telling Coach Show shit like this.
What?
Yeah, 70. Yeah, there you go. 787.
5.5 hours, I think.
SYD.
SYD and JBN.
SYD stands for suck your own.
JNB.
Oh, dick.
Okay, let me see if I can get this code right.
Fuck yo, dick.
All right. Yo, Coach.
So, let's find out the distance between these two airports.
You're gonna need a map for that.
Yep.
Is that the globe distance? Is that the globe distance that none of you guys have verified?
Well,
we have
the flight is verifying it.
How does the flight verify? Okay, let's go over this. How does the flight verify it?
Because they know how far they're flying, Jeremy.
They fly at a speed, Jeremy.
Okay, A, they're not even flying in a straight line. They're in the inertial frame flying in a curved line.
Jesus.
For one.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Here we go. What? Are you flying in a straight line or no?
Over the surface of the Earth, pretty much, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, while it's rotating under you, so that would mean it's not a straight line.
We're not talking about Coriolis. We're not talking about Coriolis.
Got him.
Okay. All right. And A, you can't, just because the plane took X amount of time or X amount of gas, that doesn't prove how the distance. What proves the distance?
The speed and the time?
Money.
The speed and the time proves the distance for a plane flight, you think?
Mm-hmm. Didn't you ask this question the other day? How do you find the speed of a flight? How do you figure out speed?
Yeah, but now you're talking about finding distance of something. Okay, so I'm in a flight, and how do you know the speed of the plane?
It's posted.
So they told you that this is how fast they're going.
Yeah. Once the flight is over, it'll show on the app the average speed of the flight.
And you believe
trust the maximum? Do you trust the maximum speed that they give for like a 747?
I don't trust you. You guys know. I don't trust you.
Can it go?
I don't trust them. I don't trust you.
2, Jeremy. Can it go twice the speed of sound?
I don't trust them. I don't trust you.
Okay.
Plane
That's why
vary wildly. The distance and times. I mean, not the distance, but the times. They vary wildly, and they're based on the map. That's why I made that video with the Vandy Globe and all them boats to show that they're possibly. It's possible that they're traveling way longer distances, or else their boats are fucking slower in the southern hemisphere, but it's possible that the distances are further.
Which way did they go, Brian? Did they go all around the outside of the flat Earth? How long do you think that would take?
Yeah, about triple.
It's in the video. Watch it. It matches out to about what they should be going. The speed and average speed
is it 20,000
of about 16 miles per hour, or maybe 18 miles per hour on a flat Earth.
And the perimeter of the flat Earth,
I'll give them a few. Hold on, I'll give them a few days because they're coming down from north of the equator. So I'll give them a few days, but it still takes an average of about 80 days, unless you're going to talk about the world record. But it takes about 80 days for them to make that trip, which comes out to about 8 knots. So that's as fast as they're doing in a race.
Hey, what was the plane, Brian? I'm not Brian. What was the plane, people?
It's a B789.
Which I think was 5.5 hours.
It says 789 have a 330 ETOPS capability.
Yeah, just 5.5 hours. Yeah.
Stop with the ETOPS. It's not even relevant for this.
I like ETOPS.
Yes, it is. What's your website that you use in Kosho?
GPmap.com.
GPmap.
Yeah. It's a good site. You just put in 2 airports in it, and you can change the projection and everything.
Yeah, GC map, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry, I might have said it would be a GC map.
Yeah. All right. Map ranges. All right.
I'll type in the link.
For the JNB.
So the distance is about 6,862 miles.
Well, that's what they told you. You don't know if that is the actual.
Yeah, that's
what you say the distance was
on the globe model. The distance between these 2 airports is 6,862 miles.
I have 10,000. I
know
it's the wrong ones. This is SYF. I did SYD.
SNB. I'm sorry, JNB to SYD.
Yeah, there you go.
Suck your dick.
Yeah, so ETOPS 330 can go almost anywhere.
But actually, it doesn't allow it to go over the Great Circle route for those locations.
For Johannesburg to Sydney, it does.
I'll show you my picture.
Oh, Kosho just blew the whole lid off of this.
I mean, it's been giving me wrong airport before.
Yeah, Perth would be a emergency airport, and something in Madagascar would as well.
No, I did Sydney. It's just probably different. It's a little bit different price. Yeah, I got 6,000 miles. Not bad. But yeah, it's like for Sydney, there's a spot I can't go over. That's probably why
here's a good question. Let's say the average speed is about 560 miles per hour. How long would this flight take? Roughly.
How do you know that was the average speed?
That's pretty much like that's an average speed for an airliner like this.
You take the total distance divided by the speed. So if you're saying 6,000 miles divided by 500 miles per hour, that would give you the number.
Hold on. How do you know you weren't in a 200-mile-an-hour jet? How do you know you weren't in a 200-mile-an-hour?
Because, Jeremy, it goes both ways.
Wow, why are you guys spiraling? Do you even know what I was going to say?
Because you say the same stupid... Yes, I do. You say the same stupid shit all the time.
Because if it was a...
Never said the sentence I was about to say before.
Going... Let's say if it was a jet stream going 200 miles an hour, then the flight speed would probably post at about 800 miles an hour. Do you think one of these airplanes can travel at 800 miles an hour?
No, the flight will post.
Do you think
the globe?
Do you think this airplane is designed?
Hold on, guys, one at a time, please.
Hold on, wait. I'm talking to Jeremy. Hold on, Brian. Do you think this airplane is designed to fly at 800 miles an hour in Earth's atmosphere?
I don't know how fast it's designed. Lemon, hold on 1 second. How fast is it designed to fly? And then tell me, guys, how fast is it designed to fly? And then what would happen if there was a 200-mile-an-hour jet stream it was heading into or having at its back?
Then you'd have to figure out which direction that jet stream was going.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. You don't know jack shit. You just go off what they tell you.
No, we take the average of the return trip, Jeremy. Right? Unless you want to say that the jet stream magically changes direction and helps you both ways every time.
My understanding.
How did you verify that?
Obviously, I haven't been up at those altitudes. Obviously, none of us have been up there and tested wind speeds. But my understanding of what they claim is that there are different directional wind currents, jet streams at different altitudes. So you might go up to a certain altitude and you have an east to west going 200 miles an hour. You may go higher or lower and you have one going west to east 200 miles an hour.
That's true. That still doesn't help. Do you know what we can do, Gio? Do you know what we can do? Is we can send weather balloons up twice a day and tell you what the wind speed is.
And that still doesn't help because then the time would be different. It would be less time.
That's my understanding of that flight is that it is like 4 hours different.
So it would cut down the speed by like 5/7. So you just cut down the time by 5/7 or whatever, since it's going 700 instead of 500 miles per hour, or however fast it's going with that tailwind or whatever, that jet stream.
Then you got to fly back too, Lemon. You got to fly back into that 200 mile an hour wind.
There's different jet streams at different altitudes. That's what he just said. But I want to tell people the speed is based on the globe distance. One more thing, the speed is based on the globe distance. So you don't know how fast you're going. You just know how fast it's giving you based on the distance the globe dictates.
Pretty much. Speed is basically distance over time, and you're going to get a different distance depending on which model or conception you're going with. The globe that tapers down to a point with less land, and or a flattish peak that expands ever outward, and it also depends on the route too.
You'll get a different speed, right, Lemon?
All of that goes in. What's that?
It'll give you a different speed. If you use another model, it'll just say you're going a different speed. Right?
Yeah, but then the posted speed would be different, right? Or are they lying about the posted speed?
Guess we'd have to look into this more.
That's how fast you want to believe. The problem is you want to believe what men just tell you. Well, that's not the way you should live life, because people lie.
Well, we can do our own math, just like we're doing now, right? We can't just
math isn't going to tell you what the actual speed of the plane. Math isn't going to tell you what the actual speed of the plane is.
Sure it will.
Yeah.
Sure it will.
How much ad hoc bullshit do you need to add, Jeremy, to make it work with a flat Earth?
He's right, though, man.
Diagram. He has that red line over there. Depending on which route they actually take, so they could curve a bit more, curve a bit less over the water. They could even go over land. It depends on which specific route they even took. They could cut straight across. They could go in a tailwind jet stream that's going more in a circle. I mean, there's different routes that are possible here.
Yeah, but how far is that red line? What is the actual distance to that red line?
I mean, without a straight line at sea, it's hard to tell. We'd have to infer and assume a bunch of distance, but it would be whatever it is, its arc or whatever at a 360, roughly.
Sydney to Santiago is better with that projection.
We'd have to take the difference in longitude to get a general arc, and then do some, I guess, circle trig or whatever, some circle geometry. If it's like from 120 degrees to I don't know, 100 degrees west, that's like 20 degrees. So that's 20 degrees of arc. And so you take 20 over 360, I guess, for the distance of the arc or whatever. But on a flat pizza, it would tend to expand ever outward. 20 over 360 is what, 180th or 118th, something like that. I have to break out my calculator. So it would be 1/18th of the total circumference, whatever fraction that is. If you go with 24,901 as your circumference, it's 1/18th of that, whatever that is. But it depends on what the circumference is at that latitude. It's going to fatten out and expand on the pizza, assuming you go perfectly in an arc. But this stuff is a little complicated.
The posted average speed for this current flight is about 497 knots. Right, what is that in?
Remember when we were in
miles
school?
per hour?
You multiply the knots times 1.15, basically add a 6 to get the regular miles per hour, roughly. So
you remember
you have to multiply whatever you get by 1.15, roughly.
Remember when we were in school and the teacher said you need to learn this because you're not going to be walking around with a calculator in your pocket your whole life?
Yeah, that's why I learned how to use math.
Remember that? Remember they lied to you. Your teacher just flat out lied to you.
So there's 6 pieces of 8.
I actually agree with you, Jeremy.
So you'd add 8 more miles.
Jeremy, I agree with you.
49 plus 8, 57 miles per hour, roughly.
Yeah, have you ever seen Die Hard with a Vengeance? We're in New York City.
Yes, I love Bruce Willis.
Yeah, it's a great movie, dude. And Sam Jackson and Bruce Willis are trying to figure out the riddle with the water and the fucking bomb. They have the 2 jugs. They don't have a fucking calculator, asshole. You know what? And those they could have killed kids. Could have died, dude. Okay,
that's
dude, a calculator doesn't
roughly.
even help you for that. A calculator doesn't even help you for that riddle, dude. What are you talking about?
So yeah, you got to do 5 minus 3 plus 4. You got to do all this stuff.
You need a calculator for that? Go figure out what the ETOPS value is on the planes they're talking about.
So B-ball, it's about 570 miles per hour, roughly.
There's no ETOPS on
miles, regular statute miles.
Good, thank you.
Hold on, Paid. What did Paid just say? There's no what?
There's no ETOPS on 4-engine airplanes.
4-engine airplanes? Is that what? Are you trying to say that the ETOPS are unlimited or something?
Pretty much. You have to worry about ETOPS. Yeah. You have to worry about diversion bases, perhaps, but you don't have to worry about ETOPS.
Can you describe it?
What's the T?
Oh, okay. So if
how
you take
long have we had 4-engine
planes
planes for? Hold on 1 second, guys. This is big. Thank you, B-ball. How long have we had 4-engine planes for, Paid?
I don't know.
70s.
Decades, 2 years.
Decades?
Decades. Oh, okay. So back in the 70s and 80s and shit with the soccer team, they would have had 4-engine planes for this, probably.
Well,
so fuck your ETOPS shit, Ruhip.
They probably didn't have the range back then.
So if you take
that big long flight from South America to Darwin, that was a 380, wasn't it? 4-engine airplane.
350, wasn't it?
So if you take the distance between these 2 airports divided by the speed, which is 579 miles per hour, you get about 11.8 hours.
Nice.
And the final duration of this flight is 11 hours and 9 minutes.
Pretty close.
The A380 doesn't even have. Sorry,
the flat earthers don't like to. The flat earthers don't like to talk about aviation unless they're misperceiving it, because it basically shuts them down.
Well, a lot of this is math and idealized abstraction. We need to see if this actually matches distances in reality by walking it or checking it with some sort of physical action.
We already know that it matches the globe.
They actually fly it there, you know.
I mean, it matches the globe model.
They actually get in an airplane and fly it, and pretty much happens the way they say it happens. But yeah.
What was the range of a 747? I don't know, 200 back in the.
I don't know.
Back in the 70s, 80s.
47, 200 range.
In 1985, development of the longer range 747-400 began. What was it range?
The SP was the longest range in the earlier days.
The excuse you gave was for the ETOPS. If they were using a 4-engine plane, your ETOPS shit is dead in the water.
Yeah, but back in the day, the range wasn't quite as long. The SP, the 747
All
SP,
right.
was the longest one of the day.
We're talking about this ETOPS thing. If they had a 4-engine plane, your ETOPS excuse is bullshit, right?
Oh, it's not. It still can't fly over a place that it can't land at.
To do with the ETOPS thing. The ETOPS was how a plane could fly, how long a plane could fly with one engine out.
Yeah.
Can a plane with 4 engines fly if one engine goes out?
Depends.
It can't do the range.
The answer is
Can a plane fly with 4 engines?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
a 747 with 4 engines can, yes. But it won't have
so
the
your
range to do
ETOPS
it.
thing is not going to make sense. So your ETOPS thing is not going to make sense because that is based on how far a plane can fly if one engine goes out.
Yeah, there are 2 factors, Jeremy. Can you handle 2 factors in your brain?
What are the other factors? You told me it was because it had to do with
Range.
how far a plane can fly if one engine went out, and now it's something else. Okay, what is it?
Most planes can't fly that route.
What is the ETOPS thing based on? Kosho's obsessed with it. We need to get this shit straightened
Well, I'm
out.
reading about it right now, so I'll tell you
Maximum range of a 747 SP was 6,650 nautical miles, which is 12,300 kilometers. That was the big range of the day. You wanted 200? Was that the other question?
Well, no. So what I'm seeing is that
Which means it can go anywhere on a globe.
what I'm seeing is that it says that the 2-engine rule, there's like a 2-engine rule, which is like a 60-minute rule of 2 engines, and then it's saying that like planes with more than 2 engines can go up to 180, even though I know that there's ones that can go up to 330. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but yeah, I'm trying to read. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so it says here, and there's planes that can go even more than that. So there's planes that are rated even higher. But yeah, so it's usually going to be 60, 120, 180, 330. It's based on the M1 engine rule thing, but I think there might be the 2-engine rule thing, but I think there might be more to it.
Okay, baby.
Vicky.
Shut that baby up. Just kidding. I used to tell my wife that all the time when she'd be walking around with me.
Well, Ruhif
Have
has
the Globers have the Globers in this server not been able to disprove the flat Earth model?
Yes, we have. It's on
Then
screen.
why-
It's on my
They
screen.
can't. They absolutely have not disproved the flat Earth
Every
model.
day of the
no.
week. Every
Yeah,
day of
so-
the week.
Guys, why do you
absolutely
Go
can't. They
back
have
to
nothing.
3
Every day
minutes
of the
past
week.
the hour.
We blow it
3
past. We
minutes
blow it
past
out
the
of the
hour.
water.
Because
Well,
if I
Ruhif
drill,
basically shows a flight path for a shorter flight path that's somehow longer than a
Yes.
longer red flight path that's shorter. But we could just, invoke Jetstreams to basically give you a boost,
How to
a
work both
2-hour
ways.
boost that makes you a little faster or something like that.
Yeah,
And then you fly the other way.
I'm in.
Yeah, fly the other way, and then the jet streams are only at high latitudes during the winter time. So, nice try.
Well, Jetstreams do switch around throughout the
No,
year. Perhaps
sorry.
it's going
Yeah,
one
and
way one
again.
part of the day,
Oh,
another
perhaps.
way the
Yeah,
other part of the
perhaps.
day
We'll
or
just make-
something. Maybe it
we'll just-
switches. I
We'll,
don't know.
we'll just make up
Weather
some
balloon
shit.
data
Did you
says
say we
no,
only
Lennon.
get jet streams in the winter?
The strong
get
jet
jet
streams
streams in the
happen
winter?
during the winter time. The very strong jet streams happen during the winter. That's correct.
The strongest jet streams are in the
That's
southern
low.
hemisphere, and Gio already said this, that there's jet streams going in multiple directions.
No,
They are going, yes, huh? Different altitudes, man. Look,
No.
oh my God.
they're always west to east.
Well, Mr. Ruhif, we already
That is false.
established that a 2-3 hour, 300 mile
Hold
per
on.
hour jet stream would cut down your route by about 5/7. So all we have to do
Guys,
is
hold
multiply
on
that time of
And then
14
go
and a
the
fourth
other
hours
return,
times
Lemon.
5/7,
That's it.
Ruhif, we get about 10 hours. It looks like it's 12 hours, so the jet stream is well within range to cut down that trip by about 5/7 of the time.
Which trip, Jet? Which
And
trip?
go the
All
other
right.
way.
I don't know if you're
Lemon.
trying to save paid here. I don't know if you're trying to save paid NASA shill on this, but we're not breezing over this. Are the jet streams east to west, or do they go in multiple directions?
They go in multiple directions.
They go east to
And
west.
they switch throughout the year.
They go east to west.
They switch throughout the year.
We gotta iron this shit out, guys. Let's not breeze past this. This is the
No, this is
a big thing,
climbing.
right?
Look at the balloons when they send the balloons up, dude. when they send the high altitude balloons up, you watch the tracking and they zigzag until they hit a certain point, and then they'll get caught up in a bigger jet stream.
I would just like to validate that paid NASA shill is completely incorrect. I'm posting this right now. This is a backup of the original earth.nullschool.net. So it's just a backup of it. But this data comes from the NOAA and the U.S. National Weather Service. So it's their data. I'm not saying that it's true or whatever. It's just their data. And you can see that the jet streams and the wind patterns are going multiple directions. They claim this. So I don't know why you're saying they all go east to west. They also go west to east at various different speeds, at various different altitudes as they claim it.
What altitude is this and what speed? What date?
You can adjust it. Open the menu.
Just concede, bro. Just concede that you were wrong and then go study it.
Oh no, there's biblical passages in there. My satano-atheist self can't tolerate this at all. What link should I hit specifically, GM, to get past this wrong thing?
Yeah, stick it at 250 hectopascals. And
you click on it, you should be able to open the little menu on the right hand. You can change the height, and then you can also change like the projections and so on.
So change the height.
Well, this ain't a good look, Kate.
Bro, your model doesn't work.
You guys saying trade winds, or are you guys saying
jet
streams? Oh, okay.
Powerful winds that can move a plane. Powerful winds that can move a plane.
And add 200 miles per hour to your trip. 200 miles per hour plus to your trip.
Very good. Very good.
So that makes it go from 500-ish miles per hour to around 700-ish miles per hour, potentially.
That's like 600 to 800. Like 600 to 800.
Yeah.
So I wasn't listening to you guys just talking.
They're going in the same direction. West to east.
They switch throughout the year. Perhaps they switch throughout the week or the day or something. I don't know.
So there are two flights, right? Let's say there's a flight from Sydney to LA right now and one from LA to Sydney.
Yeah, look at that. The Quantico, that flight you're talking about has a different paint job than the other fucking flights because, in fact, they don't say why, but it's got like extra layers of paint. The Quantico, or the what you call it, Quantico fucking plane that they use down there for that flight has got extra fucking coats of paint and shit. And they got the I forget the name of the chemical, but it's because that bitch is doing faster, man.
Hold on.
With more extreme temperatures.
All right, hold on. Here we go. I'm posting this thing in Livestream text 1. It totally fucking debunks what paid NASA shill just said. It is telling us that the jet streams go from north to south sometimes they're east to west. You're debunked.
Aren't they going from west to east right now?
He said they always go west to east.
Well, they are right now.
Always though, Ruhif.
They go in circles. They go in circles anyway.
Hold on.
What do you think,
Brian? Why are you doing this? Did you hear what I said, Ruhif? They don't always go in.
Okay, but they are now, right?
You want to breeze over that so quickly. I mean, I know why you want to, but why don't you explain to the audience why you're trying to breeze over that little fact so quickly?
No, because you guys are trying to explain. You guys are trying to explain, faster than possible flights by using jet streams, and all I'm going to say is what happens on the return trip.
The jet stream reverses, and they still get back at roughly the same time, depending on the time.
Show it on the map.
Well, actually, that
Clearly
particular flight, people that have taken it have claimed that it's about 3 hours longer. They obviously, when it's happening, they just say, "Oh, we're delayed" or whatever. So apparently, it's 3 hours slower going from west to east. So that is one factor. But I mean, looking at these wind currents, I mean, yeah, they're moving. I mean, if you look at the one on with the AE projection, let's see. I was looking at the low altitude. The HPA is a reading of pressure. It has to do with altitude. But I mean, if you go on like the 10, 70, I mean, you'll see dramatically. Like, look at the one if you pull it up with the 10 HPA. You have literally like bands. You have literally bands that are moving. Okay, I'll look at 250. You have multiple bands that are moving dramatically different directions, east and west, and at different latitudes.
Yeah, but
are we ever going to get a concession?
That's been like 30 Ks up or something.
Are we ever going to get a concession from paid NASA shill? I'm wondering.
We should, but you probably won't.
Paid
Faster
NASA
winds are moving in the south
admit
too,
that
man.
the Earth is flat. It is what it is.
Well, I don't understand.
Do they think that the jet streams just like slam on brakes somewhere? They just they dead end. They circle around on each other. So there's multiple fucking jet streams. There's multiple jet streams circling around on each other.
Hold on, Brian. Kosho's lost. Kosho's lost.
I'm just trying to see, Jeremy, what was your claim versus Paid NASA Shields?
Yeah, Paid said the jet streams go from east to west always.
You say east to west or west to east?
I don't care. It's not that way always. It doesn't matter. They go north south. I posted a citation in the text chat. I'm patiently waiting for him to concede.
You'll be waiting forever.
I'll be waiting.
Hard headed.
Wait, hold on, dude. It says the flow often shifts to the north and south.
Yes, which means not east and west.
No, dude. That means the flow itself, not the correct latitude.
They do make loops. The thing that does vary. Sometimes there are loops.
No, but I'm saying
look at the 10 HPA one, which 10 HPA is 27,000 feet in altitude. So
How can it look in the opposite direction?
1,000 hectopascals.
No, it's not.
I just
like
I'm on the
85,000
National
feet.
Weather Service website, pressure altitude. There's a converter. I put in 10 HPA, it tells me 27,363 foot of altitude.
What? No. Wrong.
I'll give you the link to this calculator. This is the National Weather Service and NOAA. They have their logos all over this thing.
Yeah.
USA.gov. This is it's a weather.gov. Is the website. I'm posting it right now. So 10 HPA is 27,000 feet. So if you look at the one, especially the AE map one on the bobwinds.com, you look at 10 HPA, there are literally bands. There's an outer band, a next band, like layers of a dartboard.
Yeah.
And literally one of them's going west to east, one of them's going east to west, one of them's going west to east, they're literally completely going opposite directions.
Well,
right, you understand that inches of mercury is not hectopascals?
I would say you just posted 1,000 hectopascals, which is basically sea level.
Plus, we don't know how fast they're going. The speed of the jet stream is based on the map you're using. So if you use the map, they're going fast.
A lot of these units are interchangeable. Millimeters of mercury, /Pascal, /Torrs, all units of pressure.
Right. And Geo has put in 10 inches of mercury.
Yeah, I did have it set on mercury. So then we have mm of mercury and millibars.
Right, millibars, hectopascals.
1,000 hectopascals is 1,000 MBAR, 750 millimeters of mercury, and that's pretty much sea level.
Yes.
If you put in 10 HPA for the millibars, it's 85,000 feet.
Yes. So why are we looking at that? Let's look at 250.
When you posted was 1,000 hectopascals, which is sea level, basically.
Sea level, yeah. 250 hectopascals is 34,000 feet. Funnily enough, that's where all the strong winds are.
Well, if the winds can change,
there we go. I got a jet stream map
the winds
of the
can
US.
change up there as well. One would logically think, anyway. These trade winds, jet streams, whatever the heck, appear to be changing throughout the year. So I think we have a possibility here, gentlemen.
All right, so Paid. I mean,
stream map of the US. Stream map of the US is taking long because I'm lagging a little bit, but it clearly has the jet stream going north.
It switches throughout the year, probably switches even throughout the week.
So is that a north-south flow or an east-west flow, that big red stream?
Oh, yeah, it's what it's saying. When it said north to south, it meant that it's shifting.
Well, we have to keep in mind, gentlemen, that this globe map is twisting and deflecting everything. If you put it on an A.E. Gleason north-centered map, you get these concentric circles that are quite elegant and simplified.
And they match the flight plans, too. On a globe, hold on. On a globe, these motherfuckers look like a roller coaster going up and down, okay? On a flat Earth map, they fucking match the flight paths relatively pretty good, man. Why
is that? Why would an airplane flying eastbound, want to have a 200-mile-an-hour tailwind?
Because it helps them get there faster. So Kosho's red line shows what is more accurately seen as a concentric circle if you put it on the right map and the right diagram. This globe nonsense needs to stop.
Yeah, the globe in theory. Earth is a globe. Get over it.
I can't get over these lies, Paid NASA Shill. I know that you're paid for NASA Shill, but I just can't get over these lies.
Yeah. The only problem
Hey,
is
do you
you
see
can't
my? Hey,
explain.
do you see my text? Hey, do you see the picture I posted in text chat?
Yes. Now, is that a north to
see how
south? Is that north to south or east to west generally?
Does it look like it's going north up the coast of Florida?
Does it look? Well, what do you post? Isn't something you post something else?
Shooting up the north of coast. I have arrows shooting up the coast of Florida, and I also have arrows shooting down the coast of Florida. Is that you think that's north south or east west?
Well, which way are the arrows pointing?
Looks like it's pointing north south to me, or rather south north anyway.
But there's a loop there. If you see that little break off point that's pretty close to Florida. No, okay. So you're gonna try to get me to say that is this an east to west flow generally or a north to south flow generally?
You was just about to say that it's a loop, and so it's got to be both ways. If it's a loop, it's got to be both directions.
Oh fuck!
It'll go in a west-east-west circle essentially.
Pretty
Eventually,
much,
it'll circle back around.
Okay, sometimes it will.
But it ain't tethered.
South north. But the jet streams are generally an east to west, a west to east flow.
They switched throughout the year, though. I think we're good, though.
That's funny shit, dude.
They switched throughout the year, though. I think we're good.
Are you saying that like a river, because the Mississippi River makes like loops east and west? It's not it doesn't flow south. Fuck.
Pate, if I'm on the top of Florida, if I'm on the top of Florida and I want to catch a jet stream going to the South Florida, can I do that to go north south in a jet
Florida,
stream?
The one you posted. Let's see, is this one you posted? I just blew it up. It's actually the United States. It's a big loop.
If I'm in the top of Florida, can I catch a jet stream going south to the bottom of Florida?
Where's Florida? That's not Florida, by the way. That's if you blow into your map. Is this?
Dude, yes, it is Florida.
Jeremy's map. Jeremy's posted a map. Yeah, what is that? Is that Florida?
That's not Florida. That's the whole United States. That's Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico there in the middle of the loop. Not Florida. It looks like Florida, but it's actually much bigger.
Okay, when you were refueling the SR-71, did you guys miss the nozzle because you got these jet streams all wrong?
Okay, if I'm in North America,
hold on a second. The SR flew way too high to worry about the jet streams, and you only worried about the jet streams.
Good call. Yeah, good call. If I'm near Canada and at the top of America, and I want to catch a jet stream going to Mexico, can I catch a jet stream going south to Mexico?
On December 27th, yes.
Okay, well there is a jet stream.
Okay, that's not east-west. That's not always east-west, right?
It is pretty. Oh fuck, Jeremy! Again, if the Mississippi River meanders and goes east and west, are you saying that it doesn't flow south?
It goes in a general southeastern direction. Then general west.
This is the same as a jet stream. The jet stream is again generally, since we have so many freaking pedantic people here, generally a west to east flow.
This is less.
I don't give a damn. You look at a high altitude balloon tracker, and they zigzag until they hit a certain height, dude. There's winds going in multiple directions. Don't care what you say.
It's easier to get people to agree if it's just less combative because the map I showed, Jeremy's map, you can see how there's a jet stream going generally to the east, but it curves down south a little bit. But if you look at the big map,
a little bit.
If you look, a little bit.
So it's all of America.
Dude, I'm talking about Florida, dude. I'm talking about Florida because you brought up Florida, dude. Okay, so just calm down for a second.
It was the wrong one. That's all of America. That map.
It doesn't matter. I'm looking at the actual right now map for the whole country, that height. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So I'm saying that there's some places you can go down, some places it goes up. But if you look at the entire jet stream, it goes in a western eastern direction.
It doesn't matter. There's winds. There are streams, whether they call them jet streams or not. There are streams going in multiple directions, man. Like I said, if you want to see them, look at a fucking altitude tracker, man.
I know, but the jet streams do have a general direction.
But when you put on that gorgeous AE map that I just put in the chat, they make concentric circles that are simplified and elegant.
Yeah, they circle around on each other. Plus, on a globe, they circle around on each other anyway. They don't just stop somewhere. They circle around the pattern, so they got to be going both directions. If they circle around on each other.
No, they do not, sir.
Both the things you just said were true.
Low projection, if you look at it.
What do they do? Do they dead end? Do they just dead end?
No, they continue. It's like a circle. It's like a record. What does a record end?
No, both things you
if
guys
your
just
tire
said.
goes around and around and around, does it like stop somewhere?
Both the things you guys just said a
Can't think
second
in three
ago
dimensions.
were
Can't even think
true.
in two dimensions.
Before this other conversation, the thing Lemon and Brian, you guys said were true, but it doesn't matter how elegant it looks because I posted the Mercator map projection. It looks pretty elegant. Same thing. You see a western to eastern flow, but it doesn't matter how elegant something looks. It matters which one's the correct, correct model.
Yeah, but just so we're clear, a model that just doesn't work and is clunky and unwieldy and tends to, decrease thought and simplification about the subject. Why are we being forced to shoehorn this globe, a deformed looking globe model, as opposed to the simplified, elegant, and much more sensible?
Yeah, but it
flat
doesn't work,
Earth.
Lemon. It doesn't.
That's great, Lemon. Oh, just so we're clear, the jet streams don't always go east-west. Sometimes they go north-south, right, Paige?
Predominantly west-east. Everybody agrees with this.
But not always, though. Like you said, sometimes they go north-south, right?
Predominantly.
Say in a way that
Which would mean not always.
Well, Jeremy, there's no. It always generally goes eastward. However, there's parts of it that it's if you get close up and you isolate a certain area, in that specific area, it could be doing something strange. But you're talking about the whole big picture. Generally, it has one direction.
Okay, but it doesn't always go. This is Koso. This is the equivalent. I can't believe you're on his side of this. This is the equivalent of us saying the atmosphere moves in lockstep.
Well,
it doesn't always move in lockstep because there's wind, right?
If I'm
it doesn't always move in lockstep because there's wind. The jet streams because they're going north-south sometimes, right, Koso?
Jeremy.
It's going to be impossible, though.
I don't know. Did you guys just talk all over me?
Let me say something.
What are you saying?
It's going to be impossible to respond.
So if I'm on the Mississippi River, floating down, and the river meanders east and west, what direction am I going?
I was going to say.
All right, so y'all are saying, hold on.
Trying to respond to Jeremy's question, man. For fuck's sake.
Go ahead.
Wait, they're saying that jet streams. That there's only jet streams going east to west. When the world record time between London and New York or whatever is from New York to London.
In an SR-71 at
from west to east,
feet.
the record time between the two is from
in an SR-71.
Because there's jet streams.
Wait, finish, Paige. Wait till he's finished. Go ahead, Brian. Finish.
Yeah, you just audio chaos, guys. Relax.
It's like Paige is interrupting and getting pissed off that someone else is talking. It's like Paige.
Go ahead, Brian.
The whole point. It was a quick little point. The point is the world record time between London and New York is from New York to London. Okay, so jet stream or not, call it what you want. The fucking record time is going from west to east.
In an SR-71, way above the jet stream.
I'm not talking about a plane. I'm talking about passenger plane.
Okay, if you're flying in a plane and you're going from city to city and you come across this jet stream that's going north-south, you wouldn't consider the jet streams always going east-west because you just encountered one going north-south.
This new guy.
I don't know why you said that, Paige. Why'd you say that?
Because it's predominantly a west to east thing. For fuck's sake, don't understand.
Just admit you were wrong for once.
And predominantly means not always, right? Does predominantly mean always?
Again, so the Mississippi River tracks east and west, but it goes predominantly south, right? If I get in Minneapolis, St. Paul, I'm going to end up in the Gulf of Mexico, but I'm going to go a lot of east and west because it doesn't go fucking straight.
Yes. Okay, and does the word predominantly mean always?
Word predominantly means mostly. Fuck.
That's not even the case with these jet streams. I just showed you on the Null School, the Bob Wins one. We were just showing it. It's not even that there's just little areas. Jeremy is pointing out that around Florida, the jet streams can go north, south. There's little areas like that. Even on that one, it shows some of that. But it was showing major bands, massive bands that are going west to east, and massive bands that are going east to west.
There you go. That's even worse. So not even predominantly whatever you said.
Well, there still may be a predominantly component. I mean, the sun is circling, if you're looking at the Earth from above clockwise around the Earth. So it is going east to west. So there may be a predominant, sort of wind cycle that is going east to west. I'm not claiming that there isn't. And I know on the globe Earth, they're going to all get excited because they're going to say it's a spin of the Earth doing that. But I still don't think the word predominantly even fits because it looks like the jet streams are making all kinds of different pathways.
Yeah,
God,
there's
it's like a river.
Of energy. There's an overall motion of energy that moves the sun and the sky and everything, and it drifts over top of the earth. And the wind moves violently through that. Like the general motion is just there, and obviously it's not because we're moving.
Yeah, but that stuff moves westward.
What's up?
Funny how it's in the opposite direction to the sun movement, though, huh?
Yeah, the sun moves westward.
Oh, so what happens whenever you move, when you have motion go through a field? Is it only the one motion, or is it reciprocated?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean. But if it was wind blowing through a
field
field,
reciprocates the motion.
Yeah, there's vortex and counter vortex patterns. Just like when you're driving in a car, you know how like right around your like where the rear view mirror is, there'll be air that'll be like going basically from the back of your car to the front, like it loops around. So you actually have air coming off the car. It's not all just going from the front of the car to the back. You'll get these kind of
you're
vortexes.
right about that, but
you'll get vortexes and counter vortexes.
Yeah, I agree with you. But what I'm saying when I see this, the 300, whatever it said, 33,000 miles up, or 33 feet, 33,000 feet up. There we go. I've seen the jet streams. They are predominantly going eastward. There's some loops, a couple places, but if we added all the vectors, I'm sure there would be a positive, a much higher amount going directly eastward, and the sun is going directly westward. So it seems like even in this thing where it's moving through it, so it's swirling, so you'd have some swirling. It doesn't seem like you'd have mostly eastward if it was going westward.
Yeah, because there's a motion in the field over top of the earth. Yeah. Let's see if you guys can come up with a scientifically viable option. Nope. No, you can't.
Oh, we have. It's called Coriolis. Thank you very much.
Coriolis has nothing to do with scientifically viable option.
Incorrect, totally. The motion.
No, it's a grasp at straws theoretical explanation.
No, it's not theoretical. It's done.
Hey, something happened to your mic, just so you know. It's like buzzing and crackling.
Yeah, so I'm talking about scientifically viable, not grasp at straws pseudoscientific theories.
You mean like the stuff you're throwing up with the movement of the sun and eddies in the air and stuff? Where do you have any evidence of this? How about some evidence?
I'm not making anything up.
How about some evidence of this?
Any of that stuff be validated?
The sun moves over top of the earth, and
how about some evidence that it influences the air in the way you say?
I didn't say the sun influenced the air in any way, and if you keep interrupting me, the earth doesn't become a globe.
Gotcha.
Can I make a request very quickly, just because it's getting heated again? But we just make it as least as adversarial as possible, and we don't have to interrupt because it only causes for nothing to happen.
Yeah, maybe I'll just sit up for a second because he can't even hear my voice without impulsively freaking out. So.
Yeah, it ain't you. It's Peyton has a shield. Every time he joins, man, it gets like this.
I mean, what Wissa just said
he won't even concede something he just said. He just said to Jeremy that the jet streams are always. He used a specific term. He won't even concede. Yeah, okay, well, I said always. I was wrong. He's incapable of being a humble man. He's not like us. So every time he joins, it gets heated.
Brian, if you're wrong, you're just wrong, man.
Well, no, I don't think that's accurate though, because he did change what he said. Because he said, okay, it's not always doing that, but it is predominantly doing that.
But when he changed what he said, he tried to mask it as if he was never wrong. He needs to man up and say he was wrong about something for once. It's not a big deal. Everyone doesn't know everything, man. It's okay to not always be right. If you misspoke, just say, okay, it's not literally always. And obviously the plane wouldn't just assume that because there's many other variables they have to account for, and I misspoke. That's all you have to say.
I think that he did say he misspoke and that he changed the way he spoke, but he didn't say he was wrong because he wasn't wrong. He just didn't add that in because I guess he didn't suspect that that's what people were going to imply by what he's saying. Because it's not a definite path. Like I said, by looking at it, there's some ups and downs and some winds a little bit, but predominantly it goes that direction. So I mean,
actually, on the globe, it goes everywhere. You even sent a picture of yourself in here. Like on the globe, it's just chaotic.
No, it's not chaotic at all. It's like in some places, there's some swirls and it's a lot like a river. Is really what it is. It's a lot like a river. Like a river predominantly goes one direction, but there's winds and stuff like that.
The thing is, we're using the jet streams with planes in them. And if a plane flies through a jet stream that's going north-south, that's not east-west anymore. It's not using a jet stream east-west.
But how long is a plane in the sky
Jeremy,
for?
if that's the case,
This isn't a negligible thing like you guys like to claim. It's not negligible.
Listen, you're talking about short flights, man. You're talking about if somebody was only going on a flight that had represented one of the areas you're talking about, that'd be a short flight. But we're talking about in any of these long flights, any flight where they're going high enough and going across the country, for instance, they're not gonna be going only up or down or left or westward at all. They're gonna go west to east over a long distance.
Dude, you missed the whole point. The point is if the jet.
Sorry. Go ahead, man.
If the jet stream is pushing the plane and we're accounting for its, and you're saying, it has to be this way because of the jet streams are going east west. That's not always the case.
Okay, so go ahead.
Go ahead, B-Ball. My bad.
I thought you were done.
Well, my bad. Yeah, I know. The thing is with the one I posted, it's not a short flight. It's from Canada to Mexico. That's all. Go ahead, B-Ball. My bad.
Yeah, I thought we were specifically talking about the ones in the southern hemisphere, though. I mean, and if it was the jet stream helping the flight, just like Kosho said, we will be seeing a lot shorter flights. Instead of 11 hours, it would be like, I don't know, 8 or 6. We're talking.
Why would it be that much less? If the plane flies 500 and you have a 200-mile jet stream,
yeah, it'd be going 800 miles an hour, right? And the time would be a lot less.
Further. That's the whole point. If the distances are further,
but the distances aren't further. We know
the yacht races say that the distances are further.
No, they're not, bro.
So do the fact that there's no underground or under fucking ocean. None that go between them continents that are pretty close.
These airplanes are not designed to fly 800 miles an hour.
It doesn't, dude. You're missing the point. However fast they go, it's just gonna tell you how fast they're going based on the globe model. If you're using globe distances, that's how fast it's gonna tell you you're going. Okay, you don't know exactly how fast you're going.
Well, it matches though, doesn't it?
So they time their flights. Now, where are these west to east of 200 mile an hour winds?
Well, okay, they got to be somewhere. Okay, because why is the record time between fucking London and New York?
The jet stream changes throughout the year. And then he showed a model where the jet stream does change direction. So it doesn't just go predominantly only in the west-east direction. It does switch also.
It never goes eastbound, though.
So these airplanes, these flights, what's the fastest?
There are always winds going in multiple directions. There are always streams of wind.
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
There are always multiple directions. Like I said, look at any high altitude fucking weather balloon. They zigzag. Okay, you'll see spots where they'll be hauling ass east. All of a sudden they'll stop, and you'll see them zigzag back the other way. There are always winds going in multiple directions.
All right. Correct. Is speed? Is this? That
was Andy.
Now you're roboting, B-Ball.
I said part of the data that we're presenting is a lot. The distance, the speed,
exterminate.
Yeah, you're roboting. Maybe try again in a couple minutes.
All right.
We always have a tailwind that's twice the speed that an airplane can fly, and we also have currents in the ocean that are always twice the speed. Oh, actually, about twice the speed that you need. Always going in the direction you need to. It makes sense.
Oh, by the way, everything.
No, but if you have bands of different speed jet streams at different altitudes, and you wanted to match flight times to a globe model, but you wanted to alter it so that the times match a globe, even though you're actually picking up the jet streams, all you have to do is program that flight to catch those jet streams accordingly.
And that's what they do.
Not only that, let me add on. Not only that, you could just make the plane go faster or slower if you wanted to.
Right. Break the laws of physics. Make a supersonic.
You're telling me a plane can't speed up?
Commercial airliner. Out of a
You're telling me
747.
plane can't speed up and slow down, Moyak?
Nope. Can't go
Not that
supersonic,
much.
dude.
Speed
Not
up and
that
slow
much.
down, right? A planes can speed up and slow down, right?
No,
Not that much.
a commercial airliner cannot fly supersonic. It will self-destruct.
No one said supersonic, dude. I don't know where you got that from.
Twice the speed of sound is supersonic, or 1.5. It's
Twice the speed of sound.
You have to go twice the speed of a jet. A jet flies at 0.8 the speed of sound.
Goodness.
So if you double 0.8, that becomes 1.6 times the speed of sound.
Okay, so if they wanted to trick you into thinking the plane has the same speed in both directions, they could slow the plane down, jet stream in whatever direction, and they could speed it up in the opposite direction and catch an opposing jet stream and make you think the fucking flight times match.
So this is what you see what you need to do. You need to invoke some sort of trickery here. See, what I was trying to ask before was, what part of this data is a lie? Is it the distance? Is it the speed? Is it the time? The winds? Which part of it is a lie?
Wait, can you verify? How do they verify the data at all? Because I happen to know a lot of pilots, and pretty much commercial flights just fly themselves. You take off and land, and then so how do you verify the actual speed? How do you verify the actual distance? Can you enlighten me? Or are you just going to tell me you read numbers and you know the numbers are right? Yeah, how do you actually do it?
So here's the thing. It's not got to be a lie. It doesn't have to be a lie. Let him answer Ball's question real quick. I didn't know.
So are you saying that we don't know the distances between different points on Earth?
We have rough distances, but we do not know the exact distances. That's correct. And you can prove it by
we don't know the exact
you can prove it. You can prove it, bud. You can prove it. The GPS is wrong all the time. You can prove it. So
okay, so we don't. So do we not know the distance between LA and New York?
We have a general idea of the distance, right? So it's not. I'm not like if they say it's 2,300 miles. I'm not saying it's 23,000 miles. I'm saying that it's 2,500, 2,600. We don't know. We don't know.
If I fly
doesn't matter what you say.
If I fly at a specific speed at a known distance, you don't think I can figure out how fast I'm going? Or
so if the plane starts going faster, what happens?
If I fly a certain distance and I get there in a specific time, you don't think I can figure out how fast I was going?
No, absolutely not. Because when you fly planes, all kinds of things happen. You have to change different pressure zones. You have all kinds of things that slow you down or speed you up. You have to take diversions away from. No, you don't just fly in a straight, perfectly speeded path, point A to point B, and know exactly geographically what the distance is. So
actually, you pretty much know the distances. Yeah.
No, now it's pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
You like know the distances down to like a gnat's ass, pretty much. Yeah.
No, that's not true.
So when you take a flight from LA to New York, does it vary by 3 or 4 hours at a time?
Sometimes the flight takes like 45 minutes too long. Why does that happen?
Probably because it's probably taxiing
in the air
or waiting. Yeah, sometimes it has to circle the airport. Sure.
Okay, if you don't have to circle something, if you just fly, but it takes longer than expected, you think there's no variables that can make a plane route take longer?
Not by that much. Maybe
how much?
Maybe because I don't know, maybe a storm, you have to go around a storm, sure. But if none of those variables are there, hold on.
Dude, you guys are acting like you couldn't speed the plane up and slow the plane. Like
you can't make the damn thing go. You can't make the damn thing go supersonic. I don't care how hard.
Can we just stop interrupting?
You have to go supersonic. You have to go supersonic to make the speeds in the southern hemisphere.
God.
All right, Jeremy, do you want to finish what you were saying before Pete interrupt you?
No one said super. Oh yeah, where was I? Yeah, you could adjust the speed of the plane and catch a jet stream, whichever way it's going, and speed up on the opposite way and catch the jet, and catch the jet stream, and it would make it look like the planes are flying the same amount of time when really they're just fucking with the speed of the plane.
And you do that on ships too? You do that on private sailboats as well?
So again, it has to be some sort of lie.
The boats, hold on, the boat. Wait, that's my area.
There has to be some sort of lie baked in somewhere.
You just assume you know things. No, it's not a baked-in lie. You assume you know things you don't know. If you actually researched it without bias, you would know you don't know them. And trying to
Yeah, I've
actually
researched
verify.
these flights.
See,
Yes.
you're always interrupting, man. See, to verify the distance in the ocean is actually very, very difficult. So when you say, "Oh, sailboats," yeah, that's right, sailboats. That's right. You don't know the distances. That's right. Suck it up. If you have never researched it, you don't know what you're talking about. GPS is proven to be off with their distances consistently. Look it up.
So you're going to say that a sailboat is taking twice as long to get there. That every sailboat that leaves Australia, every sailboat that leaves Australia gets to its destination in twice the expected time.
I got one
man,
better
they
than that, bro.
They said they went
I got
around the
one better than
south.
that.
They
Look
said
at
they
the
went around
Vandy
the south.
Globe.
Listen, dude, they said they went around the south in sailboats, like the fastest sailboats that exist. Okay, they go like over 25 miles per hour, I think even faster. Okay,
Nope,
and then
only peak.
I'm talking still. And then whenever they went around Antarctica, right, speedboats in a race, they averaged 4 miles per hour. 4 miles per hour. That's right. They lied to you about distances and travels, man. You just believe whatever you think that
How did you
everything's done
determine they
perfectly.
lied about? How did you determine that they lied about the distances?
No, I'm
They
saying
take 80
do you
days, bro.
believe that they raced and went
I
4
know, but
miles per hour?
that's your opinion that they lied. But how did you determine that they lied about it?
No, I asked you, do you believe that they were in a race and went 4 miles per hour the entire time?
Is that the actual time? Is that the actual speed?
That's the actual speed based on what they said.
Well, I will go look that up.
Okay, and so when you look it
I
up,
already
you'll
did.
find out is that what I said's true, and then you'll just ignore it and convince
Okay.
yourself that
And
cartoon's
then
irrelevant.
we'll calculate the distance and how long it should have taken.
That's what we did. Where do you think we got the 4 miles per hour from?
So those boats from the Vendée Globe, they average 4 miles per hour.
Yeah, and they're the fastest made sailboats in the world. What say you?
4
What's your
miles
rebuttal?
per hour. 4
All right,
miles
let
per
me-
hour.
Let me ask this about the 4 miles per hour. Okay, so how did you calculate that? Because the race takes, was that
Because it takes them 80 days. Hold on, it takes them 80 days to complete that race.
I was trying to speak.
Hold
So,
on, let Moyak finish. Go ahead,
as
Moyak.
they have legs of this journey. They don't do it all in one shot, right? So I'm not sure about the Vendée, but a lot of them have legs. Now, is that the number of days at sea, or the number of days total the race is on for?
Oh yeah, we're talking about the actual time that they traveled, bud. Okay, so so it's clearly a lie. Okay, the fastest boats in the world go way under how fast they can go in a race, and they only go 4 miles per hour. And you guys are just going to frantically look for a way to say that it's real.
So in
That's
rough
why I don't talk about
seas
stuff like this with
and
globies. There's no
non-favorable
reason.
winds, they go 25 miles an hour in non-favorable winds.
What's up?
They go 25 miles an hour in non-favorable winds in rough seas.
Oh, so now you're saying the 4 miles per hour does check out?
No, I'm asking you, do they go 25 miles per hour in rough seas and unfavorable winds?
They should definitely go faster than 4 miles per hour.
Should they? I don't know that.
I just posted a video. Hold on, Austin. I just posted a video in live stream text all about the Vandy Globe and the numbers and all that. And I show the world record speeds in the South, and they don't even compare with the average times in the North. So the only explanation, in my opinion, and I show a boat in rough fucking seas hauling complete fucking ass. Everything you're asking is in the video. It's a short video. And you should give it a look because, to me, there are plenty of anomalies to saying, and we're not saying that they're lying, but if they're using globe,
yes, you are.
They're using a globe distances. No, I'm not. If they're using globe distances, then that's going to dictate the speed that it reads. Okay, so there are a lot of anomalies in the South that says that the distances are farther than the globe claims.
Exactly. They went way further than you think they did. Sorry about it, bro.
It took more days.
If Drink the Kool-Aid was here, he'd be creaming in his pants right now.
Yeah, he would. He loves talking about this race. Yeah, that's true. Hey, I got a question about this race because I've had it before, but I just forget the answers. But what? How many people were on the crew? Like, was the ship always?
It was just one person.
Just one person.
It's a race.
Exactly right. It's one person, and it was how many days? Like 70 something days or 100 days? Something like that?
80 days.
It's a sailboat, dude.
Right. So in the sailboat, he's got to sleep a third of the day, right?
You can walk.
No, they're not sleeping a third of the day in this race. They're getting a few hours here and there. Like they're definitely not getting.
say he's sleeping 2 hours a day. Then okay, let's say he's sleeping 3 hours a day. It doesn't matter.
That's about what they sleep. They sleep about 2 or 3 hours a day. That's about right.
He's got to sleep, and you're looking at the average speed. So just remember that.
Okay, yeah.
So
yeah,
you think
Darren did all the math? Darren did all the math and actually gave them plenty of time. Gave them more time to even get the number 4. So I'm sorry, you guys should actually not defend things before you actually research.
So listen, so the winner of the race, they started off August 11th and they finished May 3rd, 2021.
Yeah.
And they're going around like the 55th parallel. They talk about Antarctica. They're nowhere near Antarctica. It's the 55th parallel. The furthest south they go is like 58 degrees. That's at the tip of South America. The rest of the race are at about the 55th parallel, and it's not that far around. The 55th parallel is the numbers don't match, man. I mean, you could make an argument or a case.
I did the maths again for you because I did it earlier. So it's 24,000 nautical miles for the Vendée Globe, and the record time is 74 days and 3 hours. And that equates to roughly 13 nautical miles per hour.
Oh, that's fucking flying.
Yeah, look at the world record in the north. It's 29 miles per hour. It's almost twice as fast.
Hold on,
right?
Brian.
So not 4 miles per
Brian.
hour.
The world record.
So
in the
you would
north
take
is
that
roughly
racing
14
speed and
nautical miles
divide by
per
the
hour.
total time of the race to see how much land they're generally
No,
covering. It appears to go well
that's
beyond
not how you do it.
24,000 miles at the fattest part of the
Lemon.
equator of the ball Earth. So it looks like it's
Lemon,
land
that's not how
expanding
you
on
do
a
it.
flat pizza, not a globe tapering
Obviously,
down
you
to
didn't look at the
southern
route.
poles
Did you look at the
point.
route, Lemon? Did you look at the
You
route?
don't do it like that.
I looked at
You
the
take the distance
idealized
and you
diagrams of the
divide it
routes
with the
that are
time
based
that
on
takes.
I'll get the numbers.
illustrations
I'll
that
get the
may
numbers
not
for you
reflect
guys.
reality. What were you saying, Witsit?
I'll just
I
let you
already
guys
gave
know.
the
I'll
numbers.
get the numbers for. Okay, listen, man. I was driving. I'll get the numbers for. If you interrupt me, I'm just gonna leave. Okay. So I am about to have to go into this restaurant. So I know you guys will tout victory like somehow I got proven wrong, and I clearly did not.
No.
I missed
He's quitting.
I'm going to a restaurant.
I
I'm
got your
driving
back,
5
Austin.
hours to Key West right now. I have to stop and get food. Believe it or not, globe zealots in denial of reality are not going to dictate my food pattern. So, okay, I'm going to go get some food. I'll get you the numbers, and then you guys can cry about it. I'll talk
So
to you
8 miles an hour. 8 miles, not 4
Okay, so
miles an hour.
I already gave the numbers.
I already posted the numbers in the video of not all the numbers, but no. What Austin's talking about was like the average time and the time. The guy who was one in the Vendée Globe, he was a participant. He didn't win or nothing like that, but he came in and said that he stated their time and how long it took them. And yeah, they're doing like 4 knots, man. This is a race, dude. There's no excuse.
The winner was 13 knots, was what just said.
Yeah, he
There's
just
no
told. He just
excuse.
told us.
There's no excuse to explain the mismatch in times between.
Hey, who cares how fast it is? Who cares how fast it is? People race snails, man. People race snails.
Well, the thing is, we need a speed. That way we can divide the total time by the speed and see how much distance they actually covered on the water, whether it is 40,000 miles or less than 24,000 miles like you'd expect on a ball.
No, that's why it's fucked up, because Brian did it like that. He took the top speed for 24 hours and then just pretended that that's the whole race.
No. I had a sneaking suspicion. You know what? I said if the globe is wrong, okay. I had a sneaking suspicion that the times are going to be fucking lopsided. I'm gonna look up for a monohull fucking race. I'm gonna look up the record time in the north, and I'm gonna look up the record time in the south. And if
you didn't do that.
Hold on, let me finish. If my instincts are correct, if my hunch is correct, then it's going to be faster in the north. And not only was it faster, it was almost twice as fucking fast for a 24-hour leg.
No,
we're talking about world records, so we're not talking about average storm. You can't tell me that there. You can't tell me
wasn't in the north.
You kill y'all to let you finish.
Are you comparing apples and oranges again? I bet we're comparing a really fast sailboat.
Why will y'all not let me finish, dude? Just curious.
Because you're lying your ass off.
All right, hold on. I don't know who got interrupted. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know who got interrupted originally, but I'm just temporarily muting a couple of people. Brian, go ahead, and then I'll mute you guys. We'll try to go one at a time. I think when there's a lot of people in the room, like, let me just say this real quick. Sometimes conversations, people can go back and forth quick, like quickly asking questions, answering questions. But when it's like more people in the room, it seems like that's harder to do. So we have to try to do 20-second, 30-second pieces and let one person it's like having the talking stick. One person has the talking stick at a time. They pass it. Of course, when they pass it, since it's an open panel, whoever jumps in and then someone has to step back and let that person go, and then everyone will get their chance.
All right, I'll try and make this quick too. The reason I used a 24-hour record time is because we can talk about seas, we could talk about storms, we could talk about all that shit about people sleeping, but the world record time for 24 hours in the South and in the North, they had to catch great conditions to break the fucking world record. They have to be fairly similar over decades of fucking people racing. So to finish it up, I picked a 24-hour leg to look up the world record time in 2 races, one in the North, one in the South monohull, and the one in the North is almost twice as fast. So it's either it is actually that much faster, or they're traveling shorter distances or longer distances in the South. Thank you.
Well, they would be shorter distances in the North, but
the distance wouldn't matter if it was 24-hour. If it was 24-hour range, it's the difference they're traveling in that 24 hours. And regardless, if you said you multiplied that 24-hour speed into the length of the trip. Are you saying that for you to get the length?
I just took the distance traveled in 24 hours and divided the distance by 24 hours to get the miles per hour. So the distance absolutely did matter. They traveled way further in the North, and I think it should have been equal since it's a world record.
At least if it's the same latitude. I mean, if you're 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south on a tapering ball that mirrors, the distance north and south of the equator, then you would expect at least somewhat comparable times. Now, how comparable, who knows, with the ice down there and stuff like that, and which, route they took or whatever. But you would expect some comparability. If it's dramatically different in the south, perhaps it's more land expanding ever outward on a flat piece, though.
But we're not talking about that. Just say again what you did, Brian, because it sounds like you took the top speed and then multiply that into the number of days.
No, the top distance, the world record distance traveled for a 24-hour
so the world record distance in one day,
right? And I divided that by 24.
And then you did that into the number of days, right?
No. Then I divided that by 24. I don't care about the whole race. I just want one optimal day of travel. And they got a few decades to do it. The one that broke the record.
Okay, that's what I'm saying to you. And then you took that as a top speed, and then you would take that top speed.
Yeah,
and
in the South it was 14 miles an hour for the world record. In the North, it was 29.5 miles per hour.
Yeah,
and what class of are these? Both the same class of vessel?
Monohull.
No, not monohull. Are they 50 foot? Are they the same speed? Are they the
They're
same?
They're big ass fast boats. Yeah, they're big ass fast boats.
No, are they the same vessel? Like one might be.
Yes, they're fucking monohull yachts.
You're not. No, you're just saying things off the cuff without answering. The question is.
Okay, well then tell me the different. Tell me the different.
What's the length of the one in the northern one? And I want to know what the length of the one in the southern.
Do they all have to be the same length, bud?
I want to know specifics because you're not giving me.
It's got to be relevant though. Do they all have to be the same length, pal?
If they're different lengths, there might be different speeds, so we might have to look further into it to see what the maximum.
Tell me the different classifications of monohull. What different classifications of monohull racing is there?
Hey, come on!
I have a monohull. It is not capable of doing the same as a racing boat.
Race cars and my car both have 4 tires. They're the same. Get off his case.
Jesus Christ!
It is also. I just think that's a flawed way of doing it, anyways, because you're assuming that every hour of the trip would have to be an optimal. It would have to be the same as one of the hours they had in the most optimal day ever that anyone's ever.
But they're pretty consistent right underneath that. But he's asking relevant questions because some of the boats that race in the fucking North Atlantic race the fucking Vandy Globe, dude. So you're asking irrelevant questions.
No, you're taking the top speed of the top vessel, which might have been made out of paper and bubble gum, versus the ones that might be required for the southern hemisphere going around the Cape Horn and having to deal with 50-foot waves. They could be a very, very different environment.
That's where the record was broke, bro.
Actually go and look at the class of boat, the class of vessel that won, the speed of the vessel, and then compare the gross weight, gross speed to each other. You can't just go and say,
like I said, the same boats racing boats. Okay? I heard you, bud. I made a theory, man. I guessed that the world record time would be right by a landmass, because that's where they have to have the distances accurate. They couldn't have the distances mismatched right by the landmasses. And sure enough, right by Cape Horn, by where the landmass, where they wouldn't be able to fudge the distances or get them wrong, if they are being honest, just absolutely get them wrong. And sure enough, the world record for fucking 2 decades of racing, hundreds of boats, okay, was that 24-hour leg right there by Cape Horn, and it was 14 miles per hour. Okay, say what you want.
And we got 13 as the record pace for the Southern Hemisphere. There you go. Very good. The average. That's freaking awesome.
In the north, it was 29.5 miles per hour.
But we need to make sure that the speed matches the distance and the distance matches the speed, Moyak. Some of this may have been computed off of globe assumption, where they assumed a ball, number one, and took the circumference of that ball, 24,000-ish miles, and multiplied it times the cosine of the supposed latitude to get the band of latitude, distance that they think that they should get on a ball to compute that 13 mile per hour speed or whatever. We need to see if this is actually matching reality and actually matching the distance that they actually cover, as opposed to this globe abstraction.
Right, and not only did they lie to the racers, or the racers lied, I don't know who's lying, but the private sailors who go from Australia in their little 36-foot boats on a ride across the ocean just for giggles, don't notice that it takes twice as long to get to their destination. Every single time, without fail, it takes twice as long to get there. They
do
not
notice.
surprised by this at
They
all.
do fucking notice. Why you think that guy fucking came on the Globebusters? Because he noticed. And most of them are just going to take the speeds given to them and
private
accept it.
sailors, dude.
But any of them that was waking up to look into it noticed that there was a fucking
one guy on Globebusters, and how do we verify that guy was actually in the race?
Well, the cosine of 60 degrees gives you half. So you would expect half of the globe circumference from 60 degrees or lower. If we're getting or computing with our calculations based off of top speeds, time traveled, or whatever, more than, say, 12,000 miles per miles past 60 degrees latitude, then we have a problem here. We don't have a ball, or we have more land than we're computing anyway, especially if it goes beyond the 24,000 miles of circumference of the supposed ball.
So what's the circumference of the flat Earth?
The circumference would at best be the furthest outer perimeter past Antarctica. It would be greater than like 60,000 miles, according to the voyages of Captain Cook or something. It would be beyond 60,000 miles of an Arctic ice rim at the very least.
I did the math on that too, man. I did the math on that. For the speed they were going, the average speed, and equated to a flat Earth, and it's suspiciously matched fucking perfectly.
Really? So, okay, so 60,000 miles around the outside.
You haven't even watched the video, have you, B-Ball? You're really like
that. 70,000 miles per hour. But
hold on, B-Ball was speaking. I think he got interrupted. Go ahead, B-Ball.
Let's say 65,000 miles around the outside of the flat Earth, and a boat traveling an average of what, 13 miles per hour?
B-Ball, they're going the 55th parallel, bud. They're going 55th.
Yeah, the outside of the flat Earth, right?
No, it was 50th. It wasn't the outside all the way.
That's only halfway from the equator to the outside, or a little past halfway.
What's the distance then?
It's about 35,000 miles, man. It matches the speed.
So basically, you'd have to get a radius and go from there if you want to use this idealized circular trig. So the radius out to there would be like, or the diameter, straight across would be like a third of that. So 70,000 miles, a third of that would be like 20,000 miles straight across. The radius would be roughly 10,000, roughly.
I'm looking at Mole Man's numbers he just posted, and it looks like the numbers he posted, they're consistent with each other. And consistent with the distances we'd say they were, right? So I guess the one for the north, you would expect it to be slightly faster because of shorter trip.
So we need to have a radius. Once we have a radius, we can compute a circumference if you stay at that latitude. Let's say you're 6,000 miles from the center or some crap like that. It would be 6,000 times 2 pi. 2 pi is roughly 6. So it'd be 6,000 times 6 or 36,000-ish miles at that latitude. Whatever latitude would be roughly 6,000 miles from the center, roughly.
Yeah, and they go as far north as like I think 40 degrees north. I mean, well, they come from above the equator initially, but I'm talking about when they go to make their circle. But you say, I bet you even more without even looking at his numbers. I bet they're faster in in the north. And I'm telling you one thing is why wouldn't they match just because the race is shorter? Okay, speed is distance divided by time, so that's irrelevant.
Well, if we go 60 miles south of the equator and we keep, 69 miles per degree, it would be 90 from north to the equator and then an additional 60 from the equator down south. And that's 90 plus 60, 150 times 69 miles per degree, whatever that is in the calculator. So,
yeah, sorry, Lemon. I was rebutting Kosho. I agree with what you said, Lemon. Just
okay, Mole Man, your race, if I'm reading this right, you're saying in the south they got 13.49 miles per hour, and in the north they got an average of 15.79. So they're very competitive. There's a slight advantage to the north.
Yeah, because but it's a shorter trip though. I mean, it's a shorter race.
Miles per hour.
Yeah, I know.
The world record time in the north is 14 miles per hour. So he could pull up whatever biased numbers he wants. I'm talking about the world record. Okay, is 14. That's the fastest they went in a 24-hour leg in over 2 fucking decades. You could pull up whatever numbers you want. This is the fastest they fucking went, and it was 14 damn miles per hour.
That's right around what he put, man. Yeah, it's right around the same thing he put. So they're both consistent with each other. They're both around that range.
And in the north, it's 29 and a half miles per hour.
No, in the north, it's 15.79 miles per hour. If Molan's right. That's the average for the whole race, not just for one particular leg you chose as your record-setting pace.
Yeah, you got to travel 500. You got to travel nearly 500 miles to do that, Brian.
Well, a lot goes into averages. Faster miles.
Went over 500 miles,
obstruction. You could meet unusual conditions. So a lot goes into an average too. We're going to need to see what sort of range of values we would be getting with these theoretical models, globe or flat or whatever.
It looks like 13 to 15 is the average pace you get in north or south. So let's go with 15 miles per hour. Still doesn't seem to cover your.
If you go 15 miles per hour, you're faster than the world record, dude.
Yes, but it's still not enough to go around your flat Earth.
Yes, it is. At the 55th parallel, and they go up to about 40. You're talking between 30 and 36,000 miles at the time. It works itself out. Just look at the video, man. I didn't make up any of these numbers. These are numbers that were given to me by the statistics from the race. None of them are my numbers.
Well, the numbers that for 65th parallel, well, at least based on the one that Lemon, his model at least, it should be about 67,000 miles in circumference.
Yeah, so we need to go with, the voyages of Captain Cook or whatever if we're going to go with something, flat and expanding ever outward from a northern-ish center. But we're going to have different variations of the model that we're going to have to explore. Now, if we go to 60 degrees south, that's 60 degrees from the equator, 90 from the north, that's 150, degrees. And so 150 degrees times 69 miles per degree, assuming a ball would be like what? 10,000 miles? But if you go straight across and cut a cord, without the assumption that you're going over a ball, that shortens your distance here if you go with a straight cord. So it just depends on which sort of numbers you're throwing into this thing.
Well,
why, Lemon, do you say that Cook went 69,000 miles? That seems like an extremely dishonest statement, since that includes his trip down there from Europe. And
so take away 5,000 miles, he still went over 60,000 miles.
Visiting many different islands and searching for things. It was an exploration mission, which included many more miles than just going around the perimeter. Why do you make that dishonest claim that it's 60,000 miles?
He said he clocked something like 20,000 leagues, and there's 3 nautical miles per league. And so that works out to 60,000 nautical miles, or roughly 69,000 miles.
But
and
that's
so
totally dishonest, isn't it?
Leg of his trip is from, England down to that latitude where he's sailing around Antarctica. I guess the counter question would be, why are you assuming that, he stopped at so many places and went up, down, and around so much that it equals 60,000 miles? It may just be a flat pizza expanding outward toward an Antarctica, especially since he said it was impassable ice that he couldn't break through, or him or somebody else was saying that Antarctica appears to be this impassable wall of ice, basically.
Because he recorded the information that you're using for your claims. You're accepting some of his claims, but not the claims that he went visiting all over fucking God's
We're
green
accepting
earth.
impassable wall of ice. You know, did you hear that? Impassable wall of ice all the way around, whatever model it is.
Took him 3 years, and at that latitude, with the cosine of 60 being half, it shouldn't be 3 years. Ice, distance, whatever, it's half the distance of the equator. What's the freaking problem? You know, it looks like there's way more land, ice, whatever down there than they anticipated.
Well, we don't have
You said, how do we know where he went and what he did? Well, you're judging his distance based upon his word. His word includes that he went to these latitudes and longitudes. He went to different islands and he did explorations all over God's green earth. Now, with the path that he took, the loop around Antarctica was only a fraction of the trip, probably about
He set out to explore the South and try and find a passage through Antarctica, okay? So don't act like that he's shooting back up to the fucking equator and shit. He's down there trying to get around the ice wall that he said. He said with his own words, okay? Whether he's lying and made it up, whether he made it up, lucky guess maybe?
Well, we know there's no ice wall because there are people working there right now.
You look at the pictures of Antarctica and it looks like an impassable wall of ice. It looks like we've been on a massive scale, being led to believe that Antarctica is a freestanding continent when it's anything but.
There's people working there right now, so.
Government agents.
Why did they dynamite just to get up there and high jump? Why did they even call it high jump to begin with? And why did they have to dynamite a fucking inlet? Why did they have to use explosives if they could have just went to where you're talking about? Where you're talking about is beyond is past the tip of South America, a spot that sticks out. Who knows if it's even attached, landlocked with actual Antarctica? But any pictures of actual Antarctica, like I said, they didn't have no inlet. They had to use explosives to get their ships in there.
Okay. Let's
which
go look
voyage?
Captain Cook's voyage.
Well, which voyage were you talking about, Dilemma, when you said that distance?
Captain Cook, I believe. The other voyages, I believe, are Captain Ross, and I think there's one other dude.
No. I mean, which one? He did 3 voyages. I'm just wondering which one.
I don't know.
All right, Captain Cook voyage map. Good God, he went all over God's green earth.
Mm-hmm.
See which one, including a little bit of down in the south.
Impassable walls of ice, gentlemen, creeping up the firmament dome wall. Just like,
but he went around it.
Yeah, but there's no ice wall. We already verified there's no ice wall.
Oh, you know what? I don't know how long that shelf goes for, but there is a big shelf down there with a relatively square block edge, and that's probably the one that we see the most photos of because it's really impressive.
Because the United States military couldn't find an
military. Yeah.
So they bring a whole fleet down there, but they didn't go to the fucking inlet, is what you're telling me. Even fucking here on land, the Navy goes to harbors and inlets, but they couldn't find one, or apparently they couldn't find one, so they used dynamite. Okay, don't you think that they do like they always do, go to an inlet if there was one, but there wasn't one?
So does that guy think that B-ball is wrong? Because people are working there, there's no ice wall, which is one of the most idiotic statements I've heard yet tonight. But
no, you've made better.
Night is young. So do you think B-ball is wrong? Do you think
there's ice. There's no ice wall surrounding.
Is there a wall like a cliff?
It does seem like you're implying that people work down there, therefore they would have told us. That doesn't necessarily follow if they're sworn to government secrecy or Masonic agents, or if they keep their compartmentalized government head down and just do their job without seeing what is going on with the big picture.
And Moryak seems to disagree with you too. Ice shelf, cliff of ice.
Yeah, but there's no wall surrounding the outside of the Earth. It's just, we know that.
You mean in Antarctica?
Why do you say that?
There's not.
Antarctica appears to be a big wall of impassable ice, very high, looks like a huge shelf. And when you take pictures of it, it looks like a wall that kind of curves inward, like it's a wall as opposed to a passable continent. So I'm pretty comfortable saying that the Antarctic ice wall is the ice wall.
No, there's no ice wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get. So let's.
What's beyond the wall?
Hang on.
Probably
So-
the firmament. More
What?
than likely, where it touches.
Are there mythical creatures?
Just the firmament. We don't need to get too out there yet.
I mean, that's why it's a secret.
Can we
Beyond
go
the
back to
wall.
why there's no ice wall? Why
There's no
B-Ball
ice wall.
thinks there is no ice wall? Why he clips you the whole time you were talking, Lemon? Because there's people working there?
Yeah,
That
there's people
logic is
working
kind
there.
of
There's no ice
faulty.
wall.
Yeah, that logic
There might
kind
be
of
a
faulty.
cliff or something that looks like a wall, but there's no wall circling the outside of the earth. No.
Well,
Why do you
B-Ball,
say that?
That's what we mean. It's
B-Ball,
cliff.
I would say
Because-
this. So, okay,
well-
on a globe Earth conception, okay, Antarctica would be a massive continent at the bottom. Okay, fair enough. So now, if you're going south on a globe Earth, anywhere you hit Antarctica, you're going to hit an icy shoreline that may be 10 feet, 20 feet, 80 feet, 300 feet. I haven't been out to every perimeter part of it, so certainly I couldn't say. However, we have all seen pictures of very, very high ice shelves. So again, on a globe Earth, you're going south. That's what you're going to hit. On an AE map type projection, like a Gleason's type concept, where the Antarctica is the outer area, you also anywhere going south would run into ice. Now, I'm not even saying there is ice all the way around. That's a whole question in and of itself. But what part of that are you denying, and what do people working there have to do with that? Because people who work there, it's not like an ice wall, like no one can get up there. Obviously, they can get up there. Admiral Byrd did it. The government has all kinds of stations in Antarctica in different areas. But those elevations may change as well. There may be variations, so they may be doing that stuff in lower elevation areas.
Well, for one, this ice wall, I mean, it had to be all in around the outside of the Earth, right? And then
No, not necessarily. There could be just icy regions in the south. It doesn't have to be all the way around, but that is one conception. I think that's a psyop.
No, there's
trying to
beaches.
keep
There's
us,
beaches and shoreline in other areas, but a lot
Let me
of
ask, let me guys, is this ice wall the container that's holding the oceans? Well,
yeah, there would be land.
is that what?
Yeah, but
so if it's not everywhere, then what's holding the oceans?
Land.
Land is acting as a container.
Basin to hold in the water with the Antarctic ice wall or the ocean basins holding in the water.
In either model, you go in
What
any
happens-
direction in water, you hit land.
What happens if you fly over these ice walls?
You'd keep going until you hit the firmament barrier or something like that, or depending on which model you go with or what
And
conception.
no
you go
brave
with.
pilot has ever ventured that way, right?
Nobody's
Yeah,
been
the
there.
world record
Very controlled airspace.
Oh yeah,
world record for 20 years. Went to the South Pole and turned around and went back to fucking South America. And they gave him the record. And he said, "Why did you turn around?" And he said, "Because the weather." So that's like a Pollock. That's like a Pollock swimming halfway between here and Europe and getting halfway and fucking turning around and fucking dude.
That doesn't
Plus,
make
when you're in a
sense.
plane, you're above the weather. You're above the
above the
clouds and you're above the weather in a fucking airplane. Too.
Well, Brian, we could go back to the.
Peyton Shill is the expert on this. Peyton Shill, if you were flying in your jet that you had in the Air Force, could you fly above the weather over Antarctica?
Yes, if we go back to the flights, the Southern Hemisphere flights that go over Antarctica, there's no wall surrounding the Earth.
Well, if I had to speculate, forgive me for speculating, I would say that the Lord our God put in certain fail-safes to make sure that you don't crash into said firmament. With all of that swirling ether, it's probably electrified, so you're probably not going to be able to get to it. With that royal ether,
at this point, there's a lot of what ifs.
Hold on,
Hold on,
guys.
during Operation Hot Jump.
What if this?
Did you
What
hear
if
Lemon
that?
speaking? Hold on, Brian interrupted Lemon.
Sorry, I thought he was done. But during Operation High Jump, they lost 3 planes, and they accredited Germany to having force field technology because that's who they said they were going to get, and they lost 3 planes due to hitting something in the fucking air. And like I said, they attribute it to Germany having force field technology. So that could have been
it does appear that God is saying, please stay away from the firmament. It looks like it's getting very dark, very cold, and you basically are going to have to turn back one way or another.
The story about the Tower of Babel says the same thing. When you try and approach the heavens, the firmament, he will destroy you and scatter your language.
Yeah. And so I don't know if we can touch it per se, but we can get fairly close to it and infer that there's something over there of some sort.
Well, I mean, there's different conceptions. Like if we think about like sort of like a Gleason's map, meaning the North Pole at the center and then a planar Earth with the continents all coming out, kind of like spokes of the wheel. You know, you've got the whole like North America, South America, you know, the whole Africa stretch, et cetera. You have all those different land masses. If it is laid out, you know, like that or similar to that, then in the South region, there could be different possibilities. I mean, there could be more water and more land. There's even the conception ideas where there's like another sun that's circling, you know, on an outer ring. So like you would maybe get to some cold areas, some icy, but it might just start getting warm and you might start seeing another sun, and you might be in a region where there's another sun circling. So there's that conception as well. And then there are conceptions that there is some kind of a barrier. Or another part is that another idea is that it just keeps getting colder and colder. And no matter how far you go, this would be like a natural barrier to where like, no matter how far you go, you can only take so much fuel and food, and it gets so cold to where you would just perish, meaning no human could survive it beyond a certain distance. And if that's the case, then literally we can't know because it's unreachable.
That seems to line up, Theo,
Our whole
because
thing is,
when
hold
Bird went...
on, Brian. Let me just add something out of that real quick. Our whole thing's filled with negative reinforcements, right? You try to cross the ocean, it's salt water, you can't drink it. All right, we can overcome that. You try to go higher, you can't breathe, there's not enough oxygen. You try to go down, it's too dense to dig. You try to go out towards Antarctica, it's too cold. You know, you can only bring so much stuff. All these negative reinforcements that if there was a God and he was trying to keep us in one spot, he would put these negative reinforcements there.
And what I was going to say is Richard Bird's account lined up with that, because when they went furthest inland, where he had to stay behind, instead of picking somebody else, he stayed himself. And it says it there on Periscope Films that he had to hunker down for 9 months of sunless winter, and that was deep in Antarctica on one of his first or second trips. Or third, I don't know.
The sun's too far away. It's hovering over the tropics. So all you're going to get is refracted light from a sun that is way far off, or at best, some sort of ghost-like ethereal reflection off of that section of the dome you're close to at best. You wouldn't get much sunlight like being in the tropics or something like that. You get ghostly, pale, far away refracted light or reflection off of the dome at best.
Well, we get full disk sun for 24 hours a day for 6 months at the North Pole. South Pole.
At the North Pole, the South Pole? Oh, the South Pole, gotcha.
Yeah, and in the globe model, hold on, let me take this. In the globe model, the sun's 3 million miles closer, and there's 6 months of daylight in Antarctica, yet it's nothing but ice. It's 3 million miles closer, yet it's nothing but ice. In the north, it's warmer, and there's plants and shit, and trees and animals.
What does that mean?
That's exactly backwards, dude. If there was daylight, how would you have all that ice if you had the sun shining on it for 6 months and it's 3 million miles closer?
Because
the climate's in the north and the climate's in the south.
Reaches of the south.
The climate's in the north and the climate's in the south don't match.
Yeah, you got different land masses also. Like the whole North Pole is floating on water, so it melts every year, or a great deal of it melts every year. Whereas Antarctica doesn't sit on water, so it can stay frozen for really long periods of time and build up lots and lots.
Explain why Periscope Films specifically said, there was the Navy commentator specifically said 9 months of sunless winter. 9 months of sunless winter. There's no way to misinterpret that.
Oh, actually, that's interesting. I did not hear 9 months. Okay, you did say that. I'd like to see that, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to post it right now.
6 months is what I've always heard.
Well, I'm going to post it. He specifically says 9 months. I made a whole video about it. I'm going to post it.
You got a YouTube channel? Brian?
Say that in English?
Yeah, Flat Earth Test.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Fucking serious, dude?
Did you guys figure out the thing? The whole sailboat thing? I'm guessing you guys didn't.
Yeah, they said they got you with it. It's 15 miles an hour.
Do what?
They said they got you with it, and it's 15 miles an hour.
Okay, so I got to hear the record set in 2018. with this yacht, first one to go down below 60 south parallel, supposedly. And this is also the same. It's named after the first one that broke the record a few years before that. So it took 100 days. So they supposedly went 14,000 miles in 100 days. But they were actually going against the current that goes 2 miles per hour. So it would be 4 miles per hour. And they have top speeds of 35. So if they were actually going something more like 70,000 miles per hour, 70,000 miles, then that would average out about 20 miles per hour, which is a little more realistic. And that's a lot different than 14,000. So anyway, 14,000 top speed that the boats can go is 35 miles per hour, but they're averaging 4, and they're actually going against the current. So I can drop the link for you, set the record for it in 2018.
Yeah, the current world record for the Southern Hemisphere also, man, is only freaking. If you look at the distance they traveled, it's only half as fast as the one in the north, which would mean to me that they're possibly going further, way further, and it was
My question is, do you guys think that boats that go 35 miles per hour are actually going 4 miles per hour and set the record in a race going
More
4
than
miles?
likely, no. We're getting a range from 4 to 36, which is a factor of 6. So that distance is off by a factor of 6, or that speed is off by a factor of 6. If we take 14,000 miles or whatever they're saying and multiply it times 6, that may be the upper part of the range based off of this top speed at the very least, to see what range we need to cover to see what, if any, real distance is actually covered here. What's 14 times 6? So that's like 60,000 plus miles or something like that.
Wow, that's like the Captain Cook image. Is that the I posted at
84,000 miles.
1022? That was 65,000
Yeah, that's quite
miles,
the
including
range.
the trip. That was including the trip from Europe down, and then all over the east between South America and Australia.
Okay.
And then a dotted line all over the place. But that's all of that was 65,000 miles.
Okay, so
including the 3 loops
days.
that they did,
Listen,
including
man.
the 3 loops that they did down there.
Wow.
Now, Lemon, this was to Lemon, not to you, because I don't.
but to defend Lemon, I told you I'll give you 5,000 miles from the trip from north down south. Okay, but he's trying to get around Antarctica. He's trying to find a way through it, so you can show all that fucking zigzaggedy bullshit. He was fucking
the
looking.
bullshit that he recorded.
He kept ice to one side, okay, for fucking all them days. You know, you got to look at what he said, the clues. You know, if he kept the ice at his side for so many miles and shit, they could show you whatever path they want, bro. The truth is in the messages.
Guys, we're in the middle of something else, though.
Yeah, let's get more.
We're going back to that, but I think what's in something else we're talking about.
The official story, okay, if you're a Glober right now, what you need to really take in here, 100 days to go 14,000 miles. The boat is capable of going over 35 miles per hour. This is when they broke the world record in 2018. So 100 days. It's a whole crew. No one's sleeping. When people sleep, the other people aren't sleeping. It's nonstop, okay? 100 days, nonstop with the whole crew. And it supposedly went 14,000 miles. So if you want to do the math, go for it. It's 4 miles per hour. And then if you add in the fact they were going against the current, which is about 2 miles per hour, that would actually mean they're going 2 miles. But even if we just say 4 miles, say 4 miles per hour, okay, they're capable of going over 35. So you guys, the Globers, do the math how you want to. 100 days nonstop to go 14,000 miles. Set the world record. And I dropped the link. So I'm assuming you touted victory once I left, but maybe you guys can rebuttal now that I'm here.
No one touted victory, dude. But the world record, I thought Moment said it was 71 days.
Well, did that happen in the last 4 years?
I'm not sure if Moment, are you still here? Maybe he is.
Okay, but I dropped the link, 2018 world record. So regardless, okay, in 2018, it was a world record to take 100 days to go 14,000 miles, and that's around 4 miles per hour. and the boat can go over 35 miles per hour. So does that check out to you?
Well, using 14,000 miles over 100 days, you get 1,400 miles a day. And then dividing that by 24 hours, assuming 24 hours of travel, you get 58 miles per hour. So it looks like these boats, at least based off
No,
of
you don't, Lemon. No, you don't. Listen. At that 100 days, Lemon. 100 days. There's 24 hours in a day, so that's 2,400 hours. Divide 17,000 by 2,400, you get about maybe 4 knots, probably.
Yeah, 14,000 divided by that other number. So, anyway, I'm just wondering if a Glober. This is the point of the argument. In case anyone's new to the conversation or the idea, the argument, right? It's like they say they're going around Antarctica. Okay, these are boats that go 35 miles. They are badass boats, dude. Okay, they have a crew that goes nonstop. This is a race. So people train their whole life and years and years to do this race. Okay, they're trying to go as fast as they can.
They are some badass boats, Austin. I posted
zero.
that in the chat.
I see what you're saying. I was off by a 0, so it's like 7 miles per hour then. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah, maybe. And maybe that's where you get closer to the 4 if you take the 2 into account for the current. But I was told it would actually be more
it is closer to 4. It's closer to 4, but maybe not. I think it's 4 knots, but I think it is closer to 4 because I judged by 17,000 is what I told Lemon.
When you take the miles and convert it to knots, it would be like 7. Yeah, you take 7 miles and divide by 1.15 to get the knots, and that'd be like 5 or something like that, 4 or 5.
5.8 miles per hour.
Okay, so and maybe it's 17,000 instead of 14,000. I don't know, but anyway, so everyone gets the argument, right? Does the Glober have an explanation?
I mean, have you guys have you read the details of the route?
I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, so it doesn't count the times that they weren't going anywhere, So I know that how far they supposedly went and how long it took. And so I'm asking you if how fast they would have had to go for that to be true, for the distance to be accurate. Do you believe that's how fast that they were going when they can actually go over 35 miles per hour?
Have you heard about some of this trip, like some of the details on it? There's a lot of shit that happened. At one point, it said there's something known as a crash jibe or death roll, ended with the boat on its side and the crew overboard.
Yeah, but that was after 2018. That was the Boss, and that was a fucking boat that broke the 24-hour world record previous to that, and was in second fucking place. I might add, he broke the 24-hour record, crashed his boat because he's going so fast, and he's in second fucking place. That's anomaly on its face right there.
Right. To be clear, Whitsett, you're saying that the average speed is far too low compared to the maximum speed, and therefore the distance is longer.
Or the likely.
Also, apparently the article I sent might not even be the right boat, so I'm still trying to find it. Like, I can't remember the name. Like, Jaron doesn't remember the name either. But me and Jaron talked about it in depth, and it's been a while. Because as a flat earther, there's so much, but that just refutes the globe. They just kind of all jumble together. But anyway, you get the gist of the argument, so you should maybe wrap your mind around the impact of it. I'll find the exact name, though, because apparently...
Yeah, the article you posted doesn't seem to be really informative.
No, it's not the right one.
But basically, there are also different types of races. Like, if this one is down in the ice fields, then you're going to go slow. Even if you are racing, you can only go so fast without crashing. So you have to be constantly on the lookout for icebergs and shit.
There's no races that go south of 60. They get the closest to 60.
Well, we don't know what race he's
South
talking
America.
about. Because there's different race times. There's the 70-day one, which took place, and that was the I forget the name of it. The one we were talking about a few minutes ago.
80-day. It's Vendée Globe. It's 80-day.
The Vendée race or Vendée.
Yeah,
race.
and it averages 100 days. The world record was like 80 fucking days.
Yes, so that's 80 days. This one was a world record of 100 days. So
this
obviously,
was 2018.
There obviously was different conditions on this race than the other race. It's a different race. A different rule.
But even on the 80-day race, the 24-hour world record. Sorry, man. Sorry about that.
I don't know what the rules of this one were, what the specifications of this one were. So if they're two different times, and the record's 77, and this is 100, they're different races.
Hey, Whitsett, I've just sent you a DM. DM me when you get the right boat. I've got to go.
So basically, Steel City showed that fake globe diagram. You just invert it. It would be a circle that's turned inside out, with Antarctica now being the outside of that inverted circle. This circular icy perimeter around the land with the continent superimposed onto a diagram that's a bit flatter or at least centered toward the north. So depending on which deceptive diagram you go with, you're going to get this fake impression of Antarctica being this freestanding continent as opposed to what it actually is, a wall of impassable ice.
Because it is a freestanding continent, and these people sailed around it.
Catharsis docked in Hobart late on Thursday and spent 10 days in town before setting off again. Let me see if that's part of the race.
Go ahead, man.
I think that's part of the race or not.
I think I might have found which. Hold on for a second, Hank. I think I might have found the one which it was.
These guys sailed really, really close to Antarctica. Man, you don't want to be going 30 miles an hour in those waters.
But this got the one I found. That they were 103 days. The one further south or whatever. That was 103 days, and it says 17,000 nautical miles.
Because the Vendée Globe doesn't go below 60 because of ice.
I think it's like Catharis or something like that. Catharis. I can't remember. I'm trying to find it.
Well, if it doesn't go below 60, then we should be flashing.
I'm looking. The Catharis is the one you did post. That's the Catharis.
Okay.
Wow. It's not a race. That's the name of the boat.
I know that.
Okay.
And it has the fastest solo. I think the fastest time below 60.
Yeah, that's what it's kind of looking like. It also looks like there was a stopover, 10-day stopover. I'm not sure if that was in the race or not. But if you add that into 100 days, then it's then that's 90 days.
Based off the top speed of these roadster yachts, basically, we could be off by a factor of up to 6. So we're going to need to keep that in mind with the ranges of how far they're actually traveling and how fast they're actually traveling per mile in miles per hour.
Paid. If they're not supposed to be going that fast, if they're trying to set a world record, how fast do you think they should be going, in your expert opinion?
As fast as they can without getting wrecked.
Yeah. Do you see how close they went to Antarctica?
Masons.
They're Masons? Oh, please do tell. Show me where they're
Masons. Thank you so much.
Or women Masons. Hungry. I didn't know the Masons were hungry. I didn't hungry. Didn't know the Masons were women.
The female Masons are the Order of the Eastern Star.
Oh, but you
because
said
of their belief about the man being the generative principle and having the ability to make life where women cannot. Their sex cult. Women cannot technically be Masons unless they go Eastern Star.
Well, please show me their name on the registry of Masons, please. Because otherwise it says bearing false witness. Oh, you don't mind doing that.
He doesn't mind lying either. That's the ninth one.
Are these guys going to still be your hero whenever it debunks your religion, or are you just going to automatically believe whatever number comes out and say it makes sense?
It debunks your religion because they went around Antarctica.
They don't. They just go south and pop back up, dude. Are you new to this conversation?
No, but you apparently are.
Yeah, that's the farthest south they go is around the southern tip of South America, then they go back up. So quit listen to all the things you tell yourself to keep it making sense in your head. You keep saying they're going around Antarctica. You're talking about ice, all this shit, bro. And you keep talking about dudes talking about all these 10-day stopovers. We're talking about the race around the world, supposedly. Okay.
Which one's that?
It's a race. Whoever stopped for 10 days didn't win.
The Catharsis was not in that race. Again, because the Vendée Globe, not only is it a solo race, but it only happens like once every 4 years.
I'm talking about the Vendée Globe, and I'm talking about the world fucking record, the current world record, 14 miles an hour for a 24-hour leg.
Okay, well, I did some numbers based on this information, because the information I see, it talks about their route. It says 100 days, but it says that they finished circumnavigating in 72 days, and they closed the loop at below 62 degrees south. And I just did, so if they were going 4 miles per hour that whole time, they would have only traveled about 6,000 miles. And if they would have gone 14 miles per hour the whole time, they would have gone about 24,000 miles. I mean, both those are less than the equatorial distance, but let me see what that is on a globe. Come on.
Well, if they're going 36 miles per hour, like these top, yacht roadsters can go at their top speeds, well, then that's off by a factor of at least 2. So that would double the distance at that point. If they're actually
that's extremely crazy to imagine that they were going their top speed the entire time. The top speed anyone's ever gone on one of those things. That they were doing that the whole time. That's a pretty silly thing.
The range is starting to fall outside of the globe at its fattest point of 24,000 miles. So now we're starting to get a range once we get toward 36 or whatever miles per hour that is well outside of the ball range of 20.
It's absolutely outside of
only done in ideal conditions.
It's absolutely
that's
outside.
Not a condition you would. That's not carrying 70 days worth of food. That's not carrying 70 days worth of water. That's not carrying. You're not talking about ideal situation. Plus, you're not talking about favorable winds, currents, and everything else. It's a ridiculous claim to say that they
so
could
you're
have
saying
even
they
approached
carry all
36.
that? They carry all their
Well,
food and water?
you know what? It's actually not good to starve to death over 70 days. So
I
they
thought
probably
stop for 10 days, bro.
Do they have stopovers or supply boats, or do they carry
Nope.
it? Or are you just talking out of your
Yeah,
head?
Oh wait,
I think they have small frozen dinners. They're supposed to have like small
depends on
little
race.
pre-prepared dinners that are like a minimum amount. They said that's one of the hardest parts. That's the official story, that they packed it before they went. So.
And a sailor worth their salt would at least need to know how to fish and be prepared possibly to
Fishing
eat
at
raw
35
fish if
miles an hour.
necessary.
That always works good. Yeah, let's go fishing at 35 knots. Yeah, okay.
But we need to control the range of possibilities. Because there may be deception here. And since there's deception here, we now have to cover the range of the deception from 4 miles an hour to 36 miles per hour to see if there's chicanery or, falsehood afoot.
Well, basically, the average top speed for the north, which we all can kind of agree with most of the numbers from the north, is 15 miles an hour. So the starting speed, the southern race, that is the average speed for the north. You've got to do the average. You can't do the top speed.
They went over 500 miles in the fucking north, bro.
Guys, one at a time, Brian. Hold on, guys.
Ideal conditions.
He's lying through his teeth, bro.
I know.
Brian, if you want to go next, that's cool. But just interrupting is not ideal. So
yeah, sorry about that, man. Sorry.
You want to finish?
No, he's not. Yeah, he's not sorry. He'll do it again next time. But the 15 knots is the world record pace for the race in the north, 15.79, and the record is 14.31 for the south, give or take. And it seems like there's no lying going on here. There's only me telling what I've read so far, and those would be the numbers you'd be working from. At best, you'd be talking about 15.79, which doesn't come close to making your flat Earth work.
All right, Brian.
The average time. The average time in the North Atlantic race.
1 second, Brian. Okay, Brian, and then Hank is next. Go ahead.
The average time is 16 miles an hour for the average speed in the north. Okay, the world record time, they went over 500 miles. I posted it in chat. It's their information. It's the world record standing right now. They went over 500 miles. They averaged a little over 29 miles per hour. The world record in the south for a 24-hour span is almost 300 miles. Okay, and it's 14. It came out to 14 point something miles per hour. It's lopsided.
Okay.
I don't know where you're coming up with your stats, but I'd like to see you post. You just said earlier it was average. You said the 14 and 15 miles an hour were averages. Now you're saying they're world records, man. You got to get your story straight.
No, that's the world record average. That's the best pace they pulled off in the north. Not 500 miles, not some little section where it all worked out favorably. They have to go through the doldrums. You're going to have the slowdowns to the doldrums and whatever else they're going through.
Thanks for interrupting me, bro. I'm done. They completed the race in 5 days, bro.
Guys, come on, please.
Goodbye. Fuck it. I'm out. Have a good one.
He interrupted me and I shut up for a second.
It sounded like you were done, Brian. To be fair, it sounded like you were done. I'm sorry.
Go back and listen if I was done.
To me, it sounded like you were done. I'm sorry. I think Moyak thought you were done too.
Clearly, you
were. I backed off when he started
when your
talking.
boat's moving. When your boat's moving and you're fishing, that's called trolling. You Glover should be used to that.
Yeah,
can't wait
deal with it with
to
the
get
flat
that
Earth.
out. Fuck that all up.
Okay, can I get in now?
Go ahead, Hank.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I realize what I posted is off topic, right? I do apologize. But I'm talking about something that happened in the 70s and 80s where they circumnavigated the North and South Pole, went into the Guinness Book of World Records, and it took them a journey of 100,000 miles. Now, that may not really mean much to the Globers, but to the flatties in the room who remember there used to be 2 poles, right? But Google Earth only shows 1 pole now. I think there's a lot of hidden land, right? Because why would it take 100,000 miles to circumnavigate both poles? Thanks. I know that's off topic. You guys can chew on that later if you like.
Well, they're only in a desperate, attempt to make it make sense to them. They're not trying to actually. So it's not debating. I think is the move. Like try to keep it just discussion. They're come on, bro. They feel attacked. Whenever you attack the globe, they feel attacked. That's how they view it, I think. Like I'm just an honest person. Both sides seem to be honest about things too. It's like, of course, they're not going to go their top speed the whole time. Of course, it may have been treacherous. You have to factor that in, right? And the distances still don't make sense. It's as if they had to go further than they thought that they did. I mean, you can take it or leave it.
Respond to that real quick. I was responding to Hank. Somebody said something before when I said something, but I think Lemon said the numbers are below it. But no, the numbers I've given you for 14 miles per hour, for instance, average, which it's probably not the average that they did down there. That's still greater than the equator, which is still impossible on a flat Earth, any kind of flat Earth model, any sort of two-dimensional planar model. But yeah, I think for what I got for their average. I got for their average speed at that 60-second parallel on a globe model, it would be about 7 miles per hour, just something around 7 miles per hour, which seems slower than an average. To me with a flat Earth model? Could be whatever. I'm sorry, Hank. What did you say?
I think I brought up a flat Earth model because you're responding to me something about a flat Earth model.
What does that have to do with what I said, man?
Didn't you say that something about a flat Earth model?
Yeah, I brought up a flat Earth model. Then I described how fast it would be on a globe model.
Can you show me a flat Earth model? Because I don't think
I described any flat Earth model is what I said. I said any description of anything flat that has a circle that's 24,901 and then a smaller circle outside of that somehow and closing it doesn't make any sense. That's impossible, actually.
How would we claim the circumference? What a joke. You think they lied about the globe but not the size of it?
The equatorial distance. I don't. If you want to argue that it's up for grabs, I'm not going to argue that because it's not. But it's certainly not debatable whether it's something outrageously different than 24,901.
So is that the circumference of the Earth, though?
That's the equatorial distance, yeah, somewhere around.
So
there.
Is that the circumference of the Earth?
That's right. On a globe model, yeah.
Right, but is it on a flat Earth?
On a flat model, no, but it wouldn't matter. It still doesn't change that it's a distance around the equator.
Well, you're talking about below the equator as well, right?
I'm talking about this is a distance. This trip is a distance below the equator, and I'm saying if it were below the equator, making that distance, this distance is smaller than the equator. That doesn't make sense on a flat model when that distance is outside of the equator.
That's our point. The distance is wrong, dude.
Yeah, I know, but no, that distance I just said, the 24,192, that's based on him going, them going 14 miles per hour, which is already a top speed. It was a top 24-hour speed.
I put the link for one more orbit in the chat. I'm not even going to address the 100,000 miles silliness. It's nowhere near that.
Well, no, I was about to respond to that one too. I was going to say I looked it up, and I think what you're talking about, what you're talking about, Hank, is a land-based trip. It's not a flight path.
Hey, here's one of the quotes from the guy, by the way, that did it, and it took 100 days. Right? He says, to a limited degree, the weather radar and satellite imaging show an approaching low, but its position and, more importantly, its depth aren't particularly precise. Oh, we have satellites everywhere. We mapped out every square inch of your stupid feathers. You just live in the pit. No, this dude just broke the record and said the GPS sucks.
He was actually talking about what you just said.
They say
He said it's
talking about
location.
the weather forecast. Yeah, the weather forecast. The weather forecaster sometimes.
That's not GPS.
Yeah, we don't know a lot about the weather. We know quite a bit about the weather, but we still can't pinpoint every thunderstorm on Earth all the time. Sorry.
Yeah. No, like it's even its positioning, even the positioning, right?
No, the positioning.
Well, that's what he said, so I don't care what you're talking about.
Yeah, one guy.
Well, I quoted the guy. Now you're debating the guy, so you go call
Put
him.
his quote up, not your interpretation of what you're.
I just read it off.
Did you read it off again or post it? Yeah.
Okay, so the weather radar and satellite imaging show an approaching low, but its position and, more importantly, its depth aren't particularly precise.
Its position, the weather. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the weather's position.
Yeah, relative to your
GPS
position,
then.
bud. Right. So
Yeah, so the weather
satellite
forecast is
data that knows everything.
Yeah,
Satellite
I
data
mean,
that
it
knows
knows.
everything.
Yeah, it knows where you are. It doesn't know where the weather is.
So it doesn't know where the weather is relative to you.
That's
Whenever
correct.
so when it would make predictions about the weather, and we have satellites all over the globe, right, floating around in space, taking weather recordings, they can't get the appropriate location of the weather patterns to the geographic location.
Rough estimates.
No, they're wrong. They just don't work.
No,
they're
they're not
wrong.
wrong.
They work
No,
just fine.
The problem is, what it is, you think everything should be known down to a gnat's ass, 24 hours a day.
It said it wasn't precise.
Down to the centimeter.
It said isn't particularly precise.
It said it wasn't
storms.
precise, not it was wrong.
Characteristic number 5 of science denial is an inordinate expectation of perfection from science.
Oh, okay. For me to worship science, so I have to take 17 boosters. When do I get to join the club? How many boosters do I have to take?
Not 17. Not 17, only 3, and it's 4 if you're
only 3 for now. Okay, and then 1 every 6 months. Gotcha. Okay, so let me know when I can join the club.
So not 17 though. You said 17, so admit you were wrong.
Just to clarify, I do have to have AIDS to be a part of the club.
You did say 17, didn't you?
Hey, Nas,
is that wrong?
Hey, Nas, it's so much easier.
17 before.
Was that wrong, 17, or was that right? I mean,
well,
was Witsit just pulling a big ass number out of his ass?
Taking in the context of a couple
was Witsit pulling a number out of his ass in order to sound big?
That's a show, please. This is so easy. Whoever said the thing about the weather, it's so easy to combat if you don't do all the extra stuff. He said this thing about they don't have the location. They're talking about the location of the weather, but it's all we have to just focus on the stuff that the stuff where it's actually worth talking about.
Coach, he is your superior. He is an officer in the Air Force, sir.
Let me ask this:
that.
Does anyone have any full verification of any of these boat paths? Because, for example, with the Vendée Globe, when we've talked about it many times in the past, it's at the end of the day, what I always come to is noticing how they don't actually have full verifiable data for the actual entire journey.
Actually, they do. They're GPS tracked. Every boat is GPS tracked, and you can pull up their exact path from the website.
So that's a computer interface. That's not verification.
No, that's their positions.
Well, if you want to take that third-party data as truth, if that's your level of discernment to come to truth, fair enough. But it's not verification.
It always has to come back to everything.
Number 4 and 5 of science denial. What do you
guys? One at a time, please, guys. One at a time, man.
So our flight paths.
Yeah, Bob, you've been muted for 5 minutes.
All the flight paths that we can see, are those not real either?
Hey, did you say that
the thing is about it, right? So that's what Bob was bringing up originally. So this is just data that you're given. It's the way I see it, you have primary information, secondary, and tertiary. Primary would be something you personally have validated or experimented on directly. Secondary would be something you got from somewhere else. And of course, people are going to have different levels of trust, or there may be honesty in those groups. There also may be deception in that, on the second kind of secondary. So there's that. And then tertiary. And when you're dealing with tertiary, that would be 3 levels out. So now it's information that came through another source. So you have 3 levels. And of course, the potential for corruption or deception, all along those 3 lines becomes even greater.
But Gio, this is just a boat race. What are they lying about? Why does everything have to come back to some sort of giant world cabal that's hiding all these things? Why does it always have to come back to that?
Because it has to meet the model that they were presented.
Well, hold on. Hold on, B-Ball. You brought it to that right now. What do you? I mean,
oh, that's what you're saying.
No, we're talking about verifiability in terms of travel of some of these claims of boat trips. Where did a cabal come in? Now,
hold on. Why does it have to be the data that's presented through this from this race? Why does it have to be some sort of lie?
Well, I would check out maybe the Cliff Notes of How to Be an Evil Dictator and Try to Rule the World. It's in there.
That's a great
But
book.
wait, so all these people in the boat race, they're all on it? They're all on it?
Yeah, it is actually.
Gio?
The reason why is
That's what I was about to bring
model
up.
is their model.
Back to this conversation, for fuck's sake.
Oh my god!
Hold on, all is one was trying to say something. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I know. It's
Their
about
model
the evil
forces
dictators.
it. So they're forced to have doubt in this particular aspect because in their model, the Antarctica is this ice border wall.
We don't have a model, you clown show, dude.
Yeah, and then they resort to that we don't have a model.
And that's the problem.
Well, that's even worse. Not even having a model. If you have a model, you don't even have anything to work on.
Similar
You don't even have anything. So it all comes down to magic, or
like going to the bank and telling the loan officer, I don't have a fucking business model, you dipshit. I don't need one.
We have enough of a starting point to go forward.
funny.
North Pole is in most of the centers of most of the flat Earth conceptions you come across. Antarctica is a wall of impassable Antarctic ice for most, if not all, of the flat Earth conceptions you hear about. And there's a solid sky covering, aka a firmament, covering most of them as well. So that's enough to go forward.
Not good enough, Lemon. Your fast talking won't work with me. You know it.
Okay,
I
here's
hope
the
you have
deal,
an
bud.
answer
So when
for
you
my
say-
sun track analogy.
I think B-Ball was trying to get in there.
Yeah, sun path.
But what I wanted to say,
Stars.
Lemon. See, I kind of forgot. Since I got muted, I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay, good. So here's the thing, right? Whenever you say that's the problem, whenever we say we don't have a model, it shows that you still don't fully grasp the argument or the point. And that means that your opinion is literally not relevant. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm saying, I'm talking falsification is independent of replacement. So when you say, I get to pretend all the stuff you falsified is still true until you come up with a model to my liking, it's very ignorant.
Well, no matter how
it does show that people need a way forward. What were you saying,
You're still not being
Lemon. I mean, not Lemon.
Or Grim,
Winston,
sorry.
no matter how many times you repeat that same thing, it doesn't erase the fact that we have a model that we can verify in reality, and you guys don't.
It's been falsified, bud.
No, it has not.
You
That's
do
your
not
claim.
have a model.
That's your
You're off
claim.
by 120 zeros. Have you ever heard of 0 point energy? I'm not trying to be rude either. But if you think about it,
Hey,
if you're
I'm going to say something funny. I'm not trying to be rude, you pig fucker.
Well, the thing is, your model has holes in it as well. When you put that idealized classroom globe on the table, you don't tell people about how the continents are not proportionally represented.
And then
you have
when you
to
say
flatten out those continents to get a proportional map. So even your model has holes in and of itself. So don't chide us when we have a generalized layout
Your
with
model-
the North Pole in the center and the
has a point
continents
too, though.
radiating out, whether or not it's perfectly 100% correct or
Dude,
not.
their model can't
When
even
you
explain the magnetic field, dude. Their model literally can't even explain the magnetic field yet, bro.
Okay, whatever.
No,
Anyway,
respond. You said that it can't be falsified.
Hold on.
See,
The,
you
Lemon,
wanna
the
breeze
problem is
past.
the model that you're explaining with the continents radiating from the center. Most flat earthers call that a straw man. So, are we supposed to use that model or not?
It helps us have a way forward so people can visualize it and go for it and try to figure out whether it's the case or not. That is enough of a quote unquote model to go forward. That
Okay,
is what
so-
most flat
so
earthers
here's
are
a-
thinking of when they think of the flat earth.
Well, Lemon, don't take the bait, right? They're trying to get you to make a model, but they don't have a model, and I don't care what they have to say
Yes,
about it.
we do have a
so,
model. Why
right,
do you
so let
keep
me give
saying
you an
There is a
example,
model.
right?
What do you mean?
Hold on, you guys don't interrupt. Go ahead. What's it?
Right, so the point is just that the model's constantly changing and updating. It's admittedly flawed and off in all kinds of ways. So when you say you have a perfect model that works perfectly and you have all the answers, it's not true.
Well,
They
it's a
changed the
model
layer.
that's backed by data and numbers, and it's better than
So
having nothing. It's
how
better
you
than
have
having
to
nothing.
interrupt me like
It's
a
better
little
than
bitch?
not having anything.
You see, you have to interrupt me like a little bitch because I destroy
Can
your
you hear
world.
my lights, please? I don't have a key.
Okay, so here's the deal, buddy. You don't have to jump in right as I'm going to make my point, and somehow that means you're right. That's not how it works. So my point is very simple here. Your model, isn't in any way perfect like you claim it is. They just changed the distance to Polaris by 30%, and you guys don't even know it, but you just automatically believe whatever Google says. That means it was wrong in 2014, okay? So it is wrong. They can't explain the magnetic field, and Harvard, Stanford, and Yale all agree with me. They can't explain the magnetic field. So
Paul's
you
getting a
don't even
better
know how to
ruler.
explain the basic things we observe, like the North Pole star and the magnetic field. Tell me how your model's so perfect again.
called getting a better ruler.
It's getting a better ruler. That's why you can't explain the magnetic field on the globe.
What about the magnetic field?
Obviously, it wasn't an answer to the chat question. Fuck me,
Yeah. All
dishonest with you.
right, well, let's go through that. So, Witsit, propose how you would say the magnetic field is not possible on the globe, and then we'll see if any of these globe guys could give an explanation for it.
Well, there's just not even a proposed model that accurately maps out the magnetic field on the globe yet. There's not even one that exists.
All right, let's see.
You want a map? You want a map of the magnetic field, or you want to cause for it? What do you want?
I want you to show me a theory that explains the magnetic field and it properly lays it out all the way to the core of the Earth. That's what I want you to do.
What does that even mean? Like, do you want a physical model?
I guess in general they had some sort of field that kind of goes toward the center of the Earth at the poles or something like that. Like, I don't know, dough that's kneading into the center axis of the Earth. That's the models
But it doesn't work, Lemon. My point is that it doesn't work. So Harvard knows
How have you
this.
determined it didn't work though? I'm curious about that.
Okay, so every time that we talk about it, and then I go cite Harvard that says it doesn't work, you guys say no, they're just saying it just kind of doesn't work. After you say you know it works, okay? I'm not playing the game.
So who
the point is,
in
it doesn't
Harvard
map
is
out.
saying
Listen, buddy,
this?
the magnetic data doesn't map out, and they can't even propose the theory for how it works at the core yet. That's just objective.
Discuss it. Don't tell him. Discuss it.
Okay, so the main problem is you can't even know how to establish the magnetic field at all, like from the core, how it could be established. Secondly, we have all observations of a permanent magnetic field, but it cannot be a permanent magnetic field on the Earth if it's spinning and shooting through space. So they say it looks like a permanent magnetic field, but it would take billions of years for it not to work. So for one, they can't explain that it has the characteristics of a permanent magnetic field. Two, they can't explain how the composition of the core would have to
investigate induced magnetic fields. Investigate induced magnetic field.
And dynamo effects.
Well,
What
does that prove? What does that prove?
They can't even.
Well, let's let Witsit finish.
Geodynamo?
Hold on, let's let Witsit finish, and then I think Grim wanted to respond.
Okay, so they can't explain how we have the characteristics of a permanent magnetic field on a spinning, gyrating globe shooting through space, because the permanent magnetic field doesn't work. They can't accurately lay out the actual placement of the magnetic field on the Earth based on our readings. Okay, it's off by over 20%. And thirdly, they can't explain or propose a viable mechanism for how the core would even maintain a magnetic field. And these are admitted by all the highest levels of academia to this day.
Mind if I step in for a second? So
Go for it.
They don't the standard model, which I don't even adhere to, but I'm only defending the accuracy of this argument, not the thing, but they don't even claim that the Earth is a permanent magnet. It's always a revolving dynamo situation. That's not a permanent magnet, so that's not even a part of the issue. So they can't explain why it's a permanent magnet because they never assumed it was a permanent magnet. So I mean you're right about that.
That's a straw man.
In the way that, well, you said permanent magnet.
No, I said it has the characteristics of a permanent magnet, but it can't be a permanent magnetic field on a globe. So I didn't say that they said it was a permanent magnetic field on the globe. I said the exact opposite of that. So when you argue against me saying that, that's called a straw man.
Mention permanent magnet or like a permanent magnet and not explain the dynamo situation, which is also wrong. But there also is another induced magnetic field.
I did explain it. I said they said it takes billions of years before you would see the difference. So it is observably a permanent magnetic field. Dude, if you don't know your religion, you shouldn't interrupt me to act like you're going to teach me about it.
It's not my religion. Remember, I'm an electric universe proponent.
No, but I'm talking about Earth is life. Just interrupted.
You don't need to sublimate your bullshit on me because they aggravate you all the time.
Take everything personal. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't talking to you. The other guy was interrupting.
Tell him, Grim.
I wasn't talking to you, man.
Well, like what you said earlier, it can just be a discussion. It doesn't have to necessarily be contentious.
Yeah, okay, true. So I'll calm down. I'll calm down.
I'm for you.
If anyone wants to respond to what I said, that's cool. If not, I'm going to sit back. Because I already said it, and I never get any answers. There aren't answers. I can cite Harvard that agrees with me, so pretend I can't, I guess.
Well, I'd love to hear Grim, electric universe aficionado, weigh in on some of this. Mr. Grim, what did you have to say?
You know, I think it's got like when you're not used to people supporting you, you know what I mean? It's hard to hear it when it's happening, I guess. So, but my man, I'm here trying to tell you that you're right about that. As far as they cannot explain it, I just said that, you know, maybe I was confused, but when you use the language permanent magnet or treated as a permanent magnet, that's only got 400 years worth of time on it, not this millions of years stuff, right? So a permanent magnet wouldn't even be that. So let's just move on, you know. But induced currents, that's what I wanted to bring up, right? Induced currents is that's what happens when a body moves through a plasma from one end to the other, which is the outside being more negatively charged, and then towards the positively charged interior, like where the solar wind comes from the sun, right? So basically, the solar wind from the sun can induce a magnetic field around particular sized bodies. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Can I ask a quick question?
So are we saying that a permanent magnet would lose charge after 400 years, or that it would take 400 years for a permanent magnet to form? I mean, I'm trying to infer what you guys.
Look how many. Well, when you use magnets, and they're constantly, you know, being used and stuff. You look at how long a magnet lasts, about, right? When you want to make a magnetic generator or something, it's got about a life of about 400 years to, you know, around that.
We're talking about the Earth, bro. The Earth, not some magnet you made.
As a permanent if it were a permanent magnet, that's all I'm saying. But you didn't say it was, so we can leave that alone. I was just clearing it up for
my brother. Okay, my brother. For one, it would be such a big magnetic field, okay, that it would be way longer than any scale that you're talking about. Secondly, I wasn't trying to attack you or anything, but you did. I was waiting for the Glober that was talking to me to respond when he said his model was perfect, and you jumped in and you said that I said they think it's a permanent magnetic field. No, the official story is it has the characteristics of a permanent magnetic field, but it's not one, because the change would be so slow and gradual, it would be negligible for millions and millions of years. That is the official explanation, bro. That's why I brought it up. Okay, well, it's a relevant point, bro, because they can't explain why it looks like a magnetic field. It behaves like a magnetic field. It's observed exactly like a permanent magnetic field, but it's not one because it can't be one.
Wait, who claims it's not a permanent? Who claims it looks like a permanent magnetic? I mean, it behaves as a permanent magnetic field, because I thought they claimed it behaved like an electromagnetic field.
Right.
Okay.
I never heard that a permanent magnet.
I'll cite that too. I'll cite that too. So before I cite that, do you agree or disagree with the other 2 points?
Okay, I didn't hear that.
I don't. You said that. Hold on. Can you restate what you said?
Go ahead.
Can you restate quickly what you said? It behaves like a magnetic field. It acts like one, but.
No, I'm saying it has the characteristics of a permanent magnetic field because it's consistent, and the consistent magnetic field, right, would show the characteristics of a permanent magnet that has a certain field there. Okay. Now, it can't be like that on a globe, though. Okay. So now the official story is that it would take millions of years to see, because the Earth is spinning on a tilted axis, gyrating, flying through space. So our observations of the permanent magnetic field due to that motion would be different.
Why? How? What would they be like?
Why? What?
Yeah. How would it be different if the Earth was moving through space and rotating around the axis?
Yeah, it would be moving.
It's not going to be consistent.
It wouldn't stay consistent. It would alter.
It is altering.
Oh, why? Yeah, it is altering. It's moving all the time. It's changing. But
so now, so Kosho says that, and you jump on it when you were just asking me why it would move. Kosho, you're also wrong. Yeah. What are you talking about?
It's been measured as moving for the past 100 years.
Yeah, the magnetic north and the magnetic north is moving all the time.
So we're not going to believe the stories they say of the very center north. I'm going to phone call.
Okay, so you're not going to accept the model so that you can make a straw man of it and say that it doesn't work. Yeah. I know. This is not a win. I'm just. It's weird. It's like when Gene said today that if you go to Australia, you'd be upside down on the globe model. And I was like, no, that's not our model. And he said,
I can't
yeah, it
believe
would be.
how
I was
long
like,
you
okay.
guys fucking argued that for this morning. That was ridiculous. What is
Yeah,
wrong
I mean,
with you people?
how stupid do you have to be to say that, yeah, if you're on a globe and you're on an airplane, when you fly south, you're going to have drinks on your face because you're upside down. Like, okay, I guess so.
It's funny. But, what was I saying? But because you guys are talking about the electro field, I'm not sure that anybody claims that it behaves like a permanent magnet, right? Because even an electromagnet can persist. Why not? Why couldn't persist? So I'm going to see if
I'm wondering what would happen if the thing is like the globe model or the heliocentric model says. What would be different? Like
concave.
With what, Mailman? With magnetic field, you're saying?
Yeah, because which is said that the globe claim is that the magnetic field acts like a constant magnet or a sort of constant magnet, and that would be different if the Earth was actually moving through space and rotating. And I was wondering how different. What would it be like? Would it be like the North Pole is going around the Earth like millions of miles an hour, or how would it be different?
I mean, the funny thing about the magnetic field on Earth is that it behaves. It does behave in, a kind of, and it doesn't behave in any way as a not only not a permanent magnet, but not a perfect magnetic field. That's why we have those field lines. What do they call that? How the field lines are off a little bit in different places, and they're off a lot in other places, and magnetic declination, right? And
the problem is you form a permanent liquid magnetic core when, as far as we can tell, we don't have liquid core magnets of that sort.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't
that's
exist.
another thing.
What you just said doesn't exist. Yeah,
exactly. So that's another big point about how a magnetic field, to me, does not correlate of being able to work on a globe Earth. Is just what they said. Like the center of the Earth, the core is supposed to be this like moving, churning, metals and magma, whatever they claim it is. They claim it's made out of nickel and all these things. And that moving thing is what they claim is creating this essentially a toroidal field that surrounds a globe Earth with the pole going through the center of that. So you have the sort of toroidal patterns coming off of each side. That's how they claim. But the temperatures they also claim the core are temperatures that pass the Curie point, which is a point at which metals are non-magnetic. So there's that problem. And there's the problem that this moving idea, there's nothing in nature that does that. The only way that could be recreated is to artificially create that doesn't actually exist. And they're claiming it does.
That's an insane amount of
This is from
pressure.
SCI.ESC. Hold on. This is from SCI.ESA.int. Earth is similar to a giant bar magnet with magnetic field lines rating blah, 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 blah. Similar to a giant bar magnet. That's from ESA.
Similar to.
You probably have to read that entire article and see what they're referring to, because a school teacher will tell it to a kid.
They're referring
to
a bar magnet.
That's fine, dude. That's fine.
This is something they teach, kids. Similar.
Yeah, this is from the ESA.
I'm gonna respond to what Gio said.
From the ESA.
Yeah, well, we'll post the whole link then. Post the whole link, and then we can go over it.
Gio. This is from the ESA.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I'm saying.
I'm going to post it.
When you share this kind of information to like a child or to somebody loosely or in passing or flat earther or something, you could say that. But it's not. It's
from the ESA.
It's not described as a permanent. Dude.
I guess I have to call ESA and tell that there's a flat earther who says that the Earth is a bar magnet because you said it. So now ESA is saying that the Earth is just metal, 100% metal, no trees, nothing, no water, just pure metal and a magnet.
And it's shaped like a bar. But let's just post the link. And anyways, you can post the link too. But anyways, I'm gonna respond to what Gio said before this silliness came up. He said, right, yeah, that's right, the Curie point, and that doesn't apply. The Curie point is not in regards to an electromagnet. It's in response to a permanent magnet, and for the reason that a permanent magnet is not going to stay it's not going to keep its structure. So it's not, it doesn't have the ability to keep its magnetic field like that. But
okay, that's not my
electromagnet doesn't behave the same way.
That is not my understanding. My understanding is that the temperature changes the capacity for the material to hold a field. So at particular temperatures, that material will not hold a field the way that it will at other temperatures. It doesn't have necessarily anything to have to do with any specific electromagnetic field. It is just any electromagnetic field. It's unable to contain it at that point and to carry one.
Yeah, but an electromagnetic field in general, it definitely will have it because like plasmas, there's electromagnetic field and plasma stuff. But I'm saying for being an electromagnet,
it will still have a field. Sorry to interrupt. It will still have a field. It will be very, very small. The temperature changes its capacity to hold a strength of a field. And so what they're claiming the globe is, though, is that at the center is supposed to be this core thing. And this field is so potent. It's not just a small thing. It has to literally encompass the entire Earth in the globe model, the whole globe and the whole atmosphere surrounding it. And as they say, it goes out to the moon and all this other stuff. So, I mean, this is a massive, massive thing that is supposed to be created by metals that have Curie points that don't hold magnetic fields. Right?
Okay, so like I said, for the Curie point, though, seriously, it is only reference to a permanent magnet, in which electromagnets are different. And I'm just saying, I've seen people online ask and say, I know heat destroys permanent magnets, but how about electromagnets?
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're saying
I'm sorry, yeah, man. I'm almost done, dude.
Okay,
I gotta start over this thing I was just reading because you guys jump in. Just give me a second. Anyway, somebody online asked if heat destroys permanent magnets. How about electromagnets? Does heat affect the strength of electromagnetic field? And then somebody's saying, no, it doesn't influence them. The Curie point refers to permanent magnets.
All right, so let me get this straight. You're saying if I have a pole of molten nickel that I could just plug in some copper wires and it's going to have a magnetic field?
Nobody suggested that or said that, and the answer to that is no.
Okay, so how would you get a magnetic field out of the molten nickel?
Yeah, well, if you know the what's it called, Maxwell equations, it tells you that a magnetic field is produced when you have a moving electric field. So if you have electric charge or moving electric charge, if you have moving electric charge, which you do in this magma, and it's moving because it's flowing, then that would produce a magnetic field.
So you got falling nickel where? Where is this falling nickel at?
Fallen nickel?
Is that what you said?
Molten.
Well,
He's saying that the center of the Earth will, therefore it's going to have an electromagnetic field automatically since it flows. But the thing is that contradicts our evidence of magnets losing their magnetism or whatever when they reach high temperature and stuff. So we have a bit of a contradiction here with, experimental quote unquote evidence when we try to melt a magnet or whatever supposedly, and the magnet loses magnetism. So we have a contradiction here.
Has someone tried on the flat earth side to melt a magnet and then take the molten steel and rotate it around a point and see that if it generates an electromagnetic or magnetic field?
No, does it do that?
Oh, there we go. There it should.
You need to tell us now whether that happens or not. You're not going to get away with saying you need to try it there, period. If you haven't tried it yourself, then you're just peddling the established bullshit. So if you haven't tried it yourself, your argument's still kind of weak.
Okay.
But you said that you have tested it.
I'm going to assume none of them have any hot lava, so... I mean, Japan SSL did post somebody doing it in the lab. But again, Lemon, what I just was telling to Geo, and like I said, this should probably be, you verify this for yourself, but the Curie point, the Curie temperature refers to when a permanent magnet will lose its magnetism. But an electromagnet, it says the strength of the magnet field is strictly the result of the amp turns of the current going around it. So this is all that requires an electromagnetic field, and the heat is not going to change that.
In the meantime, we got the ESA saying that Earth's magnetic field acts like a bar magnet.
So where are you getting that? Sort of electromagnet or something like that can just be induced to be magnetic, essentially. He's saying it's not like a permanent magnet that melts and loses its magnetism. It's some sort of special category of electromagnet or something like that can simply somehow be induced to be magnetic by flow. I don't know. It sounds a little theoretical. Maybe, maybe not.
Look into Eric Dollard's observation of electric power lines when current's flowing through it. They can sometimes expand and contract, like coming together based on the magnetic field it creates. Look into that.
And I want to respond to what Kosho said. Kosho, I'm wondering where you're getting that information, because you just said that the temperature change is not going to change the capacity for it to hold a magnetic field. I mean, I'll read right here. This is from Britannica. A Curie point is a temperature at which certain magnetic materials undergo a sharp change in their magnetic properties. In the case of rocks and minerals, remnant magnetism appears below the current point, about 570 degrees Celsius, and the common magnetic material magnetite. And then a little bit lower here, it says, beyond the Curie point, for example, 770 degrees Celsius, for iron, atoms that behave as tiny magnets spontaneously align themselves in certain magnetic materials. In ferromagnetic materials, such as pure iron, which is part of what they say is in the core, the atomic magnets are oriented within each microscopic region domain in the same direction so that their magnetic fields reinforce each other. Actually, the part that I actually wanted to read was, wait, is that...
Well, yet again, Kosho, you cut out there. Gio, I don't know if you're still speaking, but you cut out.
Well, okay, I'll just finish that part. In anti-ferromagnetic materials, atomic magnets alternate in opposite directions so that their magnetic fields cancel each other. There was the one part though where it actually, maybe I had to. Oh, here it is. This is what I wanted to read. Sorry. Raising the temperature to the Curie point for any of the materials in these three classes entirely disrupts the various spontaneous arrangements, and only a weak kind of more general magnetic behavior called paramagnetism remains. So are you claiming that the entire magnetic field of the Earth going out to the moon is all paramagnetic from this very minor field that remains after the temperature reaches the Curie point?
No, what you're describing about the Curie point pertains to permanent magnets, as it's stated. It stated that in there. It said something like remnant magnets, but those are permanent magnets.
He's talking about electromagnets, like when you go to the
No, he's
car.
not. Yeah. I'm talking about electromagnet, but Curie point doesn't reference aren't in reference to an electromagnet.
His magnets are those magnets that at the scrap yards where they pick up cars, they put charge through it and it creates the magnetic field. Fucking picks up cars. Then they release it by stopping the fucking. That's what he's talking about.
Coach,
that's what I'm talking about.
No offense to you, but I'm sorry, but you're just way off on this. I mean, I just linked to the page for remnant magnetism. Remnant magnets means permanent magnets, which is what is in rocks, which is what
I said.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that
that's what I just said.
The Earth's core is not a permanent magnet. It's not how it works.
Yeah, I just said that.
Okay, if rocks and minerals are permanent magnets, why would all of a sudden the Earth's core would not be one?
Because it's not. Like I just told you. So a permanent magnet, you can create it with a rock or a mineral by using an electromagnet to align their poles. However, magnetism in general is created when you have a flowing electric charge. So a flowing electric charge will create a magnetic field. That's all. That's all that's being described is a flowing electric charge.
Because of the solid inner core heats the outer core liquid layer, it produces convection currents. This geodynamo is Earth's magnetic field that we can measure at its surface.
So you're trying to claim that these rocks, everything that's in the middle of the Earth, these metals and rocks and things, you're claiming that those are not what's creating the magnetic field, but that it's actually because the Earth is spinning and because the middle of that is just churning around, creating an electrical charge, which is then charging these Curie point materials and then creating a field?
No, the charge is already there. The moving charge is caused by the churning. And yes, this was the planet.
So is this like some sort of subterranean Coriolis effect where we have separate reference frames below the crust?
No.
Above the crust?
Good point.
That's what they're claiming. Yep, that's what they're claiming. Hank nailed it.
Claiming that.
That's exactly what you're doing. You're saying in this place that we've never been and never even penetrated on any level, we're just going to make up a story in a different reference frame that just fits this pseudo-physical concept.
This has nothing to do with reference frame. This has everything to do with the charge. Go ahead, Mo Man.
Yeah, Kosher, you have to accept that when people put words in your mouth, you just say, yes, that is my claim. Yes.
Yeah. Well, in this case.
Okay, so let me clarify.
It's not the point. Hold on, Hank. Hold on, Hank.
Well, I
let my man
I don't want to strawman you.
But that's fine. That's fine. Just wait for me to finish, though, please. Because what right, yeah, because what you guys said is not what we said. Okay, a flowing charge. This is a fact. So I don't know if you disagree with this, but a flowing charge, and a flowing electric charge will create a magnetic charge, a magnetic field. I mean, this is a fact. And all we're claiming is that there's a charge down there, and it's flowing because there's liquid rock, and we know this because we see it all the time in volcanoes and all that type of shit. But that's the claim, though.
Okay, so just to be sure, at the equator, it's one rotation per 24 hours, right? On the surface of the Earth.
It's like that everywhere, but yeah.
Okay, so at the core, it's one rotation per 24 hours.
It's slightly I forget what the difference is, but there's a slight difference.
Sorry?
Rotation rate is extremely slow. I forgot what the difference is.
Yeah, but I think the core rotates a little bit faster than the mantle.
No, the core is in lockstep like that.
So I just need to know, what's the rotation of the core per day?
I forget on top of my head. I can look it up though.
So
it says
would it be
one.
one?
It says it rotates one. No, I got. Let me see. Let me read this for sure. Okay, so it says over a year, it spins 0.5 degrees different than the rest of the planet.
Okay, is that a same reference frame or a different reference frame?
I'm not sure why the reference frames are relevant here.
We're starting to go
I
down
don't even know how to describe which reference frame that applies to.
Okay, so I'm asking, do they spin at the same speed? The core and
no, I just told you the rates and how they were different,
okay,
right?
So because they're spinning at different speeds, is this what creates the charge?
Right. This is what creates the churning and the movement, and that movement creates the charge. The charge is already there. That's what the moving charge creates the field.
Is this movement uniform? Because if we're moving through space and that's generating this electromagnet or whatever by the motion of the Earth, then it would change based off of the changing orbit of the Earth. So this is raising a lot of questions. Are we moving through an electric field? Most of the time, an electromagnet takes on charge when a field moves through it and or an object moves through a field. So is space a huge electric field to power this electromagnetic Earth? I mean, this is a lot of questions here.
And what would it?
I would agree, and compared to a planar Earth model, where one possibility, which has been talked about for in ancient times and for eons of time, which is a magnetic mountain, it's been part of the core awareness of humanity, is that there's like a massive mountain at the center, and if that's made of magnetite or some metallic material, boom, there's your magnetic field. And there's even the ancient conceptions where that actually used to be the Great World Tree, an actual tree, a massive tree that went from the North Pole all the way to the heavens. But that has now since been severed, and now it's just a massive magnetic mountain that's all petrified.
In the concave Earth model, that's octahedron in the center. I'm going to throw that out there.
We have a range of possibilities to explore, gentlemen.
Radar image, by the way.
Well, we have a range of possibilities to explore, gentlemen, because based off of this inconsistency, there has been deception. And so to cover the range of the deception, we may need to cover a range of models before we finally settle on which one we believe on faith, evidence, experimentation, or whatever.
Well, we just have to go with the one that is measurable.
Check out the animated GIF. That's the true tree of life, the octahedron within the Earth.
You have to be trolling, man.
He just likes to bring up weird stuff, man. Gio, you said that the tree is like severed now. What do you mean with that?
Well, so in a lot of the ancient conceptions and legends and ancient mystical traditions, in their cosmologies, for example, the Norse cosmology and many others had the conception of essentially the Great World Tree, which used to be a tree, a massive biological life form, that essentially connected the North Pole region all the way up to the heavens. And that since has been severed, and for whatever reason, in this current cycle we're in, to where now it's just a massive magnetic mountain at a very high altitude.
So I think I heard a flat earther say that the dodecahedron below the Earth's surface is that what I heard? Something like that. Who said that?
I think
No,
he
that
actually
was
ask, man.
He's I think he said I think he's a concave earther, so he was talking about a thing at the center of a concave Earth.
yeah.
Oh, that would be up in the sky, right next to the
Yeah, that'll
Chinese
be up in the
cities.
sky. Yeah, the
Right,
center's
you call
up.
stars. Right.
Correct.
Next to the stars that would actually have to be like cities in China and other parts of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll post a link for you in the chat for see what I'm talking
They're
about.
not. The stars aren't aligned like the cities on the other part of the world, though.
Yeah.
So there goes that.
It's funny. Yeah. For some reason, it's interesting.
I think it's interesting that Lemon says that there's a lot of holes in the globe model when there's just a huge hole on flat Earth because nothing's like explained.
What are you
You
referring
guys,
to?
you guys want to talk about the holes? We can go back and forth. I'll let you go first. What's the first hole of the flat Earth model that no flat Earth is trying? Go ahead.
Where should we start?
No, that's a good point, Mailman. Do you want, since you said that, do you want to start with your first one?
Sure, I can. If let's say, I think it's your model that claims it that all gas needs a container. So that leads to an infinite regression of containers.
Okay, I wouldn't say I hold to that. So if someone else does, do they want to respond to that or the about containers?
Think Lemon.
You want to take this one, Hank?
So,
Lemon,
if
anyone?
you had a container that was shaped like a fish tank, you could explain, all the static holding the atmosphere down, right, and keeping it in place without having to have a top, right? If there was not enough gas and matter to fill the tank, kind of like a halfway full fish tank, except for a lot bigger. So,
all right.
I don't necessarily claim to a firmament. I think there could be one. It could be firm like metal. It could be just some sort of electric field up there. But we do see on Earth, right? You can't really have gas pressure without a container. If there is otherwise, I would love to see it without, show me it without using container. So I'm going to need a ball of gas, please. Thank you. Propane.
Okay, so you already said that you can have gas pressure without a container.
And if there were this,
he definitely said
I don't
everywhere.
want you to say it, right? That's what the globe Earth model does. We want you to demonstrate it.
If there were this
Show me-
container, we would surely be able to detect it with like radar or something, wouldn't we?
Yeah, my problem isn't that there, like, if there is a container, that's not the issue that I have if the Earth is flat and there's a container. The problem is that if gas pressure requires a container and a vacuum requires a container, then after that container, there is either gas pressure or a vacuum. It's a dichotomy. And then you'd have another container, and then another container, and you'd have an infinite regress of containers. Because everything needs to be.
Who said anything about a vacuum? And no one said anything about a vacuum for A.
So what's outside the
B,
container?
Why would it have to be infinite
Who
regression?
knows?
Couldn't you have a final container, and beyond that container, there is no more physicality?
Well, that's a possibility, but the way that they define space makes it very impossible. They talk about an infinite void, essentially. How can a void be infinite? You need to have something that's positively there and non-void to be infinite. So defining space as an infinite void itself is a contradiction that kind of points at being, false. If that's your conception of space.
No one says that. No one has ever said that space is just a void of nothing.
So what is it? Is it an ether? Is it a substance? Is it a field?
No.
What is it?
It's stars, it's planets, it's gas, it's dust.
People talk about that as if those are the things in space, as if there is another underlying reality. So what is the underlying reality of what, if anything, space is? A vacuum, an ether, a substance, a field? That's a big question.
Oh,
the bottom line is The bottom line is everywhere on Earth. The bottom line is everywhere on Earth that we have gas pressure, you need a container to contain it, and it's literally in the definition of. And it's literally, well, show us gas pressure without a container. We've been asking that for years.
All right, Jeremy.
Go
So
outside with the barometer.
let's say theoretically the Earth was
Wait,
a
that's
globe,
circular
right?
reason. That's the very thing in question.
And
Hold
We're
on.
asking,
Hold
how
on.
are you?
wait, hold on, real quick, Jeremy. Let's say we have something that creates a pressure, right? Or let me say something that draws things towards it. Some sort of mass or whatever you want to call it. Something that creates a force that draws things towards it. And then over on the other side, you have nothing, right? And then let's introduce a gas. Which way is the gas going to go? Is it going to go towards the object it's producing a force, or is it going to go towards nothing?
I don't know. If you can show us gas pressure without a container, this will solve this whole thing. Until then, we're going to just go with the
You can just
logic
kind of
that.
try and answer the question.
It would go toward the thing providing the force in your idealized example, but even thinking of gravity as this thing that somehow reaches out and grabs something without, making contact with anything on the way out to just only in a one-way fashion pull something in is highly mystical.
So I didn't
thinking
call it
of gravity in those terms precludes any sort of sensible mechanical definition, because if gravity is mechanical enough or whatever to go out and reach out and touch something and pull it in, you'd expect two-way action, not one-way action.
I didn't call it gravity. All I called it was an object that creates some sort of force that pulls things towards it. That's it.
We know what you mean, though. Typically, that's gravity, though.
So it's gonna pull whatever matter there's around it is gonna pull towards it.
But why is it doing it in a one-way fashion? That doesn't make any sense. Why would it do it only in one way, pulling it toward the object? Makes sense. We don't know of one-way forces in nature that are like that. Normally, if we have some sort of mechanical force that is pushing and pulling, it's two ways, not one.
Lemon, that's what you witness every single day of your life. You witness objects falling towards Earth, towards the most mass, every single day of your life.
Clouds going up also. So the way that they conceive of gravity is highly mystical and frankly nonsensical.
Yeah, I realize you have this crazy space-time bending force thing going on, but however, we have gas pressure on Earth. Gas pressure is defined by literally the force exerted by the walls of its container, and every example of gas pressure and every example of gas pressure
definition.
on Earth. Okay, we're dealing with chemistry, right? Gas. So in every example of gas pressure on Earth, you need a container to contain it.
And a force.
That's not true.
And a force.
When you go outside, and you saw the container.
Well, what about Jeremy? What do you think about the sulfur hexafluoride?
What about just the air outside?
Have you seen that? It's like a gas that almost acts like a liquid, and it doesn't really need to be contained. It could just like fall on the ground. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that. They put it in a fish tank. They float the little boat on it, and if you gave it time, and even then, it has walls of the container holding the sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah, but it's not expanding upwards, is it?
It does. If you left that tank alone for enough time, the tank would be empty within probably minutes, if not hours or days.
That's a claim that no one's substantiated.
If you had a vacuum chamber with 2 molecules of sulfur hexafluoride, it would expand every direction in that container.
Why?
It's relative. If you take a bunch of sulfur hexafluoride, that's not the only gas that's heavier than air.
It would fall to the ground.
That's our argument, dude. Is things are fucking relative. Everything's relative. That's our entire argument.
It would only expand in 2 directions because there were only 2 molecules, and it wouldn't expand in every direction.
Well, we're trying to make gravity something that contains by pulling down something that's containing us effectively. But whenever, another object, is pulled on top of another object, that object is either crushed or pulverized or moved out of the way. And so gravity in that conception itself is problematic because we're trying to treat gravity like a container when it appears to be anything but. At best, it looks like space is a fluid that you can freely move up, down, and around in, not this thing that is pulled down on top of you that is an impassable container. That's just absurd.
Hold on really quick. Lemon, can you put your seatbelt on, man? Is that your seatbelt thing going off all the time?
Every day I'm in constant fear of Lemon's life. Yes, please buckle up.
Sorry.
Put your seatbelt on, man.
But the way that gravity is conceived is just too inconsistent for flatties to go with. Even globers. Some globers are trying to absorb gravity under electromagnetism, a field phenomenon as opposed to this pulled at the center of a ball in a one-way mystical fashion.
Gravity is a field phenomenon.
Now it is, but in the Newtonian conception, it was not like that.
Listen, because we know Earth is flat, so I mean you're gonna need at least walls. I don't know about the cover. I don't know about the top, but you're definitely gonna need walls to keep the gas in.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. You're gonna need walls to keep the gas in. That's a good point, man.
It's kept in by a force. That's what keeps
Yeah,
it.
dude.
The force of the firmament walls and the background electromagnetic medium contained within said firmament to give us some sort of density tower in the background of space, the ether, yes.
All right. Well, you know how Gio just explained, do you remember the sulfur hexafluoride? He said it was like a liquid, but it's not really like a liquid. It's just a very dense gas. And it's very much, you can put it in a pool, in a tank without the lid on, and it will sit in there. It's not going to empty out in minutes. That's just not true.
That tank's going to have walls, though.
The tank does indeed have walls, but it's held down in the tank for a simple reason. That simple reason is the same reason why you're held down and why everything's held down.
The density tower.
It doesn't matter if you call it, if you don't want to call it gravity or what you want to call it. There's something that's holding that brings gases down to the surface. And if you have that requirement, that's actually all that you need for them not to dissipate away.
It's etheric floatity, the density tower that we're all mixed into.
I make no claims on the top. All I know is there's got to be container walls to have gas pressure, and it's literally defined
You don't
like that.
know
And that's all
it's an assumption.
What if the walls are the gases themselves?
It's a fair assumption.
Thank you, Lemon. What if the walls are the gases themselves? Lemon says that's a fair assumption.
Jeremy, you were trying to get in there?
Yeah, every example of gas pressure on Earth, you need a container for it.
Yeah, I just gave you what the walls of the container were. Lemon agreed with me. He said that's a fair assumption.
I agreed with you that it was a firmament.
Unless you, Jeremy, if you agree that's a fair assumption that the walls of the gases themselves, the walls are the gases themselves on all sides.
That doesn't make sense. The walls are made of gas.
In the example of the hexafluoride.
No, on
Earth. Walls of the aquarium or wherever that sulfur hexafluoride was on. So it would be the walls of the firmament in a similar conception.
That's great, but I'm talking about on Earth, these walls that you say have to be there, Jeremy. If you talk about the horizontal direction the gases are, it's the only thing that's on the side of these gases are more gases. And then if you follow that all the way around, if you follow them in a straight line in any direction, just walk in a straight line, you're gonna end up in the same spot. So there's no sides that they need to be that they're trying to move away from. As long as this thing that's holding us down is holding us down to the Earth, the walls of the walls are the gases themselves all the way around.
And what
the problem?
That's a good way to say it.
Is an infinite vacuum right above those gases, no barrier, infinite vacuum.
The problem with the gravity
Demonstrate that.
And also, gases tend to expand, number one, and number two, you need to show that gravity is pulling everything down in a uniform way. We see clouds that float up against gravity and gases that go up against gravity all the time, flying in the face of that thesis. So unless everything goes down where gravity tells it to go, then gravity cannot be a container, not in that sense.
Yeah, that's you can't account for other forces. Gravity overpowers everything. Nothing else matters. Only gravity. That's not the world we live in. Other forces.
But the clouds don't float up off into space, do they?
The problem with the gravity model is that you're saying that it's holding the gas down, but gravity's strongest at the ground in your model. Yep. And it's not pulling the gas down there.
Yes, it does,
you're saying it's pulling the gas down. You're saying it's pulling the gas down where it's at its weakest, when you get so far up at its weakest.
Okay, dude.
And then that's when it's pulling the gas down.
Dude, by the time there's no more gases anymore, or gases that people don't care about anymore, or the ISS, for instance, where there's no gases up there, there's like a little bit of gas. It's still 90% of the gravity that's down here. So it's still gravity. It's still there's no reason to claim that it's much weaker gravity. Just 90%. And two, yeah, and the second thing is there's gases down here, dude. So it is holding gases down at the bottom.
Do you call that beyond the gas?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I call it.
Beyond the
Well, the thing that makes gravity contradictory is you try to treat it like a force or a field that's everywhere and effectively would not need directionality. But then you try to say that there's a pull toward the center of mass where most of the force and power would tend to lie. That's contradictory.
I agree
Why
with you,
would
man.
gravity need to pull at all if gravity is this universal force that's everywhere? That's contradictory. I have to pull stuff to my body because the limited force of my body is located in my body. I'm not everywhere. I need to pull stuff toward me. So you're talking about gravity being localized in one sense as if it needs to pull and would weaken away from the center of force on one hand, but then trying to say that it's universally everywhere with no need to pull on the other. That's
You said that at least 4 times, Lemon. Thank you. And yeah, Lemon, that you're right though. That would be inconsistent and contradictory. If anybody ever claimed that, nobody claims that. Gravity indeed has directionality. Everyone
they
claims
claim
that
implicitly, Kosho, and that's a contradictory implicit claim.
It's not the claim, Lemon. And I waited for you to finish with your whole 5 times you repeated it.
And thank you for waiting long enough for me to finish.
Lemon, because I'm telling you
now you
that's
can
not
respond.
our claim. Our claim doesn't have any directionality, Lemon. And maybe you can cite that.
Toward the center isn't directionality. That makes no sense.
I'm saying it does have directionality, or it doesn't have no directionality. You said it claims that it doesn't have directionality, but it has directionality.
Because they say that gravity's everywhere. How is that possible? How can it be everywhere and have directionality? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know anyone who says that it's everywhere, but it's in anything that has mass exerts gravity.
So what doesn't have mass then?
Light? I don't know.
Weren't you guys saying that light is bent by gravitational fields? Doesn't gravity bend things with mass? Or bring together stuff that has mass toward a center?
Didn't hear what the
Why
first
is gravity bending light if light doesn't have mass? Another contradictory claim from this.
That's not a contradictory claim, Lemon. Light moves through space-time. The gravity bends, mass bends space-time. Light has to move in the curved path.
Oh, so gravity bends the space-time that has mass, and that indirectly bends the light that has to travel through the mass space-time or something?
No.
That what you're saying?
Mass bends space-time. And then other mass that is in space-time, its trajectory changes. Even light, it's in space-time. Its path moves through space-time. If the space-time is bent or curved or whatever, the light path is going to be bent or curved.
Okay, so let me get this straight. When the space-time is bent, right, this is causing objects with mass and without mass to move around the space-time.
Yes, if space-time is curved, why would there be anything there to move through? It's not straight anymore.
But we thought that you have to have mass in the photons in order for refraction to happen.
Jesus Christ! If I bend paper, everything, there's not going to be anything that's going to be able to move across the path that is not bent on the paper because the paper's bent.
Yeah, but that's physical paper.
It doesn't matter.
Space-time isn't physical; it's metaphysical.
No, it's not metaphysical. It is physical.
Oh, show me some.
The physical properties.
Put some in a jar. Put some in a jar for me. Paint it yellow.
You can't just put something in a jar just because it's physical, man.
Wait a minute.
Wow. Put a
Typical response.
It's ridiculous.
Put an atom in a jar for me and paint it for me. Look in front of your face, dude. There's something called space that's like 3 by 3 foot cube. Time is the component that allows that space to exist and move through it, right? So,
okay, so let me get this straight. Okay.
Very simple concept.
You haven't been getting it straight. You keep saying that.
Fucking living it right now.
Straight.
Okay,
you're living
just calm down. Relax.
Well, you're living it. I don't understand.
Well, I just want to make sure. Hold on. Hey, I just want to try to steelman you here. Okay, so space-time, right? So this is Oxford Dictionary. The concepts of time and three-dimensional space regarded as fused in a four-dimensional continuum. Okay, so concept, what's that? An abstract idea, a general notion. This is Oxford Dictionary. Abstract, existing in thought or as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. That's all Oxford.
But there's your problem, buddy. There's your problem.
Can
Is
you
that you
give me
understand words, know what
better
to know, but you
definitions?
use it by dictionaries.
Yeah, why don't you go look at the scientific definition, my dude?
So Oxford's not aware of science?
No, the rate in which you go through life, apparently, and like the path you just went through, is a fucking is a flawed path, man.
Well, Kosho, it sounds like a bit of an ad hoc. Do you have any response to what he actually said?
What those words mean? You don't do that.
All right. Well, that seems like that's only an ad hoc. Do you have any actual response to the content?
He just asked me a question. That was the answer to his question. The answer to the response to the thing that you said that was wrong. Instead of doing that, you could just go and see what is space time, and it's 3-dimensional space, 1 dimension of time, and 4-dimensional manifold. Right? It has real effects, real physical effects. So it's real physical.
So show me the real physical space-time.
Okay. Have you ever seen an Einstein ring?
Einstein room?
Einstein ring. It's like a star in space that's been lensed around other stars.
Oh, so we're talking about refraction.
No.
Gravity-induced
refraction doesn't do that.
I'm talking about
similar effect.
You guys are talking about gravitational lensing, right? I call it refraction.
I know, but that thing I just said right there doesn't happen because of refraction.
So it's not gravitational lensing.
The thing I just mentioned doesn't happen with refraction. So the thing I just mentioned is not refraction.
So is it gravitational lensing? What is it?
Gravitational lensing is when the space-time has been curved so much so that light takes a curved path around something else.
Okay, how do we know that's not caused by plasma or any other sort of gas that might be, out there in space, right, causing this phenomenon? How do we know that it's, space-time warping that's caused this?
It's predicted by space-time. Plasma doesn't predict the ability to do that.
Wait a minute, you're telling me gas can't cause light to bend?
No, I'm telling you, plasma does. There's no theory of plasma that says that it's going to do this on its own without gravity.
So let me get this straight. Are you telling me gas cannot cause light to bend?
Okay, did you hear what I said? I didn't say. I'm not talking about bending light. I'm talking about Einstein rings. Let's be clear on that, okay?
Okay.
And I'm talking
about. So you're talking about.
I'm talking about a very specific phenomenon.
It's not through atmosphere, dude.
I didn't say atmosphere. I said gas in space.
Oh my god, I'm gonna post something in the chat. This totally destroys what Kosho's saying.
You guys never heard of nebulas?
Physical.
He's talking about a dual.
Can you guys hear me?
A dual setup.
Yeah,
I just posted something in chat that totally.
Can we respect the speaker, please?
It totally destroyed. Listen, under no circumstances should you conceive of space as though it's a material, physical thing. It isn't.
Dude, it says as it's a material. I said it's material. I said it's physical, as in it has physical properties like positions, like the ability to get bent. If mass bends space-time, that means it exists in physical reality. That means it's physical.
You sounded pretty bent when I was reading them definitions.
No, I just thought that was a really dumb way to go about learning things, by going from one definition and then reading the words in that definition, seeing what they mean, and then that's a really flawed way to go about it. You can just look at what space-time. You can just look at a description of what space-time is, and then go off that.
Yeah, it says space in our universe is 3-dimensional, and when you combine it with time, you get a 4-dimensional quantity. Quantity of what, bro?
You just said it. 3-dimensional.
What?
1 dimension of time. You exist in it right now. Is that really that hard to conceive of? You live.
I can go X. So here on Earth, I can go X, Y, and Z. I can go X, Y, and Z. How do I go
forward in time? You're doing it right now too.
Time is just.
So you're talking about nap travel. You're talking about if I go to sleep, I'm traveling through time.
Yes.
Nap traveling, right?
Every moment of your life, you're traveling through time.
This is where shit gets weird and they start talking about time travel.
Not that weird. That's actually pretty basic. That's the direction time goes. You move through time as you go through life. It's called aging. It's not that weird.
I think it's a concept.
So,
I think aging is a
Or-
concept.
No,
you
time.
said that
Time. So why do we age if time isn't real?
I never said it wasn't real. I said it's not tangible. It's not something you can touch. It's a
Not
concept. Like my idea of liberty, right? I'm a Texan,
real.
so I got this idea of liberty, right? Like I want everybody to leave me alone unless I'm causing someone harm, injury, or loss. Can you bend and warp my idea of liberty?
No, because it's not a real thing, but time is a real
Okay,
thing.
so I learned in school, person, place, or thing. Those are nouns. So tell me, is an idea a person, place, or thing? Because an idea is a noun.
Yes.
Is a person, place, or
yeah.
thing? Those are physical, right?
Ideas are things. Yes.
Okay, can you hand me an idea, please?
No. Can you hand me
not?
a cloud? No. Things don't.
Sure I
A
can.
thing doesn't mean you have to be handed it to you, dude.
Sure, I can hand you a vapor pen. You can make all the clouds you want until it runs out.
Yeah, but hand me a cloud. I don't want a pen. I want a cloud.
What do you think's going to come out of the tip of that vapor pen?
I don't know, but I'm asking you for a cloud. Okay?
I'll give you
I can give you a
cloud.
piece of paper with an idea on it, right? But I didn't give you an idea in your hands. I gave you a piece of paper.
I'll
Ideas
give
are
you
things.
I'll give you a cloud, Kosho, but we're gonna have to jump in an airship. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
To jump in an airship, we'll go right. You can hug a cloud. You can get right up in it.
All right. Well, I'll give you an idea. It's just going to be in a book, okay? You can handing somebody something doesn't mean doesn't say if it's a noun or not. It just has to be a thing.
Speaking of clouds, do you guys think all of the water that comes down when it rains comes from the actual clouds themselves that are stored there? Or do you think that the clouds are in some way channeling water from above?
Say that again?
I was asking.
All the water is not in the clouds.
I've never heard this before.
It's processed in the clouds, but it's not just stored there. Water cavitates at 33 feet. Air is generated, compressed into the water, becomes more air filled, so rises, and then does the opposite.
Yeah, it's not so much that the water is stored there. It's when it's raining, it's an active process.
That's why you have dew point on the ground mostly, because the sun and moon, day and night, are creating these neutral points and then high dew point and low dew point. Water is always moving and compressing. Compress it enough, it turns into energy, fire. That's why you have moisture coming out of fire. When it raises in the air at about 33 feet, it gathers so much air that it cavitates.
What?
Cavitation point of water is 33 feet. Look it up.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that. Cavitation, as I know it, is basically high pressure.
Yeah, look it up. It's definitely temperature pressure, but 33 feet is the height.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm talking about like with propellers and high pressure, high fast flowing gas liquid.
No, it's air. It's air being inserted. Like when your prop comes out of the water and circulates more air into the water, it cavitates.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That's what the water, when it evaporates and goes up to 33 feet, it gathers so much air, mixes with so much air, it starts to cavitate. You can do it yourself with a tube. It will freak you out.
Wait, I don't think that's cavitation. What you're talking about?
Okay, well, research it, dude.
Talk about boiling cavitation, like
before you spout off for about 30 minutes, just go research it first.
I know. I went to mechanical engineering school. I had a class on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Not trying to whip up my dick here, but I don't need to go read about it. Okay. Cavitation, what you're talking about essentially is the water not moving out of the way. Okay, it's spinning so fast that the momentum will not allow the water to move out of the way, and so it snaps back. You can do the exact same thing with like a glass beer bottle. If you smack it hard enough, the exact same thing will happen. The water doesn't have enough momentum, but the glass is rigid, so it will move. and it makes it pop so loud that it busts the bottom of the glass. But what you're talking about, I'm almost certain is boiling. I could have misunderstood you, but
no, it is cavitation.
It appears to boil because it's like bubbling in the pipe, or if you contain it in a pipe at 33 feet, it will appear to boil and start separating.
It's low pressure.
But that's
not
also
low pressure.
because of pressure. Yeah, but that's also called cavitation.
I've never heard that referred to
It
as boiling.
Well, cavitation is when you have a bubble that kind of implodes and pops either in a linear fashion where the explosion goes well beyond the bubble itself, or it just seems to just collapse and crunch in on itself. So that appears to be cavitation, generally an imploding bubble.
Cavitation
that explodes outward or basically just collapses.
Yeah, it typically causes a lot of damage. You see, basically chunks taken out of rotors, or anywhere where you see it in machinery. You'll see big chunks taken out of. It's a huge thing you got to watch out for in mechanical and civil engineering whenever you're doing.
You're talking about with pipes
or props.
in a pump. I'm talking about it in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I've never really heard to it.
Yeah, look into it.
Is it doing the same thing in the atmosphere though? I don't know if that's the same thing.
Yeah, well, it's churning, but not at as fast a rate like in a pipe with a propeller. It's not called a propeller in a pump. It's called a shit. Discussion now.
Well, a propeller and just basically any high pressure in a pipe.
Right, but it's not called a propeller in a pump. But anyway.
Well, there's an impeller.
But it's forcing that liquid, right? And if you get too much air intake, it's going to cavitate, and things are going to fly apart. Just if your boat prop comes out of the water at full throttle, you're going to throw a gear because it spins too fast.
That's what I was going to say too. Yeah, exactly. That happens with boats.
It's more of a harmonic thing.
Yeah, but when I'm looking up cavitation, it doesn't say anything about the atmosphere though.
Well, the thing is there's some similarities, and there is actually discussion about these terms and how they relate. I just found the Stack Exchange article on it. I'm just going to read this first little 2 sentences. I'm not even saying I agree or disagree with this guy, but this is what he says. I think it does kind of sum it up a little bit. He says, cavitation and boiling are names for phenomenon that both involve sudden appearance of bubbles of vapor within a liquid. And in both cases, they happen when a local hydrostatic pressure is lower than the vapor pressure of the fluid. But that doesn't necessarily mean they are the same thing. And then he goes on to explain it further. I'll post it as well. So yeah, there is discussion around this. It's almost like a cavitation and a boiling, but but I would like to hear more of you guys' thoughts on it. Because it's like both.
Well, basically, when an object boils, it's taking in enough energy to change its state or to transform it. You could just take it directly from the ether without turning up the heat on the stove, or you could do it in the more direct fashion by lighting a fire, turning up heat on a stove, and trying to transfer that energy from the heated object to the object that way. It could be a direct, I guess you could say, ether energy transfer by vibration, frequency, or a less direct transfer via heat. But basically, ultimately, it results in the same thing: heating, boiling, temperature raising, a change in state, that sort of thing.
Or
people also make a mistake of the 14.7 psi at sea level being the weight of the air. It's actually not. It's the weight of the mercury.
Ultimately, it's pressure mediation. Pressure is what's being changed.
Exactly.
Yeah, the pressure of the medium, the background etheric medium, or the foreground water, air medium that's mixed into the background ether. Yeah. A pressure of a medium, and it's interacting, or a field interacting with a substance, essentially on some sort of mechanical level.
So Rakia, we kind of got on the cavitation boiling thing, but what was the original point you were saying about the clouds and the rain and the water? I just wanted to hear that again. How is that, and then that's connected to the cavitation, how water is created in clouds? I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, it's. I'm probably not the one to explain it fully, but just think about it. I mean, look at the cloud that's above you, right, and all the just thousands of gallons of water that's pouring out of it. Then go fly through that cloud. You would be flying through a wall like a tub of water. Those droplets are being formed in the cloud. They're not being stored there. and it's just a pressure change, an extreme pressure, along with, I think, like a magnetic effect or electrical magnetic process.
It's
Definitely
static.
a system, yeah. So you
Well,
have
it's
a lot of
static.
static
It's stuff that.
electricity, right?
Sorry, bud. Go
No,
ahead.
that's all right. You have a lot of static
Yeah.
electricity involved, of course, in a high and low pressure system. And then if you turn something in that, then you're generating a field of static electricity. And if you dare touch it, it will release. Like you complete the field and it will release, just like carpet, creates this, attracts all this static. And if you rub your feet or whatever, you can release it. It's the same thing. It happens in the atmosphere also.
Well,
They're thinking
when
that's
you
what
have,
rainbows are caused by.
well, when an object absorbs energy, it can transfer the energy or absorb some of the
Oh,
energy.
your mic is terrible right
As a
now.
fuck.
Is someone trying to speak?
Oh, it's
Let's see who
Basil.
it is.
Yeah, Basil, your mic's.
Who
Completely
has the
fucked.
crappy mic? All is one. I'm gonna mute you.
Basil.
Basil.
Basil, okay, Basil, I'm gonna have to turn you down. Basically, when an object absorbs energy, it can transfer it, or if it absorbs too much energy, it's going to break down and change form. It looks like this energy has the potential to organize matter, break down matter, whatever you call it. This energy can be absorbed, transferred, or so much can be absorbed, it can, before it's released again, it can change the matter itself into a cloud, water, mist, steam, plasma, or even transmute into other elements. You got the organizing principle of the energy itself that is absorbed or released, and the quote unquote matter, the thing that tends to keep a certain form in this process, or if it doesn't keep the form, tends to burn up, change form, or change structure in some way when it absorbs this energy.
Sorry, Lemon. Honestly, I tune out when you speak.
Well, here, you can listen to me. One time I was having a discussion with Zanuck, and he said the reason the clouds come together is because of gravity. And I said that it was electrostatics. And he said that I was full of shit. And I'm like thinking to myself, where's the gravity? I don't see any gravity, but what are those bright, noisy things that happens when it rains?
Gravity's dead weight. The background
lightning?
nature has a whole lot more potential. It frees the mind to think in ways that the dead weight of gravity does not.
That's a great point. The way that lightning is correlated with clouds as well. That's a very fascinating connection. Yes, it connects clouds directly to electric energy.
You don't have to have
but
a
it
cloud.
takes the density gradient to form the cloud, to
You don't
allow
have
the
to have a
formation,
cloud to
and
have
then the
lightning.
friction comes along to create the electric potential.
You can have lightning without clouds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's just still it's just interesting, like the idea that there's an electric spark of some sort that is creating the water, like you mentioned.
Yeah, because the pressures are changing and mixing at a great, like upper level pressure and lower level pressures are like, joining together, downdrafts and updrafts, creating more static electricity and more electromagnetism in that area. And it just releases. Pow! Right? Lightning, energy, frequency released, static electricity. It's, like having to release that pressure. Builds up pressure until it releases, and it's a bolt, right, from a cell. The clouds moving over you are a cell. We call them cells, right? Bolts. It's all based on electricity. Bolt of lightning.
Well, Eric Dollard talked about a buildup of electrical activity over some sort of surface like, a glass or a firmament, and a local discharge electrically on discontinuities on the surface or whatever. So it could be gathering electricity from the firmament to the cloud to the surface, up, down, back again, or whatever, in this huge electrical system that we live in.
Kind of like those plasma balls, right? Lemon, that you buy like at the it comes from the glass dome and projects outwards when you interject energy in it. Sort of.
Oh yeah. Ball lightning
Hey guys,
is similar.
did you hear
You
him?
can get certain ball lightning phenomena in an enclosed electrical system as well. Electricity gives us a whole lot more ways to explain this phenomena than gravity, it appears.
I'm just curious, did you hear them? They were like, what about my density towers? They're trying so hard.
Jeez.
They're
Who said
trying
that? Who
so
said
hard,
that?
bro.
I think that was a flat earther who said that.
Yeah.
What's a density tower?
Density towers are definitely a thing, right?
What are those?
The death of flat Earth.
It's just a
Right.
tower.
Different substances
The
that
death of
are
flat Earth.
stacked up in a
Well, the
liquid
flat
fashion.
earthers
You
have
have
said it, and it's
oil,
fucking true.
honey. You have
Jesus
oil,
Christ,
honey,
people.
I think
water.
he had a valid. Are you really asking about what a density tower is? If anyone wants to explain it to him, I don't know if he's kind of trolling or.
He's not.
Yeah, I'll post a meme.
He's
I'm posting a
trolling.
meme.
There you go. There you go.
I'm posting a
Hold
meme
on, I
right there.
wasn't looking at the thing.
So
It's a bunch of different liquids that are stacked together in layers.
Oh, that
You
thing.
got
And then it's
oil,
and,
honey, water, that sort of thing.
and
And it's a
then what?
density tower because you'll get different substances that'll float with
Yeah,
each
yeah,
layer.
yeah. I've seen this picture. I just didn't
And
know it was called
and
a
then
density
once
tower.
you remove the downward force, that density tower no longer is arranged the way it is.
Correct.
what downward force?
A lot of things act differently in free fall.
So
Well, he
what's
talks
Your
about
brain
going
will
in.
act.
He's going to talk about going in a vomit comet and you shake it up a little bit, going up and down and up and down, and all of a sudden you don't get that layered tower anymore. It just all mixes together. But
That's
that could
free
come
you
from
have to
fall.
you
That's free
have to let
fall.
it go to
That has
rest.
nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, we're talking about right at rest, right?
You
These
don't have to. You don't
objects
have to
at
let it go
rest,
to rest.
It's
at
still under the
equilibrium.
effect.
You don't. You don't have to
Too
let it
many
go to
people are
rest.
talking at the same time.
A lot just then.
Okay, well go ahead, Globe.
I'm actually looking at an eclipse on Saturn. Looks cool.
Oh shit, you guys, Jeremy, you missed the fucking ISS tonight, man. I don't know if you still got time.
Jeez, and you could have worked out the height.
Yeah, there's one tomorrow too. So, but anyway,
Seems like
yeah,
we're
you don't have
switching
to have a
topics.
density tower to be stationary or set or whatever to settle.
I'm curious why the density tower on the Vomit Comet is invalid. That I didn't understand that.
That could come from the kinetic energy of moving the plane up and down, just shaking up the tower. It doesn't necessarily mean that you've removed gravity. You've just gone up and down and added a bunch of kinetic energy to shake up the tower at that point. We don't even have to go with a gravity explanation of even that.
You have to have a downward. You have to have an acceleration for there to be a density tower.
Yeah.
So as long as you have acceleration, you can have a density tower, and that's in any.
Because I thought it was created because of the buoyant force. Now you're saying there's this other force. What's this down force?
Well, I'll teach you about that some other day, dude. But the acceleration is all that's required.
Well, wait a minute. I can
Acceleration
demonstrate
will also provide
buoyancy.
you with the buoyancy.
But Hank,
Yeah,
you know as well as I do that the buoyant force, the necessary antecedent for that is a downward force. You can't have a buoyant force without a downward force.
The only antecedent is a force of a medium. You don't need a downward anything. You just need a medium with a certain force. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
So,
a medium with a certain force.
Hold on.
Yeah, I agree.
So you guys are now slapping the bending and warping of space-time on top of specific gravity. So you're just like hijacking it all together?
Nobody knows what you're talking about, Hank. But,
physics.
We're not.
You're just trying to make stuff go together that really doesn't go together.
People.
Yeah,
a bias.
You're making stuff go together that doesn't go together. Just because you have buoyancy, the only thing you need is a medium with a force. That's it. It doesn't need to be up or down.
Lemon, when you say a medium, when you say a medium with a force, what is the force that you're talking about?
The way that the medium's constructed, the amount of charge in the medium. We could go in some other direction other than downward gravity, just with the force of the medium itself. If you wanted to focus on the buoyancy, density, or whatever the properties of the medium, the background medium, basically.
Does that force have a name though?
I guess the closest we could call it is just the buoyant force, charge field separation, electromagnetic force. That appears to deal with something that's not necessarily downward.
You think the buoyancy has something to do with electromagnetism?
I would say some sort of charge field separation in the medium. The medium organizes stuff in a density tower of charge, going up, down with a slight, difference in the layering within the medium.
It's a wonderful idea. Do you have any evidence of any kind to back this up?
I
Any paper?
present the same amount of evidence as gravity did. Gravity presented weights that deviated slightly when you put them on a scale. I guess I'd have to go with like a charge separation that's, a slight bias up or downward in an electromagnetic field or something.
No,
you can measure different layers of charge in the atmosphere. What are you talking about?
Where does
that
the
would
charge
create
go
a
in
bias.
free fall?
No, Lemon said that electromagnetism gave rise to the Archimedes principle, and I'm asking Lemon if he has any.
Well, you asked for proof, and I gave you proof.
I didn't ask for proof. I asked Lemon if he had any evidence that
Okay,
tied
you asked for
electromagnetism to Archimedes principle. Evidence, a paper, an article, anything at all that I can read.
So you don't want to hear about the different layers of electrical charge in the atmosphere, which would create a downward bias?
If you have if you're just gonna say that those layers of charge are tied to Archimedes principle, and I'm just supposed to believe you, I don't find that adequate. But if you can give me some stuff I can read,
Wait a minute, that's a double standard. We're supposed to accept you guys saying that there is no buoyant force without our special space-time, right? But we're supposed to just accept what you guys are saying, right?
You don't have to accept that, man.
Hank, personally, I haven't pushed you to accept anything. Lemon said something, and I asked if he had something I could read about it. So I don't see where the double standard is in this conversation.
You don't have to accept that, man. That comes from us. It happens to be in the equation for buoyancy, so you can go check there. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter to me if you accept.
Well, see, here's the thing, though, guys. I can manipulate the relative density of an object and the medium it's in, and I can show a cause and effect relationship. You guys are just saying, right? You're just saying this is what you can remove gravity and stop things from falling.
I can do that with charge separation and all this stuff that's being stated. Where does that all go when I'm in free fall? I mean, let's see you do your egg and salt experiment with free fall. We can control a variable also.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
Acceleration.
You add energy to something, right? You put it up in an airplane, and then you drop it, and you're like, I wonder why this thing's falling.
You add salt to something. I can't imagine why this thing's buoyant.
You picked it up, right? So do you expect the atmosphere to be buoyant enough to hold up, this stuff? It's at rest that this happens. Listen, at rest, right? Objects that are at rest they'll seek equilibrium. If you take them out, at rest, they're perfect. But if you take them out of equilibrium, right, then they're going to seek equilibrium again.
So Hank, I dropped a video for you in the chat there, where we can make Archimedes principle work sideways. If you watch the second half of this video, which is not very long, it's like 2 or 3 minutes long. The second half, there's fish in the tank, and the fish are neutrally buoyant with gravity, and it turns out they're neutrally buoyant with the rotation as well, and they don't even care that the fish tank is spinning. So make all of this make sense with the spinning water tank that has the fish in it. Water's curved. There's clearly a force field coming from the rotation of the water tank that's making all this happen. But it's all sideways from the normal gravity, and it's all working exactly the same way. Why does it work the same way? Why is it now sideways?
Okay, so what you've done is you added centrifugal force, right? The centrifugal force
which is analogous now to gravity, but it's sideways.
Okay, so you've now hijacked centrifugal force to use it as an analogous to gravity.
I haven't hijacked anything. Here's a video of curved water with fish in it.
I'm watching it.
Everything's happy.
I'm watching it.
You hijacked the fish too.
Right. So you bent the water finally.
That's true.
Finally we see bendy water. I really appreciate that because I've been looking for bendy water for a while. So we got some bendy water
with no meniscus.
It has nothing to do with somebody playing music. Oh, it's not fucking YouTube. Sorry. Yeah. So the fish are reacting like they normally would. Their medium is perturbed, like in the ocean. That happens from time to time. and the fish are just like, well, I'll just exist within this medium.
Because they're neutrally buoyant, right? If you put a lead weight in the bottom of the tank, the lead weight would go out. It would go out to the side.
And the thing that's most interesting is the fish orient themselves to it. They just they now have a new up and they don't care.
That's not a new up. It's the same up. The tank is
Not to them.
spinning like
But
on
even
a record. It's not spinning like you got it tied to a lasso.
the first half of the video is interesting as well, where they have the purple hexane on top of the water, because that water is mirror smooth. It's not disturbed at all. That water
It's at rest.
completely at rest.
But what does this prove?
Curved water.
You tell us.
Once you spin the water and make it centrifugal, sure.
It proves that water in a force field does stuff.
What does this
Well,
have
the
to do with
logic
the
is a
general
little
working of
faulty
space-time?
because you're trying to say that water conforms to the forces that are attached to it, the centrifugal force in this case, and therefore gravity. The thing is, we don't even know if gravity is pulling stuff to the center of a ball, so your logic is faulty.
Wait, and
Yeah,
didn't
but
he
your lie
also,
detector was going off again.
Didn't you just say when it's at rest, it's smooth, flat, and when it's in motion, it's curved?
Okay, so the
convex.
It looks still to me. The purple hexane looks very still to me. It doesn't look like it's in motion at all. It's glassy smooth.
And when you spin it, it creates a convex shape of water.
Yeah, but it's not disturbed. It's not jostled or turbulent or wavy or anything. It's at rest.
And the shape of that water is concave. It's punched in. It's not wrapping around a ball. So the closest analog would be a tennis ball where the water would flow toward the equator and then, whip out. So are we saying that most of the water is on the Earth's equator and going out like a tennis ball now or something in a centrifugal fashion?
No, we don't need a tennis ball or an analogy. We have the actual fish tank with the actual fish in it doing actual things. Analogies aren't required. We've got it on a human scale where we can watch it.
Okay, cool. So we're in agreement. I said earlier that the Earth could be like in a fish tank type environment. You guys spun it, and it created like this way high water tower, right? Where it's not a density tower; it's a water tower on the edges of the tank, right? So that proves that Antarctica would be flooded if the Earth was spinning. So good job,
Really?
guys. Yeah.
How do you get that?
Well, I mean, if you got the highest continent, which is Antarctica, and you just start spinning things, the water level isn't going to be level anymore. Right?
Okay, so
it's going to go to
Is
the
it going to
edges.
go to Antarctica? Why would it go to Antarctica?
Hold on a second before we switch to Antarctica.
Isn't that the
So
edge?
as a result of this discussion, Hank, would you stop saying that water doesn't curve? Do you feel like, yeah, definitely water can curve under the right circumstances now? Water at rest can be curved.
That water was spinning.
No.
That water was spinning. How are you going to say it was at rest?
Does it look like it's turbulent or wavy or moving at all? The purple hexane water. Does it look like it's moving? You tell me.
The context that we were talking about was water at rest, Roland. So you got to get the right context. The context is water at rest does not curve.
There's no water at rest on the Earth at all, right? Everything's moving at 66,000 miles an hour.
As long as it's contained and not flowing from one container to another, it is at rest.
Good. This is contained and not flowing from one container to another. You're correct.
All right, so you're saying that the water is, going around at 66,000 miles an hour. I'm saying, so saith the king. I can't measure that. I'm just a regular dude, right? And if it's true, I should be able to verify it. But I can't prove that the water in the pond is moving at 66,000 miles an hour. In fact, it looks quite still until I scare the frogs away. And then it's rippling.
As does the water in the fish tank, right? The water in the fish tank looks still. It looks like it's at rest.
But it's not. You said it's spinning.
But it looks like it is.
Who cares what it looks like? It's moving.
Well, who cares what Earth
the pond looks like? Who cares what the pond looks like?
It's not moving. That's my point.
Because it looks like
it's not moving.
But you're saying both.
It's just more global mind games and mind fucking. The thing is, water at rest that's not spinning this way tends to give us a flat level, not this concave punched in a surface of water that's trying to escape its container, depending on how fast you spin the aquarium.
Which
So
part
just
of
to,
this?
just to be clear, though,
If you were trying,
just to be
if you were
clear, you're
trying
saying
to,
the test is, does it look like it's moving? If it doesn't look like it's moving,
No,
it's not moving.
appearance doesn't mean shit. Which part of this is
all
Earth?
right. Yeah, you're supposed to have a spinning water
So
ball.
what things look like
Squirrels,
doesn't mean
hold on,
don't
hold on,
trust
hold
my
on, hold
senses.
on,
Don't trust my senses
hold
is
on,
what you're saying.
hold on, hold on. No, that's not what we're saying. What does
Which
this have
part
to
of
do
your
with the Earth?
video is Earth?
The water in
You
the
got
fish tank looks like it's at rest. It's not turbulent. It's not wavy.
Looks.
It's not
We
moving.
don't care about that. Which part of this video is rotating Earth?
This is a rotating fish tank. Did you watch the video? We're
So
talking
the
about water, not Earth.
so the fish tank
It's
is the Earth.
water acting in response to forces, and there's obviously two forces because it's going down towards the bottom and out towards the side. If there was no downward force, it would kind of all go to the side, wouldn't it?
Who denied water acts in responses to forces?
I don't know. I don't know how he says
Well,
this isn't moving. The water's
we
rotating.
have
Hey,
we
can I
have
ask you guys a
forces on
question?
it.
Can I ask you guys
Two
a
of them,
question?
obviously.
Does flat mean level?
No.
No.
So it means curved, right?
Does flat
No.
mean curved? No, flat doesn't mean curved. Are you
Does
trolling,
flat mean
Hank?
curved?
I've never heard you troll before.
Sorry, can you let them answer, Roland? Does flat mean curved, guys? Can anybody on the globe
I
side
don't
tell
know if
me?
anybody wants to answer a stupid question like that, but go ahead, people.
Jesus. Tactic 101.
They avoid the
Rumpus said
implications
the other.
of what you're asking about. They're going to avoid the logic like the plague. Obviously, they're saying flat is curved.
Level is curved, or
The other
level
day,
is
Rumpus
conforming to the
said,
surface.
Okay, cool.
We
So
already
can you say
determined
the
that
Earth is
flat and level
level?
are different.
So can you say the Earth is level?
I
Sure.
don't know. I don't know if I would say that. It doesn't make that much sense, but
Oh,
I'd say the surface
dang.
in all
That's what I was
surface
thinking.
Earth
That's
generally
what I was
conforms
thinking.
to
That
level.
doesn't make
What a
sense at all.
conundrum.
level is
There's
kind of a
just
local thing, and now you're trying to make me say like the whole Earth is level, and it just feels nonsensical. It feels like a trap. I think you're trying to trap me.
But if curved is level and the Earth is curved, surely the Earth is level.
Yep, makes sense to me. That's logically sound. If level means curved. So
I
can you
didn't say
guys say
level.
on
I
the
didn't
globe?
say level means curved. I said level means conforming to the surface. And so if I use those words, which were mine, it doesn't make sense to say the whole Earth is conforming to the surface. Like, what does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Okay,
To me,
just
level
checking.
means conforming to the surface. So
So
sure,
flat doesn't mean
the whole Earth is
curved.
conforming to the surface. If you want,
So flat doesn't mean curved, right?
I don't think flat means curved, but I think level means
You think
conforming
that
to
the
the
Earth is level but not flat.
I didn't
You think
say
that it's
the Earth
level
is
as
level.
long as it conforms to a ball but
I
not
said
flat.
I said level means conforming to the surface. I didn't say the Earth is level. That seems nonsensical
The ball.
to me. I wouldn't say this basketball is level. The basketball's a basketball.
Well, at that point, it would have to be the ball because we have mountains and valleys that give us elevation differences. If it's conforming to that surface, we'd have valleys and hills and valleys in the water itself, but we don't have that. So the only other option available in these sorts of discussions is a ball by implication. Unless you're talking about what? A triangle, a square, a dodecahedron. Obviously, you're talking about conforming to this idealized ball, despite the fact that the surface is not an idealized ball with hills, rifts, valleys, trenches, and other stuff like that.
And its oblateness. Don't forget that.
Can I jump in real quick and ask Hank a question?
No, sure. Sure.
Did you just some time ago, because I was taking a nap and I was listening, but I didn't want to interrupt my nap. Did you say that nouns cannot describe ideas?
Nope. What I said was the physical part of noun is a person, place, or thing. An idea is also a noun, but it's not physical. That's what I said. If I said something else, I definitely didn't mean what you just said.
Okay.
So
Okay.
are
Fair.
ideas physical? Like I have an idea about liberty. So you can't bend and warp my liberty because it's not something material that you can bend or warp like sheet metal, right? It's a non-physical or metaphysical thing.
Sure.
It's not something you can hold, right?
That's actually a good answer, Hank, because what I heard from you was incorrect, but I don't think you exactly meant what you said. So your clarification just right now made perfect sense. Thank you.
I can physically take away your liberty.
Yeah, you can, but you're going to be in a hell of a lot of trouble if you don't have a fucking real good reason for it.
But I can physically do it.
Yeah, you could, but if you were unjustified, better believe you're going to see me in court.
I'm just going to lock you in my basement. You'll never get to court.
Well, we talk about these concepts as if they're real to help guide actions toward them. Is liberty a block of liberty or does it have a color of liberty? No, but it's a group of actions that we collectively try to guide toward a certain end of treating people properly, fair and equal, treatment for everybody in a similar way, the same fashion, justice, a general group of actions that we're trying to guide toward this nebulous, formless thing called liberty, gravity, space-time, I guess, or whatever. Unless you're saying that there's a physical analog or a mechanical analog there of some sort where liberty as a color and space-time as a color interacts with matter on some level.
I reckon it's purple. Space-time. I mean...
Yeah, space-time is metaphysical. I don't know why anybody would ever claim that it was physical. And if they are saying that it's analogous to like a trampoline, right? The space-time continuum is like the surface of a trampoline. I would say don't bet your ass on it and wear it out in public, because if you wear space-time, out in public, you're going to be arrested, right? Because that's indecent exposure. It's illegal in most places, except for beaches. And, yeah.
I think they are treating it like that, Mr. Hank. I think they're treating space like a liquid that flows, that has torque, that can twist, that can concentrate, that can dissipate, that can store things, that can interact with matter on a mechanical, physical level. Up until 100 years ago, it was known as ether, Mr. Hank, until it became a bad word. But they are treating it like it has more or less physical, mechanical potential or properties.
Well, I can't give you legal advice, but I wouldn't wear space-time to a public place, because if I were to do that, I'm pretty sure I'll get arrested and put on some sort of, list, right, for the rest of my life. So, yeah, I won't be doing that.
Is something that flows in and out of objects, that flows around it. That's the way that they're treating it. So they expect to find some sort of substance or something there that can be on some level tweaked and manipulated. That's what they expect to find anyway.
Well, all I know is I can manipulate actual forces like the buoyancy force and cause things to go up and down, right? And there is no downward bias. And if there is, then there has to be an upward bias too, because where's helium? Where's hydrogen? It's up there. Why is it up there? Because of its upward bias. So let's not have double standards. There's a downward bias and an upward bias. And if you just happen to spin something with liquid, it has a sideways bias.
Well, I think by definition, if there's a down bias, things are going to assemble, and by definition, there will be an upward bias. I don't think there needs to be two separate forces.
Exactly. So
if we're going to the sideways thing, I haven't watched that video. It sounds interesting to watch that.
Right. So there's going to be a bias depending on what the buoyant force is doing. If there's not enough buoyant force there, it's going to be a downward bias. If there's enough buoyant force there, then there's going to be an upward bias, or maybe even a neutral buoyancy bias, like a balloon that's been floating in the house for a few days after the party, and then you wake up one morning and the balloon's like floating halfway in the room, halfway above the floor in the ceiling, like a submarine. So the claim is that all objects in a medium will seek their equilibrium or place of rest.
Yeah, but there needs to be an order, doesn't there? And I personally believe that's set by a bias first. I don't call it gravity, and I don't think it causes the acceleration. Acceleration comes from energy that you've put into things, putting them out of equilibrium. That energy is then converted back via the mass as the acceleration. But I believe there has to be a bias for any sort of gradient. That's probably electric in nature, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, think about the most dense
I think as
objects.
long as you have separation, you're going to generalize up and down. What was that?
Sorry, I was saying, think about the densest objects. Like, what is it? Mercury can make iron float, or steel. I think it's steel, right? I would like to see something make gold float, right? And does gold have a downward bias because of its mass? Well, why does gold not float? Because as far as I know, it doesn't float in anything unless there's some sort of electromagnetic properties going on. But just if you think about the densest material that we know about, it's usually a metal, right? And what metals have the best electrostatics. Gold being what? The best, right? And then the least one is what? Aluminum? Is that like the least conductive metal? And it's not very dense, is it? I might be wrong on that last part. There might be a...
Yeah, I was going to say it's still very conductive.
What's the least conductive metal? I bet it's the least dense. What's the least, with the most electric resistance? Does anybody know?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head. No.
I'd be willing to bet Kosho knows. I've never found him to not know something. He must be busy.
If there's a 10-second delay, just Google it. Without it. Yeah, well, but floating requires something to be in form, and if you're going to talk about a block of gold floating a liquid pool of another metal, then obviously there's a phase change, there's a density change in something. It's gone from solid to liquid, but obviously where does gold settle in the ground? It settles above iron. So theoretically, it should be able to float gold in iron.
Well, when it comes to the ground, if I were to drop a gold ring, it would land on top of the dirt. But if no one saw it for 300 years, it's gonna be below the ground, and then eventually, I'd imagine it would hit the bedrock, right?
Or if the bedrock was there to stop it, yeah, definitely.
Right. So, like you drop, a human in quicksand, right? What happens? Like it's not buoyant enough to hold them up, so they start sinking. So to me, this is like the rule. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this might trigger some of you guys, but hot goes to cold every time. High charge goes to low charge every time. High pressure goes to low pressure every time. And every single time, they're reaching an equilibrium, just like the objects in the medium. It's my claim that this is like related to the second law of thermodynamics. Because it's all four of these things are reaching an equilibrium. And there's energy involved. So one is thermal, one's electric, one's pressure, and then this last one, what is it? Static? Or is it kinetic? Is it both?
No. Well, maybe because I think kinetic comes from the energy put in to get out of disequilibrium.
Right.
But then again, you've got the sun coming along every fucking day, which obviously is both heat and electrical, and it's creating the kinetic input to fucking just keep the equilibrium from being ever perfectly stable, constantly dynamic.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that is awesome. I'm completely in agreement with you, especially when you think about how much energy the ocean can hold and how many photons from the sun land on the ocean, and it's just breathing like in and out, like the seasons almost. It's my secret theory that I think the tides have more to do with the sun, but I can't prove it, right? Because I can't manipulate the sun to see if it stops the tides.
No, of course not. But we know, salt water helps with charge. We know the sun's electrical, so we know there's interaction. We know that.
We just don't know to what extent.
Exactly. Yeah, I do wonder quite often about the salt lakes around the world and how they're influenced versus freshwater lakes with regards to the sun. I'm sure it's been studied, but has it ever been studied to know exactly what's going on and then released? Slightly different topic. I absolutely love watching the diving videos where they go down to hypersaline like lakes in the ocean. And it's like a whole nother separate body of water that they can go down into. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead.
Are you talking about that guy that was in a submarine and he said like he felt like a shore of a lake and it was like a highly salty lake, and that because of the density he couldn't go down any further, and then not too long after that he died?
No, well, not that specifically, but similar. I've seen diving footage of people going down to like a known hypersaline lake under the ocean, and they dive into it. They've even got to put more weight belts on and shit to actually get down into it. And then when they go into it, they look up and there's like it's a whole nother separate ceiling, just like the normal ocean is a ceiling. It's fucking amazing. Obviously, it makes sense. It's a lot denser, but what blows my mind is it doesn't just mix. Why the fuck doesn't it just mix and all go to equilibrium?
Interesting. Maybe there's a salt mine like right under it. Like maybe it's sitting on top of a salt flat, so it's constantly
so it's constantly
adding salt.
Yeah.
And then as the new water comes in, it might take a little off the surface, but it can't remove the entire salt flat underneath.
Which would make sense where the oceans get their salt water, not that the salt is washing off the rocks and being carried by the lakes, which is the mainstream version. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well,
There's
we know there's salt
reaction.
mines in the earth in different places. They've tried to fucking bury nuclear waste in one of them. Remember that catastrophe?
I have one here in my state that I used to go in with my dad, and we had to get their military controlled it because they were storing oil in it. But think of the salt mines that could be underneath the ocean's floors in that part of the earth.
Exactly.
And releasing all the salt and make the stories they give us are ridiculous. Just think the opposite. Undersea vaults, electrical currents could be causing the tides. There's a whole different way of looking at things, of course. And the people who are just going with the mainstream and fighting every day for it, just reading Google, what Google tells them the mainstream says, and I don't get it. Why would they do that? Why would they come here and interrupt a group of free thinkers that are trying to figure out alternative ways that things could be occurring? That's science, right?
Breaks their brain. I just hate to sit around thinking that there's other people thinking about things they don't think they should be thinking about. And it annoys them to the point where they log in and go, no, you're all wrong. Stop thinking that way.
They create a disturbance from that fact, like keep science from happening, and then call us science deniers. It's a weird. I mean, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
It sure does perpetuate the pseudoscience, though, without a doubt.
The more they do it, the more I know I'm right. I mean, why would they have to fight so hard if they had the truth on their side?
Yeah, brain pain. It's like brain freeze, but a bit different. I think there is a pain with cogdis. I think it's physical. It's like, fuck, that hurts. Stop. I think that's why a lot of people get angry really quick. The cogdis is strong. They just resort to fucking like real quick ad homs, and if that's not working, violence if they can. Especially if alcohol's involved.
If this guy's going to come around every day, let's threaten him. Let's I don't know, post his house and talk about his kids, right, to keep him from not coming here, hopefully, or to warn off someone else that might be thinking of coming here and spreading truth. That person might not come now. That's the only reason they would do that.
Oh, exactly. And unfortunately, with the example of you, including Mr. Balls Out Physics, it has worked. Even, I don't know if you remember a few years back, there was a couple of pilots. One in particular was a female, and she came out and said a whole heap of stuff, and she was quickly, made an example of, even though she had a perfect flight record, no incidents, fulfilled all the psychological tests, but just because she put out a video where she was questioning shit, grounded. Sad. She spoke a different language. I can't remember. It's like German, Scandinavian.
Because of her belief, not her ability.
She was giving seminars to other pilots. Like she had like a whiteboard and fucking, she was going all out. Somebody needs a louder keyboard. That one's not quite loud enough.
I got a pretty loud one. You want me to hot mic?
Go. Give us a demo of a clip.
Bandsaw. What about those pools, man? People be diving from all different directions, don't they?
You've got to be joking. Dive perpendicular into a horizontal pool.
Yeah, like if you and me dived into pools at the same time and we just kept going, we'd bump noggins.
Maybe in your fairy tale, but in reality, not a chance.
So Bandsaw,
thousands of miles apart.
When I'm running down the diving board, I'm running and then I take a jump and then launch. If I'm going east to west versus west to east, am I gonna go further into the pool?
You gotta headbutt the edge of the pool, Gio. It's moved under you.
Oh my! The Iapos effect is gonna just fire me all the way to the other side of the pool.
Exactly.
That's fucking hilarious.
Hey, Brian, you ready for Tuesday?
Not really.
What do you mean, not really? Aren't you doing a debate?
Yeah, but I pretty much, can already foresee what's going to happen. But I'm just going to go and show him what I got. And like I said, man, I think he's probably going to pretty quickly take the money off the table one way or another. And then I want to just run over the numbers and see what he thinks and see if I can get him thinking like towards trying to come up with, equations, for lower down to the ground where terrestrial refraction would join into that equation. Maybe even get him thinking about the humidity gradient and how we could put that into mathematical form, just to see if he's capable of critical thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he can take he's in the U.S. and if he has done what he has said, he can't take the money off the table.
Yeah, but like Kosho, because Kosho, I think he's still here, and he even said he's like tempted to help because it's interesting. It's like, dude, where did we get all these fucking equations for? Like gravity, like 6 times 10 to the fucking 27th. Like, where the fuck did any of that come from, man? Somebody made these equations up, so I was just, made up a fucking equation. It took me a minute. I started doing percentages on angles, that's admittingly cheating. And then I was like, I'm just trying to do it off of empirical measurements and shit,
No, but Brian,
yeah.
if you can find an excuse, for using a justification for using those percentage for those angles, you're gonna be almost all the way there.
Well, if I could do that, then it's fucking easy. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, justification. Yeah, well, look, I'm not using percentages anymore like that. I'm talking about my first model where I did the percentages and mapped it out, and it was like a parabolic fucking graph almost, and it was cool, but it was kind of ad hoc, man. And this every model is in a way ad hoc because you have the empirical evidence, you know what I'm saying, and it's capable of making predictions, but still it's ad hoc and it's supplied with empirical information. But yeah, so if you're right, Kosho, if what you're saying is true, I need to work on the humidity gradient, but I already have like 5 examples backing up the refraction I'm speaking of with orthogonal views toward laser beams, showing them bend upwards. And the globe model says they're bending down, but with our own 2 eyes, we're watching the fuckers bend up,
So Brian, you sound pretty familiar with MC Toon. What do you think? Like, I actually haven't heard your argument, and I suspect you don't want to share it until Tuesday, and that's fine. But what do you think he's gonna hit back with? Besides, like, taking the money off the tip of the road, what like counter argument do you think he's gonna make?
He's gonna say that we already know what light's doing. It's mapped out. It's already modeled perfectly, and we know that that light behaves. But over long distances, man, I don't believe that it's quantified. Like 7/6R terrestrial refraction.
Have you read the Andrew Thomas Young?
Oh yeah,
web pages?
yeah. Went over it fucking sentence by sentence, man.
Do those can you use those to help your argument, or do they hurt your argument?
I mean, I could use where he is pretty much honest about, that the science is incomplete. He pretty much says that, and close to them words that the science is kind of incomplete. Pretty much, man. It's a model. I understand that it's a model. I understand that it almost works. 7/6R. But if you look at Skunk Bay, man, let's be honest. You take a look at Skunk Bay, and this guy Heath Carmody has a channel, and he's always showing time lapses over like 5 hours in about 2 minutes. and everything's just moving around, man. Every day, every fucking scenario, it's moving up and down, up and down, up and down. It doesn't. So they think they have it mapped out, but they really don't, man. It's incomplete science, man. It's model dependent, in my opinion. But to me, the what we do have every day is a humidity gradient, and that's why it's the strongest near water over the ocean, especially during summertime and shit. You get I've seen B-Ball's pictures. I've seen them up close in real life. I've seen that. It's especially when there's waves and when it's hot outside in the cooler, crisper days. Usually we could see further, but it's all dependent on the miraging. But I could go on and on. But let me sum it up with this.
Well, wait, hold on. You said 7/6R several times, and I bet you that MC Toon, a really likely thing he might ask is if you know where 7/6R came from. Do you know? According
It was 4 over 3
Andrew Thomas Young. According to Andrew Thomas Young, like what is the
That's not who does the math, man. That Andrew Thomas Young ain't the one who did the math, man.
Many people have done the math, right? But
that's not who invented it.
But it doesn't matter who invented it, right?
Yeah, you're right. But 7/6R is just a way of expanding the radius, man. 6/6 would be the radius. 7/6 is basically 1/6 bigger than the radius than the existing radius. It's just flattening the globe a little bit. But
Brian, hold on a second. Because I'm trying to help a little bit. Actually, if MC Toon hit you with, according to Andrew Thomas Young, where did the 7/6R come from? What's the why did Andrew Thomas Young use that? You should figure out the answer to that. You don't have to believe Andrew Thomas Young.
I don't think he really goes into the math, man, to be honest. Let me say this. Let me give you a little history. It goes way back, bro. It was 4 over 3R a long time ago, like back in Samuel Robotham days. It's so I really don't know who came up with it, but I could. But here, let me make this point real quick because I deviated. My point is that water vapor humidity is less dense than air. Okay, significantly less dense than air. So that right there. So the humidity in the atmosphere to me is more of a contributing factor and more of a consistent factor than pressure, because like pressure in water, you don't see refraction underwater, and there's more of a pressure gradient underwater than there is in air. If there's no medium change from air, then I don't think it's going to do too much. The temperature will do a little bit, but I think the humidity gradient over long distances is it's going to be hard for me to prove this, but over long distances, I think the humidity gradient's pretty consistent, and the light I think will bend upward, and to a certain extent, it'll over very long distances, over a flat plane, it would bend up toward the denser, less humid air, and it's also colder, so it's colder, which makes it denser, and it's less humid, which makes it denser over long distances. But up in short distances, it's kind of opposite that.
So I got another question for you about Tuesday. Is your audience the flat Earth people listening or the globe people listening? Who do you want to address? Who do you want to make a persuasive argument to?
Man, I'm just going to show them this equation, and basically, my argument is going to be that look, I mapped it out where the angles to Polaris work, so that doesn't prove a flat Earth. Math doesn't prove things. I'm just going to make a few points, man. I just like having conversations from time to time with him. If I don't expect to be, like I said, there ain't a 1% of me that thinks that I'm coming away there for any money, but I guess I'll I'll still present my case. But I'm pretty sure he's already said, refraction models. Pretty sure he's already excluded that. But if I'm going to make this claim: if the Earth is a plane, then it's got to be refraction, and I don't think there's any way he could prove refraction over long distances. And refraction just is dude, it's not predictable like claimed. So I'm going to bring a couple observations and ask him to predict the temperature, the the fucking.
Well,
what do you call it?
he's gonna ask you like straight away, like right off the top. He's gonna say, using this refraction idea that you have, and you don't, and he's not even gonna make you prove it to him. He's gonna say, can you? He gave one set of observations.
Right.
Can you locate the position on the Earth?
Yeah, absolutely.
You haven't like an algorithm worked out where you feel like, given observation after observation, it would always tell you where you were. You don't need to know, because he's not going to give you like all this stuff about humidity. And
no, it's all point dependent. It's all one place dependent. So yeah, he can give me 3 coordinates.
Have you done it? Have you? Do you know where?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
all.
Like,
and you have the. I mean, you've
I've
got
worked it out, man.
got the latitude and longitude of the.
Here's my problem. Okay, my problem is this: is I want him to, like I said, I'm going to ask him before I even give him the coordinates. I'm going to ask him to have the second set available. You can go ahead and pick it. Take your time. I can wait a minute. And go ahead and pick coordinates for another spot. And what I'm to keep it honest, don't just pick a random spot, and then don't just freaking look at my equation, go over it for 2 weeks, and then find one spot on Earth where it's possibly.
Yeah, you know what? We should put his feet to the fire, because he could make the text file with the second question right now, and he could put the hash of that on his website, and so then you could know that the second question was made up before he ever even heard your argument.
Right, exactly. So he ain't got to start just combing through and combing and find anomalies. I'm sure there's places where you can. I
bet he'd be willing to do that.
He might. Yeah, he probably would.
Like, so then you have the hash of it, and if the text file he gives you for the second question doesn't match the hash, then you know he fabricated the second question after he saw your algorithm.
Right, exactly. You
should hit him up with that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's why I brought it up. And
you can throw me under the bus. You can tell him that. I read.
No, man, I'll keep it real, man. But it's just no, I will. If he disputes it, I'll say, I've had people on your side, say that's fair. What's the problem? But I don't know, man. He can say, that you can't. He can't tell. In my opinion, he can't say I can't use Google Earth, because this is how Google Earth would map out if the refraction's working the way that I'm saying, and my algorithm happened to be true. If refraction, the humidity gradient was behaving like that over long distance, a consistency, and then that's how it would map out. It would map out exactly how he's showing. If we use the stars and we use the sun and shit, that's how it would map out pretty much. There's arguments against that, but for the most part, it's why even do the challenge if I can't put it on a fucking map, dude? So I'm probably just gonna grab charts and just maybe try and find a place with charts of everywhere. So wherever it may be, I can pull a chart for that area. I got a little work to do, man, because listen, I've worked out the fucking the numbers, but I haven't. You asked me if I have the longitude and the latitude, and no, I haven't actually plotted that on a map or nothing like that. I've just matched the distances, so it's pretty.
Definitely do that before Tuesday.
Yeah, you're right. I do need to do that.
Even better would be. I mean, if you wanted to like be awesome, figure out what the latitude and longitude are, but then like figure out like how to do it, like the steps, and then make MC Toon follow your steps.
Yeah, he'll follow my steps.